What if Harry survived the basilisk's venom, but came out bonded to both the monster beneath Hogwarts and Dumbledore's pheonix? Now, with Voldemort returning, Harry must prove that loyalty chosen freely is stronger than fear. Like, subscribe, and let's begin.
Chapter 1, The Chamber Beneath. The first thing Harry noticed was that the tunnel beneath the sink did not feel like something built for human beings. It was too steep, too narrow in places, and far too smooth beneath his hands. The stone seemed polished by centuries of damp air and the passage of something enormous. Harry slid through darkness with his elbows tucked against his ribs, unable to slow himself as his trainers scraped uselessly against the curving walls. Cold air rushed past his face. Somewhere below, Ron shouted. Then the tunnel opened beneath Harry and he fell. He landed hard on a floor covered with something brittle. There was a sound like hundreds of twigs snapping at once. Harry rolled onto his side, coughing, one hand instinctively reaching for his wand. A dull ache spread through his shoulder. His glasses had been knocked crooked, and the darkness around him was so complete that he could barely see the pale blur of his own fingers. "Harry!" Ron's voice came from nearby. "I'm here." Harry pushed himself upright. Lumos. The tip of his wand ignited. Light spilled over the floor. Harry immediately wished it had not. Bones lay everywhere. Ribs, spines, skulls, and long yellowed fragments covered the tunnel floor in drifts. Most belonged to rats or other small animals, but some were much larger. Harry saw the curved remains of something with antlers, the crushed shell of an enormous snail, and a snake skeleton so long that its spine disappeared into the shadows. Ron climbed unsteadily to his feet. "This is brilliant," he whispered. Harry stared at him. Ron swallowed. "I mean, it's not brilliant. Obviously, it's horrible. I just meant, I know." Behind them, Professor Lockhart landed with a shriek. He struck the bones, flailed wildly, and finally came to rest face down between the remains of two large rodents. "My wand," he cried, lifting his head. "Where is my wand?" Ron's expression hardened. "You don't have one." Lockhart froze. Harry raised his wand slightly. They had already seen what their defense against the dark arts professor truly was. The signed photographs, polished smiles, and dramatic stories had hidden a man willing to erase the memories of two children to protect his reputation. Now, without a wand, Lockhart looked smaller, not harmless. Harry reminded himself, just cornered. "Get up," Ron said. Lockhart obeyed. They moved forward through the tunnel, their wandlight crawling across damp stone and old bones. The air smelled of earth, stagnant water, and something Harry could not name, a bitter metallic scent that made the back of his throat tighten. He had smelled it once before, near the petrified bodies. Near Mrs. Norris, near the trail of spiders fleeing Hogwarts, snake, not the ordinary animal smell of the grass snake Harry had spoken to at the zoo. This was older and heavier, as though the tunnel itself had absorbed 1,000 years of shed scales, venom, and hunger. Harry's scar prickled. Ginny was somewhere ahead. That thought drove everything else away. He pictured her pale face at breakfast, her hands trembling whenever anyone mentioned the attacks. He remembered the way she had tried to speak to him before Percy interrupted her. She had known, or part of her had known. Now Tom Riddle had taken her into the chamber, and Harry had no idea how much time remained. They reached a vast snakeskin lying across the passage. Ron stopped so suddenly that Lockhart walked into him. The skin was greenish and translucent, curled in loose folds like discarded armor. It was wider than Harry was tall. Lockhart made a strangled sound. "Good heavens!" Ron glanced at Harry. Harry did not need to ask what he was thinking. The creature that had shed it was still growing. They continued until the tunnel widened into a rough stone corridor. Water dripped from the ceiling. Their footsteps echoed ahead and returned strangely altered, as though another set of feet moved just beyond the reach of the light. Then Lockhart acted. He spun, seized Ron's wand, and jumped backward. "Adventure ends here, boys." Ron stared at him. "My wand's broken?" Lockhart smiled desperately. "So unfortunate for you." He raised it. Harry lunged. "Obliviate!" The tunnel exploded. A burst of white light filled Harry's vision. The ceiling cracked with a noise like thunder. Harry threw himself sideways as slabs of stone crashed between him and Ron. Dust swallowed the light. Harry hit the ground, shielding his head with both arms. For several seconds, all he could hear was falling rubble, then silence. Ron! Harry pushed himself up. A wall of broken rock now filled the tunnel from floor to ceiling. Ron! I'm all right. Ron shouted from the other side. He coughed violently. I think Lockhart's here too, but he's acting strange. What happened? His spell backfired. Harry, he doesn't know who he is. There was a pause. A cheerful voice called through the stones. Hello, do you live here? Harry shut his eyes briefly. Of course. Of all the things that could have happened, Lockhart had managed to erase his own memory and trap them underground. Ron began moving stones. I'll clear it, he said. You go on, find Ginny. Harry looked at the darkness ahead. Every instinct told him not to continue alone. Every other instinct told him that Ginny might already be dying. All right, he said. Be careful, you too. Harry turned away from the collapsed tunnel. His wandlight looked much smaller now. He walked alone. The corridor eventually ended before a circular door set into the stone. 7 carved snakes formed its design, their bodies tangled around one another in a knot. Their emerald eyes reflected Harry's wand light. He stepped closer. The snakes seemed to move. Harry's mouth went dry. Open, he said in parcel tongue. The word left his lips as a long, breathy hiss. The stone snakes withdrew from one another. The door divided and slid silently into the walls. Cold air washed over him. Beyond lay the Chamber of Secrets. Harry entered. Massive stone pillars rose on either side of a long central walkway, each carved into the shape of coiling serpents. Their heads vanished into darkness high above. Greenish water ran through narrow channels along the floor, reflecting the wandlight in broken fragments. At the far end stood an enormous statue. A wizard's face towered over the chamber, ancient, bearded, and stern, with stone robes falling around his feet. Salazar Slytherin. Harry barely looked at it. Ginny lay at the statue's base. Ginny, he ran. His shoes splashed through shallow water. His wandlight jerked wildly across the walls. Ginny did not move. Harry dropped beside her and seized her hand. It was cold, not corpse cold, he told himself. Not yet. Ginny, wake up. He shook her shoulder. Nothing. Her skin was almost white. Her hair spread around her face like dark red ink. Beside her lay Harry's wand, which had somehow vanished from his hand while he ran toward her. Harry reached for it. A polished black shoe stepped onto the wand. Harry looked up. Tom Riddle stood above him. He looked exactly as Harry remembered from the diary, tall, dark-haired and handsome, wearing old-fashioned Hogwarts robes and a prefect badge. But there was something different about him now. He was clearer, more solid, less like a memory. Tom, Harry breathed. Riddle smiled. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry glanced at Ginny. You've got to help me. She's dying. She is. Then help her. Riddle's smile widened slightly. I'm afraid I can't. Harry stared at him. The truth began arranging itself inside his head, the diary, Ginny's strange behavior, the attacks. Her attempt to tell him something. You, Harry said. You've been controlling her. Very good. Riddle bent and picked up Harry's wand. Ginny Weasley found my diary among her schoolbooks. She wrote in it, and I answered. She poured her fears, her disappointments, and her childish little secrets into my pages. His voice was soft, almost affectionate. And the more she gave me, the more of herself I was able to take. Ginny's fingers twitched weakly in Harry's hand. Harry tightened his grip. You made her open the chamber. I guided her. You used her. Riddle's expression cooled. Words matter, Harry. Yes, Harry said, they do. For one instant, something flickered in Riddle's face, then it vanished. He began walking slowly around Harry and Ginny, turning Harry's wand between his fingers. I confess, Ginny's usefulness eventually became secondary. I grew much more interested in you. Why? Because I wanted to know how a baby with no remarkable magical training defeated the greatest sorcerer of the age. Harry rose. Riddle watched him. You're Voldemort. The name echoed through the chamber. Riddle stopped. He raised Harry's wand and wrote blazing letters in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a sweep of the wand, the letters rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. The fiery words hung between the pillars. Harry looked through them at the 16-year-old face, the same eyes, the same contempt, the same certainty that everyone around him existed to be used. "You're not the greatest sorcerer in the world," Harry said. Riddle's smile disappeared. "Albus Dumbledore is. Dumbledore was driven from this castle by my memory. He's not really gone." Harry did not know how he knew that. Perhaps he merely needed it to be true. As long as people here are loyal to him, he isn't gone. A sound like distant music entered the chamber. Riddle looked upward. The music grew louder, bright, wild, and impossibly warm in that cold underground place. Flames blossomed in the darkness. Fawkes appeared above them. The phoenix circled once, his red and gold feathers illuminating the stone pillars. In his claws hung a battered old hat. He dropped it at Harry's feet. The sorting hat landed with a soft thump. Riddle laughed. "This is what Dumbledore sends his defender, a songbird and an old hat," Fawkes screamed. It was not a frightened cry, it was a challenge. Harry felt it in his chest. Riddle's face twisted. "So be it." He turned toward the statue. His voice changed. The words that left him were not English, they were Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The stone mouth of Salazar Slytherin opened. Harry heard movement inside. A heavy scraping. Scales dragged across stone. The sound was slow at first, almost lazy. Then it grew louder as something enormous forced itself forward through the darkness behind the statue's mouth. Harry's stomach clenched. "Run," Riddle whispered. The basilisk emerged. Its head was broader than Harry's body. Green scales covered it in overlapping plates, each one dull and scarred with age. Two curved fangs extended beyond its lower jaw, dripping venom that struck the floor with a hiss. Its eyes were closed. For half a heartbeat, Harry did not understand why. Then Fawkes dived. The phoenix became a streak of fire. He raked his talons across the basilisk's face before the creature could fully lower its head. The basilisk reared. Its roar shook the chamber. Fawkes struck again. Claws tore across its eyes. Dark blood sprayed over the stone. The basilisk thrashed blindly, smashing part of a pillar with its tail. Shards of stone flew across the chamber. Harry threw himself behind another pillar. "Kill him," Riddle commanded. The basilisk swung its ruined face toward Harry's hiding place. Its tongue flicked from between its fangs. It could smell him. Harry ran. The basilisk followed the sound of his footsteps. Its head struck the floor where Harry had been moments earlier, cracking the stone. Harry ducked between two pillars. The basilisk's body coiled through the chamber, scraping stone and sending water surging over the channels. "Harry Potter is behind you," Riddle called. "Turn! Strike!" Harry pressed himself against a pillar, trying not to breathe. The basilisk stopped. Its head moved slowly from side to side. Harry heard its tongue tasting the air. Then he heard something else, a voice, not Riddle's voice, not a human voice. It was low enough that Harry felt it through the soles of his shoes. Where Harry froze, the basilisk was speaking. He had spoken to snakes before. Their voices usually sounded ordinary to him, even when everyone else heard only hissing. This voice was different. It was vast and rough, like stones grinding beneath the earth. Riddle answered in Parseltongue. "Beside the western pillar, the warm blood, kill him." The basilisk turned. Harry's heart pounded. He should run. He should throw something. He should put as much stone as possible between himself and those enormous fangs. Instead, another thought came to him. Riddle had spoken to the basilisk as though it were a wand. Turn, strike, kill. Not once had he used its name. Not once had he asked. Harry stepped from behind the pillar. The basilisk's head snapped toward him. Its destroyed eyes leaked dark blood. Harry raised both empty hands. Riddle stared. "What are you doing?" Harry ignored him. He looked at the creature, though every part of him screamed not to. Then he spoke in Parseltongue. "I am here." The basilisk became utterly still. Even its tongue stopped moving. Riddle's face changed. It was only a tiny change, the widening of his eyes, the sudden tension in his jaw, but Harry saw it. The basilisk lowered its head. "You speak." "Yes." Harry's voice came out as a trembling hiss. "I speak." "Do not answer him," Riddle ordered. "Kill him." The basilisk's head shifted a fraction toward Riddle, then back toward Harry. He commands. Harry swallowed. "Do you want to kill me?" The question echoed through the chamber in a language of breath and scales. Riddle took one step forward. "Kill him!" The basilisk's body tightened. Harry could see the struggle passing through it. Muscles bunched beneath its scales. Its jaws opened slightly, revealing the dark interior of its mouth and the venom dripping from its fangs. The heir commands. "Is he your heir?" Harry asked. Riddle's expression sharpened. "Silence!" Harry took another step. The basilisk's head followed him. "Is he here as flesh and blood?" Harry continued. "Or is he a shadow using someone else's life?" The basilisk tasted the air. Its tongue turned toward Ginny. The girl fades. "Yes, the shadow grows. Yes." Riddle raised Harry's wand. "You belong to Slytherin's blood." The basilisk flinched. It was barely noticeable in something so large, but Harry saw the movement travel down its neck, a response older than thought. 1,000 years of obedience compressed into one instinct. Riddle pointed the wand at Harry. "Kill him now." The basilisk surged forward. Harry ran. Its fangs snapped shut behind him. The force of the bite sent wind across his back. He dived behind the statue's foot. The basilisk struck the stone, shattering part of Slytherin's carved robes. Harry crawled through rubble. "So much for friendship," Riddle called mockingly. Harry's hand struck cloth, the sorting hat. He grabbed it and jammed it onto his head. "Help me," he gasped. Nothing happened. The hat sagged over his eyes. "Please." Something heavy dropped onto his head. Harry pulled the hat away. A silver sword protruded from it. He seized the hilt and dragged the weapon free. The sword shone in the green light. Riddle's amusement vanished. The basilisk turned toward the scrape of metal. Harry stood with both hands around the hilt. He had never used a sword. He had no idea how to fight a creature that could crush him by turning too quickly. The basilisk advanced. Its wounded face lowered until Harry could smell venom, blood, and centuries of sealed darkness. "You carry the Founder's blade," it said. Harry glanced at the rubies set into the hilt. Gryffindor's sword. "I don't want to use it," Riddle laughed. "Then die holding it. Strike!" he commanded the basilisk. The creature's muscles tightened again. Harry raised the sword. "Wait!" The basilisk hesitated, not for long, only 1 second, but it hesitated. Riddle saw it too. His face twisted with fury. "You will obey me!" The chamber trembled with his voice. The basilisk recoiled as if struck. Something invisible seemed to pull its head toward Harry. The ancient command buried in its blood, magic or mind, Harry did not know which, forced the creature forward. But its movements were no longer smooth. The basilisk fought itself. Its jaws opened. "Run!" it hissed. Harry's breath caught. Riddle lifted the wand. "Now!" The basilisk lunged. Harry jumped aside, but his foot slipped in the water. He fell. The basilisk's head passed over him. Its lower jaw struck the floor, and one fang carved a deep line through the stone beside Harry's face. Harry rolled beneath its neck. The sword flashed. He could have driven it upward. The soft flesh beneath the basilisk's jaw was exposed. Harry saw the opening. He also heard the creature's voice. "Run!" It was trying to miss him. Harry lowered the sword. Riddle screamed in fury. The basilisk twisted away, but its tail caught Harry across the ribs. He flew through the air. Pain exploded along his side. He struck the base of a pillar and lost the sword. It skidded across the floor. Riddle stepped toward it. Fawkes dived between them. The phoenix beat his wings in Riddle's face, forcing him backward. Harry tried to stand. His body refused. The basilisk circled. Without the sword, Harry had nothing. Its head moved uncertainly, tracking his heartbeat and breath. "Listen to me," Harry said in parcel tongue. The creature slowed. "You don't have to obey him. I have always obeyed." "That doesn't mean you have to," the air speaks. The blood calls. The command binds. Harry looked at Ginny. Her chest barely moved. The diary lay beside her hand. Small black pools of ink had begun spreading across its pages, though no one had touched it. Tom was becoming clearer. Ginny was becoming less. Harry understood. Riddle was not simply standing in the chamber giving orders. He was feeding on Ginny, using her life to make himself real. And the basilisk could sense it. "He isn't your master," Harry said. "He's a memory. Riddle world. "I am Lord Voldemort." "You're 16, Harry shouted. "You're hiding in a book, stealing the life of a girl who trusted you." Riddle's face became inhumanly still. "Kill him." The command fell like a chain. The basilisk struck. Harry reached for the sword, but it lay too far away. He pushed himself sideways, not fast enough. One fang entered his upper arm for a moment. Harry felt only pressure. Then the basilisk pulled back. Its fang tore free. Fire spread through Harry's body. He screamed. The venom did not feel hot for long. It became something colder, a blackness racing through his veins, shutting down everything it touched. Harry collapsed beside the statue. The sword lay within reach now. He dragged it toward himself, though his fingers were already going numb. The basilisk hovered above him, its blind, bleeding face turned toward the wound. "I struck." Harry could not answer. "The command is fulfilled." Riddle approached. At last. He looked down at Harry with quiet satisfaction. "You will be dead within a minute." Harry's vision blurred. Across the floor, Ginny's face faded in and out of focus. He had failed her. Riddle crouched beside him. "It is strange, isn't it? To know that the famous Harry Potter ends here in the dark, killed by the very monster whose crimes were blamed upon him." Harry's hand closed around the sword. Not to attack Riddle. He no longer had the strength. The basilisk lowered its head until its snout nearly touched the floor. Harry could feel its breath. "You addressed me." The words entered the narrowing world around him. Harry forced his lips to move. "I heard you." "No heir hears. I'm not your heir." The basilisk's tongue flicked toward the diary, then toward Harry's sword. The shadow is bound to the object. Riddle's head snapped toward it. "Silence!" The basilisk did not move. The object drinks the girl. Harry looked at the diary. The sword was too heavy. Even if he reached it, he could not lift the blade high enough. The basilisk's head shifted. One broken, venom-coated fang lay near Harry's hand. It had cracked when the creature struck the stone. The basilisk pushed the fragment toward him with the edge of its jaw. Riddle rose. "No!" Harry's fingers closed around the fang. It burned his skin. Riddle aimed Harry's wand. "Put that down." Harry looked at Ginny, then at the diary. He moved. It was not fast. It was not graceful. He rolled onto one elbow and drove the fang downward with all the strength he had left. The point pierced the diary's cover. Riddle screamed. Ink erupted from the book in a black fountain. The sound that came from Tom was not human. His body twisted as light split through him from the inside. "No!" Harry drove the fang deeper. The diary shuddered. Riddle's chest collapsed into a hollow of swirling ink. His fingers stretched into black ribbons. His face remained for one final instant, filled not with fear but disbelief. He had never imagined that the creature he commanded might give away its own weapon. Then Tom Riddle vanished. The diary lay split open. Ginny inhaled. It was a small, ragged breath, but it was a breath. "Harry," her eyes opened. Harry tried to smile. The chamber turned sideways. He fell onto his back. Ginny pushed herself up. She looked from the destroyed diary to the basilisk towering above them, her face filled with terror. "Don't," Harry whispered. His voice barely emerged. Ginny crawled toward him. "Harry, your arm." The wound had turned black around the edges. Thin, dark lines spread beneath his skin. The broken fang fell from his hand. Harry could no longer feel his fingers. The basilisk lowered its head. Ginny recoiled. "No. It won't hurt you," Harry tried to say. He did not know whether that was true. The basilisk had spent 1,000 years obeying the heir of Slytherin. Its command had fractured, but perhaps it had not disappeared entirely. Perhaps the death of Riddle's memory had simply left it without direction. "The venom moves," the basilisk said. Harry's eyes closed. He heard wings. Fawkes landed beside him. The pheonix gave a low, aching cry. Ginny stared as Fawkes bent his head over Harry's wound. A tear fell from the phoenix's eye. It landed on the puncture. Warmth spread through Harry's arm. The venom fought it. Harry felt both substances moving inside him at once. The basilisk's poison was cold, destructive, and ancient. It tore through his body with the simple purpose of ending life. The phoenix tears were bright and living. They followed the same paths, rebuilding what the venom destroyed. The forces met beneath Harry's skin. Something happened. The chamber seemed to inhale. Fawkes's feathers flared gold. The basilisk recoiled, its entire body tightening. Harry arched off the ground. A pulse of magic burst from him, water leapt from the channels. Dust fell from the ceiling. The extinguished torches along the walls ignited with pale green fire. Ginny cried out and shielded her face. Harry could hear 2 heartbeats. One was rapid and weakening inside his chest. The other was enormous, slow, hidden beneath layers of scale and age. Then there was a third rhythm, not a heartbeat, but the rushing crackle of flames consuming themselves and being born again. Fawkes screamed. The basilisk answered. Their voices should not have belonged together. One was fire and sky. The other was venom and stone. Inside Harry they collided. For one impossible instant, Harry saw without opening his eyes. He saw the chamber as heat. Ginny glowed beside him, small and frightened but alive. Fawkes burned like a miniature sun. The basilisk stretched through the darkness in vast patterns of muted warmth, its body marked by old scars and older magic. Far above them, Hogwarts blazed with hundreds of living lights. Harry felt corridors, footsteps, sleeping portraits, the roots of the forbidden forest. Then the vision shattered, he gasped. Air flooded his lungs, the black lines beneath his skin began retreating. The wound closed slowly around the edges, but the warmth did not disappear, it sank deeper. Harry felt it settle somewhere behind his ribs, not a spell, not an object, a connection. The basilisk stumbled. One side of its body struck a pillar. "What have you done?" it asked. Harry opened his eyes. He could not see through walls or sense the castle now. His vision was ordinary again, blurred by his scratched glasses, but he knew where the basilisk was without looking. He could feel its confusion, not its thoughts, not exactly, only the shape of its presence. The way Harry could sense someone standing behind him before hearing them move. Fawkes lifted his head. The pheonix studied Harry. A second tear clung to the feathers beneath his eye, but it did not fall. Harry felt another presence then, smaller than the basilisk's, brighter, freely offered and ready to vanish if grasped too tightly. Fawkes chirped softly. The sound carried neither command nor explanation. It felt like a question. Harry did not know how to answer. The pheonix bent and nudged Harry's cheek with his beak. The warmth behind Harry's ribs flickered. Fawkes stepped back. Ginny stared between them. "What happened?" Harry looked at the healed wound. 2 faint puncture marks remained. Around them, the skin held a strange sheen, as though a pattern of tiny scales had appeared beneath the surface and vanished before he could focus on it. "I don't know." The basilisk shifted. Ginny flinched again. Harry pushed himself upright, though the chamber spun around him. The enormous creature lowered its head. Blood still ran from its ruined eyes. Harry's relief vanished. "Fawkes," he said. The pheonix looked at him. The eyes. "Can you help?" Fawkes spread his wings but did not move. Harry understood without knowing how pheonix tears could heal wounds. But they could not always restore what had been completely destroyed. The basilisk seemed to understand too. The firebird defended the speaker. "He defended me," Harry agreed. "As I attacked, you were commanded. I struck you. You warned me." The basilisk's head remained lowered. Harry thought of the 1,000 years it had spent beneath the school. Students had feared it. Slytherin's heirs had commanded it. Tom Riddle had used it to attack children and then left it sleeping in the darkness until he needed it again. No one had asked it anything. Harry struggled to his feet. Ginny caught his good arm. "You shouldn't stand. We have to leave." She glanced at the basilisk. "We can't take that with us." Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. No, the basilisk turned toward the deeper tunnels. For the first time since leaving the statue, it moved without waiting for an order. It stopped near the edge of the darkness. Will the speaker return? Harry looked at it. The creature had nearly killed him. Its venom still seemed to echo in his bones. Every sensible part of him said he should leave the chamber and never open the door again. But he felt the basilisk's presence beneath his fear. Not obedience, not yet trust, only uncertainty. For something that had lived 1,000 years under commands, uncertainty might have been the first freedom it had ever known. "Yes," Harry said, "I'll return." The basilisk disappeared into the tunnel. Its scales scraped against the stone until the sound faded. Harry still knew where it was. Distant, waiting, Ginny was staring at him. "You spoke to it." Harry nodded. "What did it say?" Before Harry could answer, footsteps and voices echoed from the corridor beyond the chamber door. "Harry, Ron." Harry's knees nearly gave way with relief. Ron ran into the chamber, Lockhart wandering cheerfully behind him. He stopped when he saw Ginny standing beside Harry. "Ginny!" She ran to him. Ron caught her and held on so tightly that she made a small, choking sound. "You're alive," he said. "You're actually alive." Lockhart gazed around the chamber. "What a fascinating room. Do you think I decorated it?" Ron released Ginny just enough to glare at him. "No." Harry bent and picked up the ruined diary. A hole had been burned through its center. Black ink dripped from the pages and vanished before reaching the floor. He also picked up the sword. Its blade reflected his face. For a fraction of a second, Harry thought his eyes looked wrong, not green, gold. Vertical pupils cut through the irises like narrow black slits. He blinked. His reflection returned to normal. "Harry," Ron said. Harry lowered the sword. "I'm all right." It was not a convincing lie. Fawkes flew down and offered his tail feathers. Harry helped Ginny take hold. Ron grabbed on with one hand while keeping the other wrapped around Lockhart's robes. Harry took the final feather. Before Fawkes rose, Harry looked back at the statue of Salazar Slytherin. The chamber appeared empty, but he could feel the basilisk beneath it, alive, no longer commanded, connected to him by something he did not understand. Fawkes lifted them into the air. They passed through the circular door and over the broken stones Ron had cleared. The pheonix carried them upward through the pipes, his song filling the darkness. Harry closed his eyes. The music eased the pain in his arm, but it did not quiet the strange second awareness beneath his thoughts. Something ancient moved far below. Something fiery flew above, and Harry Potter hung between them, unaware that the venom and the tears had left more behind than scars. Far beneath Hogwarts, the basilisk raised its blinded head. For the first time in 1,000 years, no heir's command waited inside its mind. Only the fading echo of a boy's voice. "Do you want to kill me?" No master had ever asked what it wanted. The creature curled itself within the darkness. Above, Fawkes carried Harry toward Dumbledore's office. The phoenix's song remained bright and triumphant. Yet even Fawkes glanced down once toward the boy holding his tail, as if he too could feel that something unprecedented had awakened, not fully serpent, not fully flame, not a weapon, not a master. A bond for which the wizarding world had no name. Chapter 2. What the tears left behind Harry woke to the sound of wings. Not loud wings, not the heavy rush of an owl landing at the foot of a bed, nor the fluttering panic of trapped birds inside the great hall. These were softer, measured. One slow sweep, then silence. Harry opened his eyes. For several seconds he did not know where he was. White curtains surrounded the bed. Pale morning light spilled through tall windows. The air smelled of clean linen, medicinal potions, and something bitter simmering in a cauldron somewhere nearby. The hospital wing. Harry tried to sit up. Pain tightened across his ribs. He stopped and breathed through it. His right arm felt strangely heavy, though when he looked down there was no bandage around it. Only 2 faint marks remained near his shoulder where the basilisk's fang had entered. The skin around them looked normal, almost. Harry leaned closer. For the briefest instant he thought he saw a pattern beneath the surface. Tiny overlapping shapes like colorless scales. Then he blinked and they were gone. A soft chirp came from his left. Harry turned. Fawkes sat on the metal rail at the head of the bed. The phoenix's feathers were dimmer than they had been in the chamber, though still rich with gold and crimson. He watched Harry with bright black eyes, his head tilted slightly to one side. Harry stared. "Hello," Fawkes chirped again. Harry looked beyond him. The rest of the hospital wing was empty except for 2 beds near the far windows. One contained Ginny, who lay beneath several blankets with her red hair spread over the pillow. The curtains around the second bed were partly closed, though Harry could hear someone snoring behind them. Lockhart, probably. That seemed unfair. Ginny nearly died. Harry had been bitten by a basilisk, and Lockhart had somehow escaped the whole thing with nothing worse than his own spell working correctly on the wrong person. Harry looked back at Fawkes. "Did you stay here all night?" The phoenix did not answer, though something warm stirred beneath Harry's ribs. Harry stiffened. The sensation was not exactly emotion. It was closer to recognizing the presence of someone standing outside a closed door. Fawkes was there, not merely in the hospital wing. Some small part of Harry knew where he was without looking. Harry glanced down at his chest. The warmth faded, then returned when Fawkes shifted his claws against the metal rail. Harry's mouth went dry. The chamber came back to him in fragments. The fang, the venom. Fawkes's tears striking the wound, the terrible cold and impossible heat moving through his blood at the same time, the pulse of magic, the basilisk speaking from somewhere beyond his sight. Harry gripped the blanket. The creature was still there, far below. He could feel it, not clearly. Not in the way he felt Fawkes beside him. The basilisk was more distant, a pressure beneath layers of stone. A vast coiled presence at the edge of his awareness, sleeping, perhaps, or waiting. Harry closed his eyes. The sensation remained. He could not hear words. He could not see through the creature's ruined eyes. He did not know what it thought or wanted. He only knew it was alive. A voice shattered the silence. "What are you doing?" Harry's eyes snapped open. Madame Pomfrey stood at the foot of his bed. She wore her usual expression of professional disapproval, though the dark circles beneath her eyes suggested she had not slept much. "Nothing," Harry said. "That is rarely a reassuring answer from you." She placed a tray on the bedside table. Several potion bottles clinked together. "How do you feel?" "Fine." Madame Pomfrey gave him a flat look. "Mr. Potter, you were carried into this hospital wing unconscious, poisoned, bruised across half your body and clinging to a phoenix's tail. You are not fine." "My arm doesn't hurt. That is part of the problem." She stepped closer and lifted his sleeve. Harry expected her to prod the fang marks. Instead, she stared. "How long have they looked like that?" "Like what?" "The punctures." Harry looked again. The marks had faded further. They were now little more than 2 pale circles. "I don't know." Madame Pomfrey pressed 2 fingers against the skin. Harry felt pressure but no pain. She frowned. "Any numbness?" "No." "Burning?" "No." "Cold?" Harry hesitated. "Not now." Her eyes sharpened. "What does that mean?" Harry looked toward Fawkes. The phoenix had not moved. In the chamber, it felt cold. The venom, then the tears felt hot. Madame Pomfrey's fingers tightened slightly around his arm. At the same time, Harry nodded. For the first time since he had met her, Madame Pomfrey looked uncertain. She released him and reached for a thin silver instrument from her apron. It looked like a miniature tuning fork. She held it above the fang marks. The metal began to hum. A pale blue glow traveled along its prongs. Then the glow turned green. Madame Pomfrey pulled it back. "What happened?" Harry asked. "Nothing conclusive." "That means something happened." "It means you are 12 years old and should not attempt to interpret diagnostic equipment." She repeated the test. The glow appeared blue, then green, then, for half a second, gold. The instrument emitted a sharp crack and went dark. Madame Pomfrey stared at it. Harry tried not to look alarmed. "Does that happen often?" "No." "Is that bad?" "I do not know." That answer frightened Harry more than any confident warning could have. Madame Pomfrey placed the broken instrument on the tray. "I will speak to Professor Dumbledore." "About what?" "About the fact that your body appears unable to decide which magical signature it possesses." Harry looked at the marks. "What does that mean?" "It means," Madame Pomfrey said carefully, "that phoenix tears healed the damage caused by the venom." "I know." "Phoenix tears should remove the venom's effect. They should not leave traces of it woven through the healed tissue." Harry went still. Madame Pomfrey must have seen the fear on his face because her expression softened, though only slightly. "You are not poisoned," she said. "Your heart is strong, your breathing is clear, your blood is clean." "Then what's left?" I said, "I do not know." Fawkes spread one wing. Warmth moved under Harry's ribs again. Madame Pomfrey followed his gaze. "He has refused to leave." "He has." Professor Dumbledore came for him 3 times. Harry looked quickly at her. "What happened?" Nothing happened. Fawkes remained where he was. Madame Pomfrey picked up a small bottle filled with purple liquid. Drink. Harry took it. What is it? For the pain. I'm not in pain. You will be when you attempt to stand. Harry drank. The potion tasted like overripe plums mixed with dust. He coughed. Madame Pomfrey watched without sympathy. Ginny, Harry said when he could speak again, is she all right? Madame Pomfrey's face changed. She is alive. That's not what I asked. No, she said quietly, it is not. Harry looked toward Ginny's bed. She lost a great deal of strength. Whatever happened with the diary drained her magically as well as physically. She has woken twice. Did she say anything? Very little. Can I talk to her when she wakes naturally? Harry pushed the blanket aside. Madame Pomfrey immediately placed a hand on his shoulder. No. I only want to sit beside her. You want to collapse beside her. Those are not the same thing. Harry tried to stand anyway. Pain seized his ribs, his legs folded. Madame Pomfrey caught him with surprising strength and forced him back against the pillows. I warned you. Harry breathed through clenched teeth. You're enjoying this? I enjoy being correct. She pulled the blanket back over him. You will remain in bed until I say otherwise. Harry glanced at Fawkes. The pheonix seemed almost amused. Traitor, Harry muttered. Fawkes gave a bright trill. Madame Pomfrey paused. Her eyes moved from Harry to the pheonix, then to the faint marks on Harry's arm. Rest, she said. She took the tray and walked away. Harry watched her enter her office. The door closed. For a while, the hospital wing was silent. Then the curtains around the far bed moved. Ginny opened her eyes. Harry sat straighter. Ginny, she turned her head slowly. Her gaze found him, then moved to Fawkes. For a moment, she looked confused. Then memory returned. Her face went pale. The snake. Harry glanced toward Madame Pomfrey's office. It's not here. Ginny stared at him. That isn't what I asked. Harry looked down. No, she struggled to sit up. Harry nearly climbed out of bed again, but one warning ache in his ribs changed his mind. Ginny managed to prop herself against the pillows. Did it die? Harry took too long to answer. Ginny's eyes widened. It didn't. No. How? I didn't kill it. I saw the sword. I used the fang on the diary. Ginny's hands tightened around the blanket. You let it live. Harry looked at her. It wasn't exactly like that. It tried to kill you. It was commanded. Ginny flinched at the word. Harry regretted saying it immediately. The diary had commanded her too. Tom had worn her body like a set of robes and used her hands to open the chamber. Harry lowered his voice. I'm sorry. Ginny turned toward the window. Morning sunlight touched one side of her face. I remember some of it. Harry waited. I remember writing. Her voice was small. At first it was just school things. Mum shouting before the train, Fred and George hiding my books, Percy acting important. You, Harry said nothing. Ginny's ears turned red, but she continued. Tom listened. He always knew what to say. Her fingers twisted in the blanket. Then there are gaps. Harry understood gaps. He had pieces of the chamber that felt too sharp and others that already seemed unreal. What do you remember? He asked. Ginny swallowed. Cold floors. She closed her eyes. Feathers. Harry looked at Fawkes. Water in my shoes, waking up with mud on my robes, roosters screaming, her voice trembled, and his voice telling me everything was fine. Harry's stomach turned. Ginny opened her eyes. I remember the chamber. All of it! No, her gaze returned to him. I remember lying there. I couldn't move, but I could hear. Harry felt the warmth of Fawkes's presence flicker. Ginny continued. Tom was talking to you. What did you hear? You asked the basilisk if it wanted to kill you. Harry stared. I thought I imagined that. You didn't. She looked down at her hands. It stopped. Only for a second. It stopped because you asked. Harry remembered the basilisk lowering its head. You speak. I don't think anyone ever had before. Ginny's brow furrowed. Ever had what? Asked it anything. Ginny looked toward the floor. It gave you the fang. Harry went very still. You saw that? I think so. That matters. Why? Because everyone will think I controlled it. Didn't you? No. The answer came too quickly, too sharply. Fawkes shifted on the bedrail. Harry forced himself to breathe. No, he repeated. I spoke to it. Tom commanded it. There's a difference. Ginny looked at him for a long moment. I know. Harry had not expected that. She looked older than she had before the chamber, not physically. Something behind her eyes had changed. Tom never asked me either. she said. The words settled heavily between them. Harry looked at the faint marks on his arm. He called what he did guidance. Ginny's mouth twisted. He called it friendship. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Then Ginny asked, "Can you still feel it?" Harry's head lifted. "How did you know?" "You keep looking down." He had not realized. He glanced toward the floor. The basilisk remained beneath them, hidden somewhere below the castle. "Yes." Ginny pulled the blanket closer around herself. "Can it feel you?" "I don't know." "Can it hear us?" "I don't think so." "That isn't the same as no." "No." Ginny's face tightened with fear. Harry wanted to reassure her. He could not. He did not know what the bond was. He did not even know whether bond was the correct word. Perhaps it was a wound that had not finished healing. Perhaps the venom was waiting. Perhaps the basilisk was simply aware that someone else could speak to it, and Harry was imagining the rest. But when he focused, he could feel the creature's vast presence, quiet, patient, real. "I won't let it hurt you," Harry said. Ginny looked at him. "You couldn't stop it from hurting you?" Harry had no answer. The doors of the hospital wing opened. Mrs. Weasley entered first. Ginny barely had time to gasp before her mother crossed the room and wrapped both arms around her. "Oh, Ginny!" Mrs. Weasley's voice broke. Mr. Weasley followed close behind, his face pale with exhaustion. Fred, George, Percy, and Ron crowded through the doorway after him. The hospital wing filled with noise at once. Mrs. Weasley cried. Percy hovered uselessly. Fred and George stood unusually still. Ron moved to Harry's bed. "You're awake." "So are you." Ron's eyes shifted to Fawkes. "He's still here." Harry nodded. Ron leaned closer. "Has he done anything strange?" "Not really." "Has anything else?" Harry looked at him. Ron glanced at Harry's arm. "The basilisk." Harry lowered his voice. "I can feel it." Ron's face drained of color. "You can what?" "It's still in the chamber." "Yes, Harry, that's the part I've been trying very hard not to think about." "I mean, I know it's there." Ron stared. "Like you can see through it." "No." "Hear it?" "No." "Control it." Harry's jaw tightened. "No." Ron noticed. "Right, sorry." He sat on the edge of the next bed. "So what can you do?" "I don't know." "That's not comforting." "I'm aware." Ron looked toward Ginny. Mrs. Weasley was checking every inch of her face as though expecting to find another hidden injury. "Dad says no one can work out what happened to the diary. The Fang destroyed it." "I know that." "They don't know why the basilisk gave it to you." Harry stared at him. "How do they know?" Ginny said something when she woke up. Harry looked over. Ginny was watching them from behind her mother's shoulder. Their eyes met. She looked away. Ron lowered his voice further. "Dumbledore wants to speak to you." "When?" The doors opened again. Professor Dumbledore entered. Harry felt the hospital wing change. It was not magic, not exactly. People simply became quieter when Dumbledore arrived. Mrs. Weasley released Ginny and wiped her eyes. Percy straightened. Even Fred and George stopped whispering. Dumbledore wore deep blue robes. His long silver hair and beard seemed brighter in the morning light, but his face looked tired. Professor McGonagall followed him. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her eyes moved immediately to Harry as though verifying that he had not somehow escaped the hospital wing. Fawkes lifted his head. Dumbledore stopped. It lasted less than a second. A small pause. A tiny break in the smooth certainty of his movement. Harry might not have noticed it before. Now he did. Dumbledore's eyes moved from Fawkes to Harry. The pheonix remained on the bedrail. "Good morning," Dumbledore said. Mrs. Weasley turned toward him. "Headmaster, I want to know how my daughter was allowed to—" "Of course," Dumbledore said gently. "And you shall have every answer I am able to provide." Every answer he was able to provide. Harry noticed the wording. Dumbledore looked toward Ginny. "Miss Weasley, how are you feeling?" Ginny glanced at her parents. "Tired." "That is understandable." He did not ask her to describe the chamber. Not yet. Instead, he approached Harry's bed. Fawkes watched him. Dumbledore extended one hand. The pheonix did not move. Another pause. Again, barely there. Dumbledore lowered his hand. "Fawkes appears to have taken an interest in your recovery." Harry looked at the pheonix. "Madame Pomfrey said he wouldn't leave." "So I have been informed." Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but Harry saw something in his eyes, not jealousy, not anger, uncertainty. It was strange enough to make Harry more nervous than if Dumbledore had drawn his wand. "Is that bad?" Harry asked. "Not necessarily." That doesn't sound like no. A faint smile touched Dumbledore's face. No, it does not. Professor McGonagall stepped closer. Potter, Madame Pomfrey tells us your wounds have healed. Yes, Professor, completely. I think so. Dumbledore's gaze dropped to the fang marks. May I? Harry nodded. Dumbledore took Harry's arm. His fingers were warm and light against the skin. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the air around Harry's arm tightened. Dumbledore did not cast a visible spell. He did not raise his wand, but Harry felt magic pass over the marks in layers. Careful, precise, more complicated than Madame Pomfrey's instrument, the warmth beneath Harry's ribs responded. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. Far below, the basilisk shifted. Harry inhaled sharply. Dumbledore released him immediately. What did you feel? He asked. Something moved. In your arm? No. Harry looked down toward the floor, the basilisk. Professor McGonagall's expression sharpened. Mrs. Weasley turned from Ginny. The what? Ron winced. Dumbledore remained still. You can sense the creature? I think so. From here? Yes. Mrs. Weasley's face lost color. You mean that thing is still alive? Ginny reached for her mother's hand. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Tell me exactly what occurred after the basilisk struck you. Harry did. He described the venom, the tears, the collision of cold and heat. He left nothing out, though he stumbled when he tried to explain the strange vision of Hogwarts as living warmth. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the silence lasted too long. Professor McGonagall spoke first. Albus, Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. Phoenix tears are among the most powerful restorative substances known to us. Mrs. Weasley tightened her grip on Ginny's hand. And basilisk venom, among the most destructive. What happens when they meet? Ron asked. Ordinarily, the tears neutralize the venom. Ordinarily, Harry repeated. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Ordinarily, the magic of the poisoned person is not surging strongly enough to interact with both substances before one overcomes the other. Harry remembered the pulse shaking the chamber, so my magic changed them. Perhaps. Professor McGonagall gave Dumbledore a warning look. He ignored it. The truthful answer, Harry, is that I do not know. The room became very quiet. Harry had heard Dumbledore admit uncertainty before, but never like this. Usually, even when he withheld information, he seemed to know where the path led. Now he appeared to be standing at the edge of a map that simply ended. Mrs. Weasley looked horrified. You don't know what's happened to him? I know that he is alive, stable, and no longer poisoned. That is not the same thing. No, Dumbledore said. It is not. Fawkes left the bedrail for a moment. Harry thought the pheonix was finally returning to Dumbledore. Instead, he landed on the mattress beside Harry's hip. His claws sank lightly into the blanket. Dumbledore watched him. Harry felt the warmth inside his chest brighten. Then Fawkes lowered his head and pressed his beak briefly against Harry's wrist. A pulse moved through Harry, not pain, not healing, recognition. Harry gasped. The windows of the hospital wing rattled. Several glass potion bottles chimed together. Far beneath the castle, something enormous lifted its head. Dumbledore's expression changed. Only Harry seemed to notice. The headmaster's composure did not vanish. It tightened, like a door quietly closing before a storm. Fawkes, Dumbledore said. The pheonix raised his head. He looked at Dumbledore, then remained beside Harry. Professor McGonagall stared. Albus, has he ever? No, Dumbledore's answer came too quickly. He softened it. Not in precisely this manner. Harry looked between them. What does it mean? Dumbledore folded his hands before him. Phoenixes cannot be compelled into loyalty, I know. They remain where they choose. Harry glanced at Fawkes, so he's choosing to stay. Yes, with me, for the moment. The phrase should have been reassuring. It was not. Harry thought of the basilisk saying that it had always obeyed. He thought of Fawkes refusing to come when Dumbledore offered his hand. Two creatures. One had been commanded for centuries. The other could not be commanded at all. And now, somehow, Harry stood between them. I didn't ask him to, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze became very sharp. That may be the most important detail of all. Mrs. Weasley shook her head. I don't understand any of this. Nor do I fully, Dumbledore admitted. There it was again. The room seemed to lean around the words. Harry saw Ron look at him. Ron had heard it too. Dumbledore turned toward Ginny. "Miss Weasley, there is one matter I must ask about." Ginny stiffened. Mr. Weasley moved closer to a bed. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. "Did the basilisk act under Harry's command?" Ginny looked at Harry. Harry tried not to move. "No," she said. Dumbledore waited. "Tom commanded it?" Ginny continued. "Harry spoke to it." "What did Harry say?" He asked if it wanted to kill him. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Fred whispered something to George. Mrs. Weasley looked ready to forbid Harry from ever speaking to anything again. Ginny took a breath. The basilisk stopped. "For how long?" Dumbledore asked. "Not long. Did Harry order it to disobey Tom Riddle?" "No." "Did he instruct it to bring him the fang?" "No." Ginny looked down. "It chose." The words struck Harry harder than he expected. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. When he opened them, he looked toward Fawkes again. The pheonix remained beside Harry. "A creature bound by command," Dumbledore murmured, "and a creature bound by nothing." Professor McGonagall heard him. "What are you suggesting?" "I am suggesting nothing yet. That has never stopped you before." A faint trace of amusement passed through Dumbledore's face, then disappeared. He looked at Harry. "You must not return to the chamber alone." Harry's stomach tightened. "I said I'd go back." Mrs. Weasley made a sound of disbelief. "You said what to the basilisk?" "Absolutely not. It's blind." "That does not make it harmless." "I know." The room fell silent again. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "It asked if I would return." Dumbledore studied him. "And you agreed?" "Yes." "Why?" Harry could have said because the creature gave him the fang, because it warned him, because it had spent 1,000 years being used, because no one had ever asked what it wanted. Instead, he said, "Because I didn't want to lie." Dumbledore's face softened. Then the uncertainty returned, not about Harry's answer, about what Harry might become if he continued making choices Dumbledore had not predicted. "You will not return alone," Dumbledore repeated. Harry nodded. It was not agreement. Not exactly. Dumbledore seemed to know that. He did not press. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office. She stopped when she saw the crowd. "This is a hospital wing, not a railway platform." Mrs. Weasley bristled. "My daughter needs rest." Madame Pomfrey pointed toward the doors. 5 minutes. Then everyone leaves except the patients and the pheonix, apparently. Dumbledore gave her a small bow. "Of course," he turned back to Harry, "we shall speak again when you are stronger. About the basilisk, among other things." Dumbledore moved toward the door. Fawkes watched him go. At the threshold, Dumbledore stopped. He looked back once, not at Harry, at Fawkes. The pheonix remained where he was. Dumbledore left. The doors closed behind him. Ron leaned close. "Was that strange?" "Yes." "Good. I thought it was just me." Mrs. Weasley began fussing over Ginny again. Fred and George started arguing over which of them had nearly fainted when they heard what happened. Percy insisted neither had nearly fainted. Lockhart began singing behind his curtain. The hospital wing became noisy, normal. Harry tried to let the noise settle him. It did not. Beneath it all, he felt the basilisk, a distant pressure under the castle. He focused carefully. The sensation sharpened, dark stone, cold water, a slow movement through a vast underground chamber. Harry did not see these things. He simply knew their shape. Then something brushed the edge of his awareness. A voice too faint to be sound, speaker. Harry's body went rigid. Ron noticed. "What?" Harry looked toward the floor. The basilisk was awake, waiting. Fawkes gave a low trill. Warmth spread through Harry's ribs in answer. For one impossible moment, Harry felt both of them at once. The creature beneath, the pheonix beside him, venom and flame, one connection born from an ancient command breaking, the other offered freely, without promise or ownership. Harry did not understand either. Across the room, Ginny watched him. She followed his gaze to the floor. "You can hear it," she said. The Weasleys fell silent. Harry slowly shook his head. "Not here." "What then?" Ron asked. Harry searched for the right word. There was none. "It knows I'm here." No one spoke. Far beneath Hogwarts, the basilisk moved through the dark without waiting for an heir's instruction. Beside Harry, Fawkes settled his feathers and closed his eyes, resting where he had chosen. And in the corridor outside, Albus Dumbledore stood alone. He had not gone far. His hand rested against the stone wall. For decades, people had mistaken his knowledge for certainty. Often they had been correct. He understood curses, prophecies, soul magic, the old divisions between creatures of light and creatures of darkness. He understood loyalty given by affection, loyalty enforced through fear, and loyalty purchased by power. But what had formed beneath the castle fit none of those patterns. A basilisk had disobeyed an heir. A phoenix had divided its attention without diminishing its old loyalty. And Harry, who had commanded neither, had somehow become the point around which both choices turned. Dumbledore looked through the hospital wing door's narrow glass panel. Fawkes remained on Harry's bed. The headmaster's expression revealed nothing. But for the first time in many years, Albus Dumbledore could not see even the rough shape of what came next. That was not yet fear. It was something quieter and perhaps more dangerous. Uncertainty. Chapter 3, A Grammar of Scales. Harry waited 3 days before returning to the chamber. He told himself the delay was sensible. Madame Pomfrey had not discharged him from the hospital wing until late Monday morning. Professor McGonagall had escorted him directly to Gryffindor Tower, as if expecting the floor to open beneath him. Mrs. Weasley had hugged him so tightly that his ribs started aching again, then made him promise not to go anywhere dangerous. Harry had promised. He had meant it when he said it. The trouble was that everyone seemed to have a different definition of dangerous. To Mrs. Weasley, dangerous meant basilisks, enchanted diaries, and almost anything involving Harry. To Ron, dangerous meant basilisks specifically. To Hermione, once the Mandrake Restorative had finally brought her out of petrification, dangerous meant undocumented magic with no established rules, no recognized countermeasures, and no surviving scholarly record. To Harry, dangerous meant leaving a creature beneath the school without knowing what it wanted. So he waited 3 days. 3 days of pretending not to feel the slow movement under the castle. 3 days of Fawkes appearing outside classrooms for no obvious reason, perching in rafters or on window ledges and leaving whenever anyone tried to approach him. 3 days of Dumbledore watching Harry more carefully than before. By Thursday evening, Harry had had enough. The common room had finally quieted after midnight. Ron slept with his curtains partly open, one arm hanging over the edge of his bed. Neville snored softly. Dean and Seamus were both still. Harry dressed without lighting his wand. He had already placed his shoes beside the door and tied his glasses to his head with a thin cord. He had no wish to lose them while crawling through pipes again. He took the invisibility cloak from his trunk and folded it over one arm. Then he reached beneath his pillow. The sorting hat was not there, of course. Neither was Gryffindor's sword. Dumbledore had taken both after the chamber. Harry had only his wand and a small wrapped parcel in his pocket. He crossed the dormitory and stopped beside Ron's bed. For one moment he considered waking him. Ron would come. He would complain, turn pale, demand to know whether Harry had gone completely mental and then follow him anyway. That was the problem. Harry could not ask Ron to stand near the basilisk again, not yet. Harry pulled on the cloak and slipped down the stairs. The castle at night had its own language. Floorboards complained beneath careless steps. Portraits muttered in their sleep. Suits of armor shifted when they thought no one was looking. Wind pressed against the high windows with long, soft sighs. Harry moved through it quietly. He had spent enough nights breaking school rules to know the safer routes. He avoided the third-floor corridor where the Bloody Baron often drifted after midnight and took a narrow staircase hidden behind a tapestry of trolls learning ballet. Fawkes was waiting at the bottom. Harry nearly walked into him. The phoenix stood in the middle of the corridor, bright even in the darkness. Harry stopped. Fawkes tilted his head. "No," the phoenix chirped. "You can't come." Fawkes chirped again. Harry glanced around. "You'll give me away." Fawkes opened his wings. A soft, golden light spread across the walls. Harry pulled off the cloak. "That's exactly what I mean." The phoenix looked toward the corridor leading to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Harry stared at him. "You know where I'm going?" Fawkes stepped forward. Warmth stirred beneath Harry's ribs. It was not a command. That was what made refusing more difficult. Harry sighed. Fine, but quietly. Fawkes gave a pleased trill. Together they continued. Moaning Myrtle was floating above a toilet when Harry entered the bathroom. Her translucent legs passed through the cistern. She spotted him at once. "Back to visit me?" "Quiet." Myrtle's face brightened. "Are you hiding from teachers?" "No." "Breaking rules?" "No." "Visiting the enormous murderous snake under the school?" Harry stopped. Myrtle smiled. "You do know this bathroom echoes, don't you?" Harry looked at Fawkes. The phoenix looked entirely innocent. "Myrtle," Harry said, "you can't tell anyone." She folded her arms. "People only talk to me when they want something. I'm talking to you now. Because you want something." Harry could not argue with that. Myrtle drifted lower. "Why are you going back?" "I need to speak to it. It killed me." The lightness left her voice. Harry looked at the sink. "I know. You let it live." "Yes." Myrtle's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because Tom Riddle controlled it." "He controlled me too, in a way," Myrtle said bitterly. "He frightened me so badly I hid in that stall. Then I died." Harry swallowed. "I'm sorry." "Everyone says that." She moved closer. Her face was pale even for a ghost. "If it comes up here, will you stop it?" "Yes." "How?" Harry did not answer. Myrtle stared at him. "You don't know." "No." "That is not comforting." "I know." She sank toward the floor for a moment. Harry thought she might scream for a teacher. Instead, she pointed toward the marked tap. "Don't make me regret it." Harry faced the carved snake. "Open!" The sink shifted. Stone folded away, revealing the dark pipe. Harry looked at Fawkes. "You can fly." The phoenix stepped to the edge. Harry lowered himself into the tunnel. "Show off." He slid. The journey felt longer alone. Fawkes flew above him, keeping pace through the curving pipe. His glow painted the stone gold and red. Harry landed among the bones. Fawkes settled beside him. The tunnel wall where Lockhart's spell had caused the collapse was open now. Someone, Ron, perhaps with help from the professors, had cleared a passage wide enough to crawl through. Harry moved ahead. The closer he came to the chamber, the stronger the presence became. The basilisk was awake. Harry felt it before he reached the circular door. A vast attention turned toward him, not sight, not sound, recognition. Harry placed one hand against the carved snakes. "I came back." The door opened. The chamber was darker than he remembered. The green flames had gone out. Only Fawkes's glow reached between the pillars. The statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed at the far end. The broken diary was gone. So were Gryffindor's sword and the detached fang. Dark stains remained on the floor where ink and blood had fallen. Harry stepped inside. Fawkes stayed close to his shoulder. Something moved beyond the pillars. A long body scraped against stone. Harry's wand was already in his hand. He forced himself not to raise it. The basilisk emerged slowly. Its ruined eyes were closed beneath torn, scarred flesh. Dark scabs crossed the wounds Fawkes had made. It moved with more caution than before, its head swaying slightly as it tasted the air. Fawkes's feathers flared. The basilisk stopped. The firebird returns. He chose to come. The basilisk's tongue flicked toward Fawkes. "It destroyed my sight." Fawkes gave a sharp cry. Harry felt a flash of heat beneath his ribs. "He was protecting me. I was obeying. That didn't make you less dangerous." The basilisk lowered its head. Fawkes folded his wings, though his claws remained tense. Harry stepped between them. It was a ridiculous gesture. If either creature attacked, Harry would not stop them, but both became still. The realization unsettled him. He reached into his pocket and removed the wrapped parcel. The basilisk's tongue tasted the air, blood, not human. Harry unwrapped several pieces of raw beef he had taken from the kitchens. He placed them on the floor. The basilisk remained motionless. "You do eat, don't you?" "I wake to hunger." "How often?" "When cold." Harry looked at the enormous body. "How did you survive down here?" "There are tunnels." "Leading where?" "Under the stone, under the forest." "Beneath water." Harry stared. The chamber was not a prison with one exit. It was a den connected to a hidden underground world. The basilisk moved toward the meat. It lowered its head and swallowed the pieces without chewing. Harry looked at the empty cloth. That was less impressive than I expected. The basilisk's head turned toward him, small flesh. It was all I could carry. "The speaker is small." Harry frowned. "I'm 12. The basilisk did not react. Harry suspected age meant very little to a creature that had lived for centuries. He sat on the lowest step beneath the statue. Fawkes landed beside him. The basilisk remained several yards away. "What should I call you?" The creature's tongue stopped moving. "Call a name? Monster?" Harry felt his stomach tighten. "That's what people call you. Serpent. That's what you are. Weapon. That's what the heirs called you." The basilisk lowered its head until its chin touched the floor. "Basilisk. That's a species." The creature said nothing. Harry waited. The chamber dripped around them. At last, the basilisk spoke. No other word. Harry looked at the scarred face. 1,000 years. No name. Salazar Slytherin had built the chamber, placed the creature inside, and left instructions for his descendants. Somewhere in all that preparation, no one had given the basilisk an identity beyond its purpose. Harry thought about names. Tom Riddle had transformed his own into Lord Voldemort. Hagrid named everything, including animals most people fled from. The Dursleys used Harry's name only when shouting. Dumbledore called Fawkes by name even though Fawkes belonged to no one. "What did the first speaker sound like?" Harry asked. The basilisk lifted its head. "Old. Salazar Slytherin, the stone founder. What did he call you?" The creature was silent for so long that Harry wondered whether it had forgotten the question. Then it answered. "Little Death." Harry stared. "That's awful. I was smaller. That doesn't help." Harry looked around the chamber, searching for anything that might suggest a name. Stone, water, scales. Darkness. Old carvings wound along the base of the pillars. Most were decorative serpents, but one symbol repeated, a narrow line curved like a river, crossed by 3 short cuts. "What does that mean?" The basilisk tasted the air in the direction Harry pointed. "Cannot see." Harry described it. The creature shifted. "Old mark. For what?" "Buried path. Water beneath stone." Harry traced the shape with one finger. "Is there a word for it?" The basilisk made a low, hissing sound. It was not Parseltongue as Harry had heard it from ordinary snakes. The word seemed layered, too old for a human mouth. "Saru." Harry tried to repeat it. "Saro." The basilisk's head moved closer, poorly spoken. "I'm doing my best." "Saru, Saro." The sound was still wrong, but closer. Harry nodded. "All right." "Saro." The basilisk became completely still. Fawkes watched. Harry felt something change in the distant pressure of the bond, not strength, shape. Until now, the presence beneath the castle had been enormous and undefined. A creature. A danger. A second awareness. Now Harry could attach a word to it. "Saro." "You don't have to keep it." Harry said. "It can just be something I call you until you choose another." "Choose." "Yes." The basilisk repeated the word as though testing it. "Choose." Harry leaned back against the stone. "Do you remember every heir?" "Some." "Tom Riddle." The basilisk's body tightened. "The last shadow?" "He opened the chamber 50 years ago." The heir called. "I woke. I obeyed." "Did you know he was using Ginny?" The girl carried his scent. "Did you know she didn't want to open the chamber?" Want was not asked. Harry looked down. Of course it was not. "What did he order you to do?" "Travel the pipes." "Hunt those named." "Leave the dead gaze where the heir desired." "Dead gaze." The basilisk's tongue flicked. "My eyes." Harry looked at the ruined wounds. The basilisk's direct gaze killed. A reflection petrified. Hermione had discovered that much. "What does it feel like?" Saro raised its head. "To look, to kill that way." The basilisk did not answer immediately. "Nothing." Harry frowned. "Nothing." The small live stop. "Doesn't that bother you?" "Should it?" Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. Saro was not pretending indifference. It truly did not understand. A basilisk was not human. Harry could not expect it to feel exactly as he did, but that did not make the deaths less real. "Myrtle died because she saw you." The crying ghost. "You know her?" "She speaks through the pipes." Harry nearly laughed despite himself. That explained how Myrtle had known so much. "She's afraid of you?" "Many are." "Does that matter to you?" The basilisk considered. "Fear clears the path." "That isn't always good." For whom Harry rubbed his forehead, this was going to be more difficult than teaching a snake not to bite. People aren't prey. Some are hunters, still not prey. "The shadow hunted you?" "Yes." "You destroyed it." "I destroyed the diary." "You killed the shadow." Harry looked toward the place where Tom had vanished. He had never thought of it that way. Riddle had not been fully alive, but he had spoken, planned, and feared destruction. Harry pushed the thought aside. He was killing Ginny, so you hunted him. I stopped him. Different words. Yes, Harry said. They matter. SAYO lowered its head closer. You said this before. Harry remembered speaking to Riddle. Words matter. Tom had agreed in his own way. Harry stood. I need to know what happened to me. The basilisk's tongue moved toward his arm. Venom remains. Harry's hand closed around the marks. Madame Pomfrey said I'm not poisoned, not poison. Then what? SAYO's head tilted. Self, Harry frowned. Your venom is part of you. Yes, and the tears healed me. Firewater fought the venom. Then both disappeared. No, the answer came with absolute certainty. Harry looked at Fawkes. The phoenix's black eyes reflected the chamber's darkness. What stayed? SAYO moved closer. Harry forced himself not to step back. Its enormous snout stopped inches from his chest. Your magic seized both. Harry felt the warmth beneath his ribs respond. How do you know? I feel the bite. Harry went cold. What does that mean? When you wake, I know. Can you hear my thoughts? No. Can you feel what I feel? Sometimes. Harry's pulse quickened. What things? Fear. He looked toward Fawkes. Can you? The phoenix chirped. Harry had no idea whether that meant yes. SAYO continued. Pain, nearness, call when your magic reaches. I don't know how to do that. You did below the fang. Harry remembered the surge, the water leaping from the channels. That had not been deliberate. Can you call me? Perhaps. Harry disliked that answer. What else can the bond do? SAYO shifted its coils. Bond. That's what I'm calling it. There was no bond before. No, then there is no grammar. Harry blinked. No grammar, no rules spoken. Magic has rules. Stone has paths. Water follows. That sounds like rules. Water also breaks stone. Harry looked at the creature. For something that had spent 1,000 years in darkness, SAYO could be annoyingly vague. Harry took out his wand. Fawkes lifted his head. SAYO's muscles tightened. I'm not attacking. Wands gave commands. My wand doesn't. All tools command something. Harry considered that. Spells commanded objects to move, doors to open, light to appear. Perhaps SAYO was not entirely wrong. I want to test something. The basilisk did not move. Harry pointed his wand at a loose stone. Wingardium Leviosa. The stone rose. SAYO's tongue followed it. Harry moved the stone from side to side. Nothing unusual happened. He lowered it. Again. He cast a simple lighting charm, then extinguished it. Nothing. Harry tried focusing on SAYO's presence. The pressure sharpened. His vision changed. Only slightly. The chamber's darkness lightened around the edges. He could distinguish the shapes of pillars beyond Fawkes's glow. Harry lowered his wand. Did you do that? Do what? I can see better. You borrow. Borrow what? Scale sight. You're blind. Now. Harry looked at SAYO's ruined eyes. The bond appeared to remember what the basilisk had once possessed. That was more alarming than comforting. Harry turned toward the polished section of stone beneath the statue. His reflection appeared faintly. Messy hair, round glasses, pale face. Ordinary green eyes. He focused harder. The presence inside him moved, his pupils narrowed. Harry froze. 2 black slits cut through his irises. The green around them had brightened into a sharp, unnatural shade. Fawkes shrieked. Harry spun. The phoenix launched himself from the step. A red-gold wing struck Harry across the face, not hard enough to injure him, hard enough to break his concentration. His vision returned to normal. What was that for? Fawkes hovered between Harry and the chamber entrance. SAYO recoiled. Firebird fears the gaze. Harry's stomach dropped. What gaze? The basilisk's head lowered. Mine. Harry looked at the stone reflection. No. Weak echo. No, your eyes changed. That doesn't mean. Fawkes screamed again. Harry felt his warning through the warmth in his chest. Danger. Immediate. Harry backed away from the reflective stone. What would have happened? SAYO's tongue flicked. I do not know. You said it was your gaze. An echo. Would it kill? Too small. Petrify, perhaps. Harry's mouth went dry. Someone spoke from the chamber entrance. Harry, Hermione. Harry's entire body locked. She stood just inside the open circular door. Ron was beside her, holding his wand with both hands. His face was white. Hermione's gaze moved from Harry to SAYO. The basilisk turned toward her voice. Harry felt the bond react. A cold pressure gathered behind his eyes, not a command, an instinct. Look, identify, hold. Hermione stepped closer. Harry, what are you doing? The pressure intensified, his vision sharpened. Hermione's face became unnaturally clear, every detail, every movement. Harry felt something trying to narrow his pupils. Don't look at me! Hermione stopped. What? Close your eyes. She obeyed immediately. Ron did not. He stared at Harry in confusion. Harry turned his face away. Ron, close them! Ron squeezed his eyes shut. Fawkes flew in front of Harry. The phoenix's wings filled his vision with flame-colored feathers. Harry fell to his knees. He pressed both hands over his eyes. The pressure hurt. It felt as though something cold was trying to push outward through his skull. Harry, Hermione said, stay there. What's happening? I don't know. SAYO's body moved. Ron heard the scrape. Don't come any closer. The basilisk stopped. Harry concentrated on ordinary things, the floor beneath his knees, the cord around his glasses, the sound of dripping water, Hermione's breathing, Ron muttering something that sounded like a prayer. Slowly, the pressure receded. The warmth of Fawkes's presence moved through him, not healing. Steadying, Harry kept his eyes covered. Hermione? Yes. Do you have your mirror? A pause, then Harry heard fabric rustling. I have a small one. Look at me through it. Harry, please. More movement. Hermione opened one eye while angling the mirror. Harry lowered his hands but kept his face turned away. What do you see? Hermione was silent. Hermione, your eyes are normal. Harry breathed out. Ron opened one eye. Can I look? Yes. Both of them approached carefully. SAYO remained near the statue. Ron looked at the basilisk's head and immediately moved behind Hermione. You came back alone. Fawkes was here. That's not the same as bringing someone who can talk. Harry stood. Hermione studied him. You almost used the basilisk's gaze. I didn't mean to. You didn't know you could. No. That makes it worse. Ron looked offended on Harry's behalf. How does not knowing make it worse? Because he cannot control something he cannot predict. Harry looked at SAYO. The basilisk had lowered its head to the floor. Would they have been hurt? Harry asked. Perhaps. That isn't enough. There is no grammar. Then we make one. SAYO raised its head. Harry's fear hardened into anger, not at the creature, at himself, at the bond, at the ease with which curiosity had nearly become violence. He had only wanted to test his sight. 1 moment later, Hermione and Ron had walked into the chamber, and something inside Harry had reached for them. Not because he hated them, not because he wanted power, because the bond had reacted to attention as danger. Harry had been accused of attacking students all year. For one terrible second, he could have made the accusation true. He faced SAYO without looking toward the creature's ruined eyes. Listen to me. The basilisk became still. I will not use that. The gaze is defense. I don't care. Enemies will come. I still won't. Then they will strike. I will find another way. SAYO's tongue flicked. The speaker rejects the fang yet carries it. Harry touched the marks on his arm. I didn't choose what happened. You choose now. Yes. The word filled the chamber. Harry looked at Hermione and Ron. If my eyes change again, don't look directly at me. Ron swallowed. Right. Use a mirror. A reflection should only petrify if it works like SAYO's real gaze. Ron stared. Only petrify. You know what I mean. Hermione's expression remained serious. What triggers it? I don't know. Fear? Maybe. Threat? I wasn't afraid of you. You were surprised. Harry nodded. Hermione looked at Fawkes. He stopped you. I think so. The phoenix landed on Harry's shoulder. His claws pricked through the robes. Ron gestured toward SAYO. Are we going to talk about the giant snake? Yes. You named it. Harry frowned. How did you know? You said SAYO. The basilisk lifted its head. Ron took one step backward. Does it know we're here? It's blind, Ron, not deaf. Brilliant. Hermione looked toward SAYO. May I speak to it? Harry hesitated. The bond inside him tightened protectively. He noticed. That frightened him almost as much as the gaze. You can speak, he said. I'll translate. Hermione stepped forward. Ron caught her sleeve. Have you learned nothing from being petrified? I learned to use a mirror. That is not the lesson I meant. Hermione ignored him. She faced SAYO. My name is Hermione Granger. Harry translated. The basilisk tasted the air, muggle blood. Ron's face tightened when Harry repeated it. Hermione did not flinch. Yes, the shadow marked such blood for hunting. I know. SAYO lowered its head. I remember your scent. Hermione's composure cracked, only slightly. You were there, in the pipes, you saw me. In water. Harry realized what SAYO meant. Hermione had used a mirror. SAYO had seen her reflection. Hermione swallowed. You tried to kill me. The air commanded. Hermione looked at Harry. There was pain in her face, not only fear, understanding. Ginny had been commanded, SAYO had been commanded. Neither fact erased the damage. I don't forgive you, Hermione said. Harry translated. SAYO remained still. Hermione continued. But I understand that Tom Riddle used you. The basilisk's tongue flicked toward her, different words. Harry remembered SAYO saying the same thing to him. Hermione looked at Harry. What did it say? That stopping and killing can look similar depending on who survives. Hermione frowned. That isn't what you translated. It said different words. Ron muttered. That thing's cheerful. SAYO turned toward his voice. Ron stopped speaking. Hermione looked back at Harry. We need rules. I know. No testing alone. Harry sighed. No testing alone. No direct eye contact when you feel the bond reacting. Yes. No trying to summon the gaze. I wasn't. You were experimenting with your vision. Harry looked away. Fine. No bringing SAYO out of the chamber. The basilisk's head rose. Harry felt displeasure through the bond, not anger. Pressure, confinement. He can't stay imprisoned forever. Ron made a choking noise. He absolutely can. Harry looked at SAYO. The name had changed the shape of the creature in his mind, but not its size, not its danger. If SAYO traveled through the pipes, one wrong turn could kill someone. For now, Harry said, the pressure eased slightly. Hermione noticed. You felt that? Yes. What? He didn't like it. Ron stared at Harry. You said it's not telepathy? It isn't. Then how do you know? The same way you know when someone's glaring at you. Ron looked at SAYO's ruined eyes. Bad example. Harry almost smiled. Hermione took a notebook from inside her robes. Ron looked offended. You brought notes. I suspected Harry would do something reckless. You could have told me to bring parchment. You would have brought food. I did bring food. Ron removed 2 meat pies from his pocket. SAYO's tongue flicked. Ron went pale. No, Harry laughed. The sound surprised all of them. It echoed between the pillars, too ordinary for the chamber. For a moment, even SAYO seemed uncertain what to make of it. Hermione opened the notebook. Start from the beginning. Harry sat on the step. Ron reluctantly joined him, keeping Harry between himself and the basilisk. Fawkes settled nearby. Harry told them everything, the name, the hidden tunnels, the venom that had become part of the bond without remaining poison, the borrowed night sight. The uncertain connection to Fawkes. Hermione wrote rapidly. Whenever Harry used a vague word like sense, presence, or warmth, she forced him to explain exactly what he meant. Most of the time, he could not. That's the problem, Hermione said. There's no established language. SAYO said there's no grammar. Hermione's quill stopped. That's surprisingly precise. Harry translated the compliment. SAYO replied, small scholar speaks as if words can cage water. Hermione narrowed her eyes. What did it say? It thinks rules might not be enough. They're still better than nothing. Harry agreed. Together they wrote the first rules. No deliberate use of the gaze. No tests without at least one observer and a mirror. No bringing SAYO into inhabited sections of the castle. No commands. At that, Ron frowned. What happens if there's an emergency? I ask, Harry said. And if it says no? Then it says no. Ron looked at the basilisk. That could be inconvenient. That's the point. Harry translated the rule. SAYO's head lifted. The speaker will not command, no, even in hunger, no, even in threat. I'll ask for help. The basilisk considered. Then I may choose. Yes. Something shifted through the bond, not submission, not gratitude, a loosening. The invisible chain that had pulled SAYO toward every heir's voice had not vanished completely. Harry could feel old magic buried deep within the creature, but his own voice did not tighten it. That mattered. Hermione closed the notebook. This isn't enough. No, Harry said, but it's a beginning. They left before dawn. At the circular door, Harry turned back. SAYO waited beneath the statue. Its scarred head rested against the stone. "Good night, SAYO." The basilisk's tongue moved. "Return, speaker. My name is Harry." A pause. "Return, Harry." The words followed him into the tunnel. Later that morning, Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's arm during breakfast. She had appeared beside him in the great hall with the silent menace of someone who had already discovered he had ignored medical instructions. "Your healing has accelerated," she said. Harry looked up from his porridge. "Is that good?" "It is irregular." She pressed her silver instrument against the fading puncture marks. The instrument glowed green, then gold, then blue. It did not break this time. Madame Pomfrey frowned. "You had bruising across your ribs yesterday." "I feel better." "You should not." Ron stopped eating. Hermione listened closely. Madame Pomfrey lifted Harry's sleeve further. The bruises had faded to pale yellow. "That rate of recovery is not natural." Harry lowered his voice. "Basilisks heal quickly." Madame Pomfrey's head snapped up. "How do you know that?" Harry glanced at Hermione. She stared very hard at her toast. "Books." "Which books?" "Old ones." Madame Pomfrey looked unconvinced. She released his arm. "This is not immortality, Potter." "I didn't say it was." "Good, because whatever is accelerating your recovery is using something." Harry looked at her. "What?" "I do not yet know." Another unknown. They were becoming common. Madame Pomfrey gathered her instruments. "Report any exhaustion, unusual hunger, temperature changes, dizziness, or aggression." Ron looked at Harry. "Aggression?" Madame Pomfrey gave him a pointed glance. "Especially aggression." She walked away. Ron leaned closer. "Do you feel aggressive?" Harry stole one of his sausages. Ron stared. "That proves nothing." Across the great hall, Professor Snape was watching. Harry noticed only because Snape was not looking at his face. He was looking at Harry's arm, at the place where Madame Pomfrey had tested the marks. Snape's expression gave nothing away. Then his gaze moved toward Fawkes, who sat high in the rafters above the Gryffindor table. The pheonix had appeared during breakfast without ceremony. Snape's eyes narrowed. Harry felt a cold unease that had nothing to do with SAYO. Most teachers saw an injured student who had survived something impossible. Snape saw details, potion reactions, magical residue, old forms of magic connected to Slytherin. Harry lowered his sleeve. Snape looked away. That afternoon, Harry passed a mirror outside the Charms classroom. For one fraction of a second, the reflection showed narrow pupils. Harry stopped. His reflection became normal. Students moved around him, laughing and talking. No one had noticed. Harry touched the glass. The boy in the mirror did the same. He looked ordinary, but beneath his ribs he felt fire. Beneath the castle, he felt scales. And behind his eyes waited a power he had already sworn never to use. The bond had begun teaching him its language. Its first lesson was simple. Understanding a weapon did not make it safe, and refusing to become one would require more than good intentions. Chapter 4, Small Mercies. Small suspicions. By the final week of term, Hogwarts had begun pretending it was normal again. The petrified students were awake. The Mandrake restorative had worked. The rumors about the chamber shifted from terrified whispers to excited retellings, each version less accurate than the last. In one story, Harry had fought the basilisk for 3 hours with Gryffindor's sword. In another, Professor Dumbledore had arrived at the final moment and turned the creature to stone. Fred claimed to have heard a first-year insist that Harry had eaten the basilisk's heart and gained its powers. George replied that this explained Harry's table manners. Harry laughed when everyone else did. Then he stopped eating. Ron noticed. "You know, they don't actually believe that. They believe something. They always believe something." Across the great hall, 3 Ravenclaws were staring at Harry. They turned away when he looked toward them. Fawkes sat on the ledge of a high stained glass window, his feathers glowing softly in the morning sunlight. His presence had become common enough that fewer students pointed now, though no one had stopped watching him. Harry had learned that the attention of a pheonix could be almost as inconvenient as the attention of a celebrity. Fawkes appeared when he pleased: breakfast, the library, the grounds outside herbology. Once, during History of Magic, he arrived in a flash of flame and perched on the back of Harry's chair. Professor Binns continued lecturing without noticing. No one else heard a word for the rest of the lesson. Dumbledore never called the pheonix away. That bothered Harry more than if he had. The headmaster had spoken to him twice since the hospital wing, but neither conversation had gone far. Dumbledore asked how Harry felt, whether he experienced pain and whether the sense of the basilisk had changed. Harry answered honestly, mostly. He did not mention returning to the chamber. He did not mention SAYO's name. He did not mention the near miss with Hermione and Ron. The omission sat heavily in his stomach whenever Dumbledore looked at him. It was not exactly a lie, but it had the shape of one. "You're doing it again," Hermione said. Harry looked at her. "Doing what?" "Looking guilty while no one is accusing you of anything." Ron tore a piece from his toast. "That just makes him look more guilty." "I don't look guilty. You look like Neville when Snape asks who melted the cauldron." "Neville usually did melt the cauldron." "Exactly." Harry glanced toward the staff table. Snape was speaking quietly to Professor McGonagall. He did not seem to be watching Harry. That meant very little. Since Madame Pomfrey's examination in the Great Hall, Harry had caught Snape observing him 6 times. During potions, Snape passed behind Harry's table twice as often as usual. In the corridor, his eyes followed Fawkes. At dinner, he watched Harry heal from a small cut caused by a broken goblet. The cut had closed before Harry reached for a cloth. No one else noticed. Snape had. Hermione lowered her voice. "You need to tell Dumbledore." Harry pushed his porridge around the bowl. "About SAYO, about the gaze." Ron's appetite disappeared. Not at breakfast. "There will never be a pleasant time to discuss Harry almost petrifying us." "I didn't almost petrify you." Hermione stared. Harry sighed. "All right, I might have." "Might. SAYO wasn't certain. That is worse, Harry. You say that about everything, because you keep finding worse things." Ron leaned closer. "What happens if Dumbledore decides the bond is too dangerous?" Hermione frowned. "What do you mean? What if he tries to remove it?" Harry had wondered the same thing. He looked down at his arm. The puncture marks were now nearly invisible. Sometimes, in cold light, the skin around them reflected faintly like pearl. Madame Pomfrey continued to examine him every day. His healing remained faster than normal, not instant, not miraculous. A bruise that should have lasted a week disappeared in 2 days. A strained muscle recovered overnight. The exhaustion afterward was less obvious but real. Harry had slept almost 12 hours after their visit to the chamber and still woken hungry enough to eat 4 breakfasts. Whatever the bond repaired, it took the strength from somewhere. "He can't remove it if he doesn't understand it," Harry said. Hermione's expression tightened. "That is not a good reason to hide it." "I'm not hiding everything. You named a basilisk and didn't tell the headmaster." Ron raised one finger, to be fair. Saying it aloud sounds much worse. Harry looked again toward Dumbledore. The headmaster was cutting a piece of toast while Professor Flitwick spoke to him. Fawkes watched from the window. Harry felt both presences at once. The pheonix nearby, SAYO far below, neither belonged to him. That distinction had become important enough that Harry repeated it silently whenever fear threatened to turn into something else. He had not tamed the basilisk. He had not taken Fawkes from Dumbledore. They had chosen things. SAYO had chosen not to complete Riddle's command. Fawkes had chosen to remain near Harry. Harry's part was not ownership. It was responsibility. Unfortunately, responsibility was proving much more difficult. A movement near the entrance caught his attention. Ginny stood beneath the archway. Most of the students had already begun leaving for their final lessons, but she remained alone, clutching a book to her chest. Her gaze moved across the Gryffindor table. She saw Harry, then stopped. Harry waited. Ginny had avoided him since leaving the hospital wing, not obviously. She still sat with her brothers. She answered when Harry spoke. She even smiled sometimes, but she never stayed alone with him. Harry understood why. He was connected to the creature that had attacked people under Riddle's orders, a creature Ginny had been forced to release. Harry looked away first. Hermione noticed. "You should speak to her." "I have. You've asked whether she's all right 3 times. That's speaking." "That's interrogation." Ron glanced toward Ginny. "Maybe leave her alone." Hermione looked at him. "She needs to know what happened." She knows enough. No, she remembers pieces. Ron's face hardened. She nearly died. I know. Then stop treating it like a research problem. Hermione's expression changed. Ron rarely spoke to her that way. He looked down at his plate. Ginny had already left the great hall. Harry stood. Where are you going? Ron asked, to speak to her. Hermione closed her mouth before she could say anything. Harry followed Ginny into the corridor. She had not gone far. She stood beside a tall window overlooking the grounds. Outside, the sky was bright and cloudless. Students crossed the grass in small groups, enjoying the last days before the summer holiday. Ginny heard Harry approach. Her shoulders tightened. Harry stopped several feet away. I can leave. She looked at him. I didn't say that. No, you just assumed. I thought you do that a lot. Harry leaned against the opposite wall. Ginny looked back outside. For a while, neither spoke. Harry resisted the urge to ask whether she was all right. She would hate that. I gave it a name, he said. Ginny turned. The basilisk. Harry nodded. What name? SAYO, she repeated it quietly. It sounded different in her voice, less like a hiss, more like an ordinary name. What does it mean? Something about water moving beneath stone. I think my pronunciation isn't very good. Ginny looked at the floor. Why did you name it? Because it didn't have one. It had to have a name. It said it didn't. Ginny hugged the book closer. What did Slytherin call it? Little Death. Her face twisted. That sounds like Tom. Yeah, Harry studied her. I went back. I know, he stared. How? Fawkes followed you. That doesn't explain. The whole castle saw him outside the bathroom before dawn. Harry closed his eyes briefly. So much for secrecy. Ginny continued. Ron's terrible at lying too. He told you. He said you were sleepwalking. That isn't even a good lie. I know. Harry looked through the window. Ginny's reflection appeared faintly in the glass. For one unsettling second, he remembered his pupils narrowing in the polished stone. He stepped away from the window. Ginny noticed. What? Nothing. That means something? Harry hesitated. Hermione was right. Secrets had already allowed Riddle to use Ginny for nearly a year. Harry had no right to ask her trust while offering her only the safest pieces. The bond changed my eyes. Ginny became still. How? I can see better in the dark if I focus. That doesn't sound terrible. There's more. Harry forced himself to continue. I almost triggered an echo of SAYO's gaze. Ginny's face emptied. On who? Ron and Hermione. Were they hurt? No, because you stopped. Fawkes helped. Ginny took one step backward. Harry felt it like a physical blow. He kept his voice steady. I'm not going to use it. You don't know how? No. Then how can you promise? Harry looked down. He had asked himself that every night since the chamber. I can't promise it will never happen by accident. Ginny's fingers whitened around the book. But I can promise I won't choose it. That isn't the same thing. No, she searched his face. Harry kept his eyes lowered, not because he felt the gaze forming, but because he could see how hard she was trying not to be afraid. You should tell Professor Dumbledore, she said. I will. When? Harry did not answer. Ginny gave a humorless laugh. You sound like me. His head lifted. What? When I had the diary. She looked toward the grounds again. I kept telling myself I would tell someone tomorrow. Ginny, every day tomorrow. Harry felt ashamed. This isn't the same. No, her voice remained calm. That's what I told myself too. The words hurt because she was right. Harry had not been possessed. He was not losing time. He had not opened the chamber under someone else's control. But he was frightened of what adults would do with the truth, so he kept delaying. That part was the same. I'll tell him, Harry said. Ginny turned back. Today, Harry swallowed. Today, she relaxed slightly, not much, enough. Harry pointed to the book she held. What is that? Ginny looked at the cover as though she had forgotten it. A diary. Harry's stomach dropped. She saw his expression. It's empty. Why do you have it? Mum bought it. Harry said nothing. She thought writing might help. Does it? I haven't opened it. The book looked ordinary, brown leather, no name on the cover, no black shine. Harry still disliked it. Ginny held it out. You can check. Harry did not take it. I trust you. That isn't what I asked. Harry accepted the diary. The moment his fingers touched the cover, the bond reacted. A cold ripple passed up his arm. Fawkes's warmth flashed in response. Deep below, SAYO stirred. Harry nearly dropped the book. Ginny stepped forward. What happened? I don't know. Is it enchanted? Harry opened the cover. The pages were blank. He touched the first one. Nothing answered. No ink appeared. No charming voice formed words across the page, only paper, yet his skin prickled. It feels wrong. Ginny's face went pale. Harry closed the diary. Not like Riddle. Then how? I think I'm reacting because it reminds me of the other one. You or the bond. Ginny took the book back carefully. Should I throw it away? Harry looked at her. She was not asking about an object. She was asking whether she would ever be allowed to write privately again without fearing that something might answer. No, Harry said. Ginny searched his face. It's yours. You decide. Her grip loosened. Harry understood something then. Small choices mattered more after someone had taken all of them away, keeping the diary, throwing it into the fire, leaving it blank forever. Those decisions belonged to Ginny, not her mother, not Dumbledore, not Harry. Ginny placed the book under her arm. I might use it. All right. I might burn it. That's all right, too. A weak smile touched her mouth. You're not very good at giving advice. I know. You mostly just agree. I can tell you to do something stupid if that helps. Her smile became real for a second, then it faded. Harry, yeah. Do you trust it, SAYO? Ginny nodded. Harry considered lying. He did not completely. Does it trust you? I don't know. That sounds dangerous. It is. Ginny looked relieved. Harry frowned. You're happy it's dangerous? I'm happy, you know. She walked away. At the end of the corridor, she stopped. Tell Dumbledore. I will. Ginny left. Harry remained by the window. A flash of red and gold crossed the sky outside. Forks flew above the grounds. Harry felt the phoenix's position without needing to watch. He turned toward the staircase leading to Dumbledore's office. Then the bell rang for potions. Harry stood still. Today he had promised he would keep it. After class, the dungeons were cool despite the summer heat. Students entered in unusually cheerful groups, carrying almost empty bags and speaking about the journey home. It was their final potions lesson of the year, and even Snape would struggle to ruin the approaching holiday. He appeared to take that as a challenge. Silence. The room obeyed. Snape stood at the front with his hands folded into his sleeves. Your final potion is a simple restorative draft. Several students relaxed. Snape's eyes moved across them. One frequently administered to those recovering from magical blood contamination. Harry felt Hermione look at him. Snape continued. Though judging from your expressions, some of you believe the word simple means impossible to fail. Neville looked worried. You will work individually. That was unusual. Most potions were brewed in pairs. Harry took his place beside Ron, though a gap separated their cauldrons. Hermione sat across the aisle. Ingredients waited on every table. Powdered moonstone, dittany, silver leaf. A small bottle of clear liquid labeled purified salamander saliva. Harry opened his textbook. Snape began moving through the classroom. The potion required careful timing, but was not difficult. Harry crushed the moonstone, heated the base, and added 3 drops of saliva. The liquid turned pale blue, exactly as the instructions described. Then Harry sliced the silver leaf. The knife slipped. A shallow cut opened across his thumb. 1 drop of blood fell into the cauldron. The potion hissed. Harry jerked back. Its color changed from blue to deep green. Hermione inhaled sharply. Ron whispered, "That's probably not good." Snape was beside them immediately. "What did you add?" "Nothing." Snape's eyes flicked toward Harry's thumb. The cut was already closing. His expression became very still. Everyone step away from Potter's cauldron. Chairs scraped against stone. Harry looked at the potion. Green light moved beneath its surface in slow spirals. Then a thread of gold appeared. Snape leaned closer without touching it. "Professor?" Hermione said. Silence. The gold thread divided. Green and gold wound around each other, never mixing. Harry felt Fawkes somewhere above the castle. SAYO moved below. The potion responded. A tiny wave crossed the surface. Snape looked directly at Harry. "What contaminated your blood?" The class became silent. Harry's mouth went dry. "I'm not contaminated. The potion disagrees." It was basilisk venom. Whispers erupted. Snape turned. "Silence!" The word cracked through the dungeon. Everyone obeyed. Snape looked back at Harry. "Basilisk venom does not produce this reaction. Phoenix tears healed it." That should have removed the venom. That's what Madame Pomfrey said. Snape's eyes narrowed. You have discussed this with her? Yes. And the headmaster? Yes. That was not entirely true. Dumbledore knew the broad facts. He did not know what the bond could now do. Snape studied Harry's face. Did both substances remain active within your body simultaneously? Harry remembered Madame Pomfrey asking the same question. Yes. For the first time, Snape looked genuinely alarmed. He concealed it quickly. How long? I don't know. Maybe a minute. Hermione raised her hand. Snape ignored her. What occurred during that minute? Harry glanced at the other students. Snape followed his gaze. Everyone except Potter, Granger, and Weasley will leave. Draco Malfoy stood. My father will hear about 5 points from Slytherin. Draco stared. Snape's voice became softer. Would you care to make it 10? Draco left. The others followed, whispering as soon as they reached the corridor. Neville was the last out. He gave Harry a worried look before closing the door. Snape waved his wand. The room sealed. Hermione lowered her hand. Snape looked at Harry. Answer. Harry described the surge in the chamber, the heat vision, the sense of the basilisk. He did not mention the gaze. He felt Hermione's disapproval from across the room. Snape listened without interruption. When Harry finished, Snape looked into the cauldron. A sympathetic magical lattice. Hermione leaned forward. What kind? I did not invite speculation. You said it aloud. Snape gave her a withering look. She remained quiet. He took a glass rod from the supply table and dipped it into Harry's potion. The green and gold strands curled around the rod. Snape lifted it. The liquid clung unnaturally, resisting gravity. Basilisk venom destroys magical structures, he said. Phoenix tears restore living patterns. Your magic appears to have preserved aspects of both responses. Ron frowned, so he can poison and heal. No, Snape's answer was immediate. Harry felt relieved. Then Snape continued. Not in any simple sense. The relief vanished. What does it mean? Harry asked. It means there are forms of Slytherin magic older than the school's current curriculum. Snape placed the rod on a metal tray. Wizards have attempted bonds with serpents before. Hermione's eyes widened. Through Parseltongue? Among other methods, did they work? Rarely. What happened? Snape's gaze remained on Harry. The serpent generally became more obedient. Harry disliked the word. And the wizard? He asked. Less human. Ron shifted. In appearance, in judgment. The dungeon seemed colder. Snape continued. Serpents do not understand human morality. They understand threat, territory, hunger, and dominance. Wizards who forced such bonds often began interpreting the world in the same terms. Harry thought of SAYO asking whether people were hunters or prey. Mine wasn't forced. Snape's eyes sharpened. You are bonded. Harry said nothing. Snape stepped closer, not merely altered by venom, bonded. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. Ron muttered, Brilliant. How did you know? Harry asked. Snape pointed toward the potion. Your blood reacted to distance. Harry stared. The green strand strengthens when the basilisk moves. The gold strengthens when the pheonix approaches. Snape watched Harry absorb that. Where is the basilisk? Harry's hand tightened around the edge of the table, in the chamber. Alive? Yes. Snape went completely still. The silence lasted long enough that Harry could hear the potion bubbling. You left a living basilisk beneath a school. It was already beneath the school. Do not be deliberately stupid. I'm not. You are connected to a creature whose gaze kills. I know. Does Dumbledore? Harry hesitated. Snape saw the answer. His expression darkened. What else have you concealed? Hermione spoke. There was an incident. Harry turned toward her. Hermione? No, Ginny was right. Snape's head moved slightly. What incident? Harry felt cornered. SAYO's presence sharpened far below. The green strand in the cauldron brightened. Snape noticed. Calm yourself. I am calm. The potion indicates otherwise. Harry breathed slowly. The bond affected my eyes. Snape's face lost what little color it had. Describe it. My pupils changed. Only their shape. I could see better. Anything else? Harry looked away. Snape's voice became dangerously quiet. Potter. SAYO thinks it might carry an echo of the gaze. Snape stared. Who is SAYO? The basilisk. Ron put his head in his hands. Snape looked as though he had forgotten how to speak. You named it. Yes. Have you lost what little sense you possess? It didn't have a name. That was not an invitation. It matters. To the creature. To me. Snape's lip curled. That may be the problem. Harry's fear became anger. It isn't a weapon. It is a basilisk. It was commanded. So were the curses that killed people. Their obedience does not make them safe. I know that. Do you? Snape stepped around the table. You have hidden a lethal creature beneath Hogwarts, named it, formed an undocumented bond with it, and concealed an expression of its killing gaze. I didn't form the bond on purpose. Intent does not reduce consequence. The words struck harder than Harry expected. Snape's eyes flicked toward the closed cut on Harry's thumb. Did you expose anyone? Harry did not answer. Snape's voice dropped. Who? Us, Hermione said. Ron and me. Were you harmed? No. Why? Fawkes interrupted the reaction. Snape turned toward Harry again. The pheonix prevented it. I stopped too. After it began, Harry flinched. Snape saw. His expression did not soften. You will inform Dumbledore immediately. I was going to. When? Today. The most useful day for truth is generally before disaster. Harry thought of Ginny. Tomorrow, every day tomorrow. Snape unsealed the classroom door. Bring the cauldron. Harry blinked. What? You heard me. Snape turned to Hermione and Ron. You will accompany us. Ron stood. Where? To the headmaster. Harry lifted the cauldron carefully. The potion's green and gold strands continued turning around one another. They crossed the dungeons in silence. Students stepped aside when they saw Snape approaching. Several stared at Harry carrying a glowing cauldron behind him. Ron walked close enough to whisper. He knows a lot about serpent bonds. Hermione nodded. More than the library books. Why? Hermione glanced at Snape's back. He was in Slytherin. That doesn't mean he studied basilisk blood magic. No. Harry remembered Snape's alarm, not surprise alone, recognition. There were many kinds of dark magic, and Snape had spent years closer to them than most Hogwarts professors ever would. He had noticed because he knew exactly where to look. They reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Snape stopped. Cockroach cluster. The gargoyle moved. Harry stared. That's the password. Snape looked at him. Your capacity to focus on irrelevance remains impressive. They climbed the spiral staircase. At the top, Snape knocked once and entered without waiting. Dumbledore stood beside his desk. Professor McGonagall was with him. Fawkes sat on his golden perch. The pheonix looked toward Harry as soon as he entered. The gold strand in the potion flared. Dumbledore's eyes dropped to the cauldron, then to Snape. What has happened? Snape closed the door. Potter has neglected to mention several consequences of his encounter. Dumbledore looked at Harry. The disappointment in his face was gentle. That made it worse. Place the cauldron on the table, Harry. Harry obeyed. Fawkes left his perch and flew to the table. The gold strand rose toward him like smoke. The pheonix did not touch it. Dumbledore stepped closer. What potion is this? A restorative draught, Snape said. Contaminated by one drop of Potter's blood. Professor McGonagall stared into it. That is not a normal reaction. No, Snape said. It is not. Dumbledore looked at Harry. What have you discovered? Harry told him. Everything this time? He described returning to the chamber, naming SAYO, the borrowed sight, and the moment his eyes changed. He described Hermione and Ron entering. He admitted he had not been certain he could stop the gaze. Dumbledore listened. He did not interrupt. When Harry finished, the headmaster stood with both hands resting on the edge of the table. I asked you not to return alone. Fawkes was there. Fawkes is not responsible for your decisions. Harry glanced at the pheonix. No. Why did you not tell me? Harry could have offered many answers. Because Dumbledore might seal the chamber. Because he might try to break the bond. Because adults had spent the entire year assuming Harry was dangerous. Because Dumbledore's uncertainty frightened him. Instead, Harry gave the truest one. I thought you would decide what should happen before asking what I wanted. Dumbledore became very still. Professor McGonagall drew a breath. Snape's face revealed nothing. Harry continued. That's what everyone did to SAYO. Slytherin, Riddle. They decided what it was for. You are not the basilisk, Dumbledore said. No, nor am I Salazar Slytherin. I know. Do you? Harry looked at him. Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but something beneath it had tightened. I would not command you. You kept things from me last year. Professor McGonagall looked between them. Dumbledore did not pretend not to understand the philosopher's stone. And Voldemort, you were 11. I'm 12 now. That is not as powerful an argument as you believe. Ron made a tiny sound that might have been a laugh and disguised it as a cough. Harry pressed on. I would have told you. After attempting to understand it yourself. Yes. And after placing your friends in danger. Harry's anger vanished. He looked at Hermione and Ron. Neither looked away. Dumbledore's expression softened. Trust requires more than the belief that one's intentions are good. Harry thought of SAYO, of commands, of choices. I'm sorry. Dumbledore nodded once. It was not forgiveness. It was acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall moved closer to the cauldron. What is to be done? Snape answered before Dumbledore. The gaze must be suppressed. Harry looked at him. How? There are potions that reduce predatory magical responses. No, Snape's eyes narrowed. You have not heard the cost. I'm not drinking something that changes how I think. Then perhaps restraints. No, occlusion lenses, Hermione said. Everyone looked at her. She straightened. Glasses enchanted to block or diffuse direct magical projection, Snape considered. They would need to be made from reflective crystal. And tested without exposing anyone. On an animal, McGonagall asked. Harry immediately shook his head. No, Snape looked irritated. It would not require harm. No living targets. Dumbledore watched Harry. A reasonable boundary. Snape folded his arms. Stone constructs, then. We can test it on statues, Hermione said. Ron looked toward the headmaster's shelves. Preferably ones no one likes. Professor McGonagall gave him a severe look. Dumbledore almost smiled. Then Fawkes chirped. The gold strand in the potion rose higher. At the same moment the green strand tightened. Harry felt SAYO moving through the chamber. Dumbledore watched the potion. Can you summon the basilisk? No. Are you certain? I haven't tried. Do not. Harry nodded. Snape looked into the cauldron. The bond strengthens through attention. Hermione moved closer. What do you mean? When Potter focuses on either creature, the corresponding magical signature intensifies. So using an ability reinforces the bond, possibly. Harry disliked that. What happens if it gets stronger? Snape's gaze moved to him. That depends on which part of you changes first. Professor McGonagall's face hardened. Sever it. The room fell silent. Harry felt SAYO stop moving. Fawkes's feathers lifted. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall. We do not know whether that is possible. Then we find out. It might kill the basilisk, Harry said. McGonagall stared at him. It might also protect you. I'm not killing SAYO because I made a mistake. The creature has killed before, under orders, and now part of its lethal magic resides in you. Harry had no answer. McGonagall's voice softened. Potter, this is not punishment. It would be to SAYO. Fawkes stepped closer to Harry. The warmth under his ribs brightened. Dumbledore watched. Once again, that tiny uncertainty appeared in his expression. The pheonix was not obeying Harry. He was not defying Dumbledore. He was choosing where to stand. Dumbledore looked at the green and gold potion. We will not attempt to sever anything until we understand what severing would mean. McGonagall turned. Albus, nor will we leave the situation unattended. He faced Harry. You will not visit the chamber without an adult present. Harry opened his mouth. Dumbledore raised one hand. This is not a command issued to a creature beneath my authority. It is a condition of your continued attendance at this school. Harry closed his mouth. That distinction mattered. He did not like it, but it mattered. Fine. You will work with Professor Snape to determine the bond's physical effects. Harry and Snape both looked displeased. Dumbledore continued as if he had expected that. Professor McGonagall and Miss Granger may assist in developing safeguards for the gaze. Hermione brightened. McGonagall looked less enthusiastic. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said. Ron straightened. Yes, sir. You will remind Harry when caution begins to sound too much like cowardice in his own mind. Ron frowned. How do I know the difference? I suspect you already do. Ron glanced at Harry. Probably. Dumbledore turned toward Fawkes, and Fawkes will do whatever Fawkes chooses to do. The phoenix gave a satisfied trill. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Snape pointed at the cauldron. "This must be destroyed." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because it contains your blood and two highly unstable magical signatures." Ron nodded. "That sounds fair." Snape levitated the cauldron. As he did, the potion shifted. The green strand moved toward Harry, the gold strand moved toward Fawkes. Then both stopped. They did not merge. They formed a narrow circle around one another, balanced but separate. Dumbledore stared at the pattern. "What?" Harry asked. The headmaster did not answer immediately. "At first," he said slowly, "I believed the tears had altered the venom." Snape's gaze remained on the potion. "They did." "Not only that," Dumbledore looked at Harry, "your magic did not blend them into a single substance. It preserved the distinction." Hermione frowned. "Why?" "Perhaps because the relationships themselves are different." Harry looked at the circling strands. One bond had formed through a command breaking, the other through a choice freely made. Neither consumed the other. "What does that mean?" Ron asked. Dumbledore's eyes remained on Harry. "It means we should be careful not to mistake connection for ownership." Harry felt Fawkes beside him, SAYO beneath him. For the first time since entering the office, the pressure in his chest eased. Snape carried the cauldron toward the fireplace. Before he destroyed it, he paused. His gaze moved to Harry's nearly healed thumb. "The dark arts do not always announce themselves by causing pain." Harry stiffened. Snape's voice remained cool. "Sometimes they make the user feel protected, understood, stronger. That does not make the protection false." He looked toward the green strand. "It makes the price easier to ignore." The cauldron tipped. Potion poured into the flames. Green and gold fire erupted up the chimney. Fawkes spread his wings. Far beneath Hogwarts, SAYO lifted its head. Harry felt both responses at once. He also felt his own exhaustion. His knees weakened. Hermione caught his arm. Madame Pomfrey had warned him. Healing and heightened senses used something. Now Harry understood that merely strengthening the bond carried a cost too. The room blurred. Dumbledore moved forward. "Sit down." Harry lowered himself into a chair. Snape watched him carefully, not with kindness, not quite, but no longer with simple suspicion either. He had recognized something before anyone else. A pattern from old, dangerous magic. A danger Harry did not yet know how to name. And instead of exposing Harry before the whole school or using the knowledge as a weapon, Snape had brought him directly to the one room where rules might still be built around it. It was a small mercy. Harry suspected Snape would hate anyone calling it that. By evening, the rumors had already changed. Students had seen Snape march Harry through the castle carrying a glowing cauldron. They had seen Fawkes circling Dumbledore's tower. They knew Harry had survived the chamber. The newest version claimed that Harry's blood could turn potions into gold. Ron repeated that one over dinner. Harry stared at him. "Who said that?" "A Hufflepuff. They're supposed to be sensible." "No house is sensible in groups." Hermione placed a stack of books on the table. "I've found 3 references to serpent bonds." Harry looked at the pile. "Already?" "One is mostly nonsense. One is written in medieval French. The third has 6 pages missing." Ron pointed his fork at her. "You enjoy this far too much." "I enjoy finding answers." Ginny sat opposite Harry. A new diary rested beside her plate. The brown leather cover was open. For the first time, a line of ink crossed the page. Harry could not read it from where he sat. He did not try. Ginny noticed him looking. She placed one hand over the words. Harry immediately turned away. A moment later, she removed her hand. She did not offer to show him. That was the point. Fawkes remained high above them. SAYO slept beneath the castle. Snape watched from the staff table. Harry felt all 3 forms of attention. The phoenix's was warm and freely given. The basilisk's was distant, old and uncertain. Snape's was sharp enough to cut. None of them felt safe. But for the first time, Harry began to understand that safety was not the same as trust. Safety required distance. Trust required the freedom to leave, refuse, or speak an unwelcome truth. Ginny had told him he was becoming secretive. Hermione had refused to protect him from the consequences of that secrecy. Ron had stayed, though every instinct told him to flee from the chamber. Snape had seen danger and named it without pretending the danger was the whole of Harry. Small mercies. Small suspicions. Not loyalty yet, but perhaps the beginning of something that could survive being chosen. Chapter 5. The weight of a rumor. The first owl arrived 3 days after Harry returned to Privet Drive. It came just after breakfast, struck the closed kitchen window at full speed, and slid down the glass with a muffled squeak. Uncle Vernon dropped his newspaper. Aunt Petunia screamed. Dudley abandoned his toast and ducked beneath the table. Harry stood so quickly that his chair scraped across the floor. The owl flapped frantically outside, one wing tangled around the strap of a small leather pouch. "Get rid of it," Uncle Vernon shouted. Harry opened the window. The owl tumbled inside, landed in the sink, and glared at him as though the collision had been Harry's fault. "It's only an owl." "It is not only an owl." Uncle Vernon's face had already begun turning purple. "It is one of their owls." The owl shook itself, spraying water across the counter. Aunt Petunia made a sound of disgust. Harry untied the pouch. There was no letter. Inside lay 3 small packets wrapped in brown paper, a bottle of dark green liquid, and a note written in Professor Snape's narrow handwriting. "Potter, 1 spoonful of the restorative after strenuous magical activity. No more than twice per day. The powdered mixture is to be dissolved in warm water if the puncture marks darken, if your vision alters without conscious effort, or if you experience an unexplained drop in body temperature. Do not confuse unexplained with the house is cold. Report any change by owl immediately. Do not experiment. S. Snape." Harry read the note twice. Uncle Vernon stared at the packets. "What is that?" "Medicine." "For what?" Harry hesitated. Aunt Petunia's eyes narrowed. "For whatever unnatural thing he brought back with him." Harry looked at her. She knew something had happened, not the truth, of course. The school had sent a carefully worded letter stating that Harry had been injured during an incident involving an escaped magical creature. It did not mention the chamber, the diary, or the fact that the creature in question could kill with its eyes. The Dursleys had asked no questions. They had taken one look at the fading fang marks on Harry's arm and decided silence was safer. Uncle Vernon pointed at the owl. "Out." Harry gave the bird a piece of toast. Uncle Vernon made an outraged noise. "It flew all this way. It can fly back hungry." The owl swallowed the toast whole. Harry carried it to the window. Before releasing it, he whispered, "Wait." He took a pen from the counter and wrote on the back of Snape's note, "Nothing has changed." "I am not experimenting." He stared at the second sentence, then added, "on purpose." Harry folded the message and tied it to the owl's leg. The owl pecked his finger. Harry released it. It flew away over the rooftops. Uncle Vernon slammed the window shut. "There will be no more birds." Harry returned to his chair. "I can't control the post." "You can control whether those people send it." "No, I can't." "You will write to them." "I just did." Uncle Vernon's mustache trembled. Aunt Petunia placed a hand on his arm. "Vernon." She was staring at Harry's eyes. Harry felt the cold pressure immediately. It gathered behind his pupils, faint but recognizable threat, attention, the bond reacting to fear. He lowered his gaze to the table. Aunt Petunia noticed. "What's wrong with your eyes?" "Nothing." "Look at me." Harry kept his head down. "I'm tired." "Look at me." The command in her voice made something inside Harry recoil. Sorrow stirred in the distance, not beneath Hogwarts now, much farther away. The presence was thin enough that Harry could ignore it most of the time, but never entirely absent. Miles of stone and road separated them, yet the bond stretched rather than broke. Fawkes was different. Harry felt the pheonix only occasionally during the summer, a flicker of warmth, gone before he could focus on it. Sorrow remained like a low sound too deep to hear. Aunt Petunia stepped closer. Harry pushed back from the table. "I said I'm tired." Her face changed. Fear sharpened into suspicion. Uncle Vernon stood. "You will not use any abnormality in this house." Harry looked at the floor. "I'm not." "You're doing something." "I'm trying not to." That answer silenced them. Dudley slowly emerged from beneath the table. Harry left the kitchen. He climbed the stairs, shut himself inside the smallest bedroom, and leaned against the door. The pressure behind his eyes receded. He touched his glasses. Hermione and Professor McGonagall had begun designing protective lenses before term ended, but the first version had been too heavy and distorted everything into silver shadows. The second had blocked ordinary sight as well as magical projection. The third had cracked when Harry's pupils changed. The final pair was supposed to arrive before the end of summer. Until then, his ordinary glasses were all he had. Harry crossed the room and looked into the small mirror above the desk. His reflection looked tired. Normal pupils, normal green eyes. He focused on his breathing. "Not pray," he whispered. The phrase had become part of his routine. No one was prey. No matter how frightened they were, no matter how threatening they sounded, no matter how SAYO's instincts interpreted them. Harry closed his eyes. The basilisk's presence remained distant. He could not speak across the bond, not truly. But emotions sometimes traveled through it when one of them felt something strongly. Hunger, pain, fear, confinement. Harry concentrated on calm. He did not know whether SAYO received it. A sharp tap sounded against the window. Harry spun. A second owl hovered outside. This one carried a letter. Harry opened the window. The owl landed on the desk. The envelope bore Hermione's neat handwriting. Harry tore it open. "Dear Harry, I hope you are following Professor Snape's instructions, including the final one. Professor McGonagall says the new lenses should be ready in approximately 2 weeks. They are being built from layered moon crystal and mirrored quartz. She would not explain where she obtained the quartz, but I suspect it came from a restricted collection. I have found a reference to serpent-twizzard bonds in a book called On the Voluntary Tethering of Magical Beasts. The title is misleading because almost none of the bonds described were voluntary. Most involved domination rituals. One passage may be relevant. It claims that the instincts of a bonded creature become strongest when the wizard is removed from their familiar magical environment. In your case, that could mean the bond reacts more strongly at Privet Drive because the house has no active protective magical culture around it. This does not mean there are no protections on the house. I know Professor Dumbledore said." Harry stopped reading. He looked around the small bedroom. The Dursleys' house was clean, orderly, and completely non-magical in every visible way. No moving portraits, no enchanted windows, no ghosts, no spells humming through the walls. Perhaps Hermione was right. At Hogwarts, the bond existed inside layers of old magic. Wards, portraits, classrooms, creatures, and thousands of spells cast over centuries. Here, every flicker inside Harry stood out. He continued reading. "Please avoid prolonged direct eye contact when angry, frightened, or startled." Yes, I know that is difficult. Do it anyway. Ron says not to turn Dudley into a statue, even accidentally, because his parents would never let us hear the end of it. I told him this was not funny. He says it was a little funny. Ginny asked whether you can still feel sorrow from that distance. You should answer her directly rather than making me pass messages between you, Hermione below Hermione's signature. Ron had added, "Harry, Dad says there's talk at the ministry, nothing official. Mostly people asking what really happened in the chamber. Malfoy's dad has been meeting with people. Dad says not to worry, so obviously we should probably worry. Also, Hermione made me rewrite that sentence twice." Harry read the final lines again. Lucius Malfoy had lost his position on the school governors after threatening the others into removing Dumbledore. He had also planted the diary among Ginny's books. Dobby had known. Harry knew Dumbledore almost certainly suspected, but there had been no proof strong enough to act on. Now Lucius was asking questions. Harry folded the letter. A rumor was only harmless while no one powerful decided to use it. Lucius Malfoy did not believe in rumors. He believed in leverage. Rumors were useful only when they made someone else nervous enough to reveal the truth. He stood beside the tall drawing-room window at Malfoy Manor, watching pale rain stripe the glass. His reflection floated over the dark grounds outside, white blonde hair, controlled posture, and one hand resting on the silver head of his cane. On the table behind him lay 4 reports. None contained the answer he wanted. One was copied from a ministry incident summary. It referred to the neutralization of an enchanted artifact and the containment of a dangerous magical creature. Containment, not destruction. Lucius had read that word 17 times. The second report came from a Hogwarts parent who had spoken with her son before the train left school. The boy claimed Potter had killed the monster. The third came from a house elf employed by a family whose daughter shared a dormitory with one of the Weasleys. That account insisted the creature had survived. The fourth came from a former governor who heard that Dumbledore's pheonix had remained near Potter for several days after the incident. Different stories, different sources. One common center, Harry Potter. The study door opened, Draco entered. He wore new summer robes and an expression of practiced boredom. "You wanted to see me, Father?" Lucius turned. "What did you observe during the final week of term?" Draco's face tightened slightly. "I already told you." "Tell me again." Draco sat opposite the table. Potter came back from the hospital wing. Everyone stared. The pheonix followed him around. Followed, it appeared near him. How often? Several times. Did Potter summon it? No. You are certain? Draco hesitated. Lucius noticed. What? Potter didn't seem surprised after the first few times. Lucius moved toward the table. And the creature beneath the castle? No one saw it. Did Potter speak of it? Not to me. That was not the question. Draco looked away. People said he could feel it. Lucius's fingers tightened around the cane. Who said that? A Gryffindor heard Weasley talking. Which Weasley? The youngest boy, Ronald, careless, emotional, useful perhaps. Lucius picked up the ministry report. Did Potter display any unusual magic? Draco smiled faintly. More unusual than speaking to snakes? Answer. In potions, his blood changed the color of a restorative draft. Snape cleared the room. Lucius looked up. Why was this not in your letter? It didn't seem important. A crack sounded. The silver tip of Lucius's cane struck the floor. Draco flinched. Lucius lowered his voice. When Severus Snape clears a classroom because of a potion reaction, it is important. Draco's face reddened. Yes, Father. What color? Green and gold. Lucius became still. Basilisk and pheonix, destruction and restoration. Two magical substances that should have cancelled one another, unless Potter's blood had done something else. Who remained? Granger and Weasley. Then Snape took Potter to Dumbledore with the potion. Yes, Lucius returned to the window. The diary had been crafted by the Dark Lord himself. Lucius had understood that it contained powerful magic, though not its full nature. He had known it could open the chamber. He had expected chaos, fear, the removal of inconvenient people, perhaps a death or two. He had not expected the artifact to be destroyed. He had certainly not expected Harry Potter to emerge altered. Father, Lucius looked at his son. Nothing that occurred beneath that school is to be discussed publicly. Draco frowned. Why? Because we do not yet know whose mistake it was. Draco's expression sharpened. The Weasley girl had the diary. Lucius's voice became cold. You know nothing about a diary. Draco understood at last. His face paled. Lucius turned back toward the rain. Return to your room. Draco left. When the door closed, Lucius approached the fireplace. He threw a pinch of flue powder into the flames. Green fire rose. Lucius did not contact the ministry, not yet. Instead, he spoke the name of a small private archive in Nocturne Alley. The flames spun. A narrow, elderly face appeared within them. Mr. Malfoy. I require information. The archivist's eyes brightened. Information is rarely inexpensive. Neither is disappointing me. The old man's smile vanished. Lucius continued. Find every reference to simultaneous exposure to basilisk venom and pheonix tears. The archivist blinked. That is rather specific. Then your search should be simple. Such a case may not exist. Search anyway. Anything else? Lucius thought of green and gold circling inside Potter's cauldron. Yes, serpent bonds involving Parselmouths. The archivist's face became cautious. That collection is restricted. Lucius raised his cane slightly. Do I sound restricted? The fire died. Lucius remained before the empty grate. He did not believe the stories about Potter taming the basilisk. Children exaggerated, parents embroidered, ministry clerks concealed failures beneath neutral language. But something had happened, something outside Lucius's plan, that made it dangerous and valuable. The new glasses arrived on a Tuesday morning. They came in a plain wooden box carried by a barn owl with an official Hogwarts tag around one leg. Harry opened the package on his bed. The glasses looked almost identical to his old pair. Round black frames, clear lenses. Only when he held them toward the sunlight did he see a thin silver reflection moving inside the glass. A note from Professor McGonagall lay beneath them. Potter, these lenses are designed to diffuse involuntary ocular magical projection while allowing ordinary sight. They are not permission to test the effect. They are not guaranteed to withstand prolonged deliberate use. Do not remove them in the presence of others unless necessary. Professor M. McGonagall, a second note had been added in Hermione's handwriting. I told her to underline the final sentence. She refused. Harry put on the glasses. The room changed, not dramatically. Colors seemed slightly duller, and the edges of objects carried a faint silver outline. When Harry focused on the shadow beneath the wardrobe, the borrowed night sight tried to sharpen. The lenses warmed. His vision remained ordinary. Harry exhaled. They worked, at least for that. He looked into the mirror. His eyes appeared green and round behind the glass. The pressure stirred when he focused. A narrow pupil formed. The lens flashed silver. His reflection blurred. The pupil returned to normal. Harry smiled. Then the glass cracked. A thin line appeared along the left lens. Harry's smile vanished. 1 second, he muttered. The lens had survived 1 second of deliberate focus. McGonagall had warned him not to test them. Harry removed the glasses. He wrote 3 letters. The first went to McGonagall. The lens cracked. I'm sorry, I only tested it for a moment. The second went to Hermione. Do not say, I told you so. The third went to Snape. I experimented. On purpose. Harry stared at the final note, then added, the left lens cracked after approximately 1 second. No one was exposed. He sent all 3 owls before lunch. Snape's reply arrived first. Predictable, do not use the damaged pair. A crack may redirect rather than diffuse the effect. A replacement will be provided. Your honesty is noted. Do not mistake that for approval. S. Snape Hermione's arrived next. I told you so. Professor McGonagall's reply came last. 5 points from Gryffindor in advance. Harry could not decide whether she was joking. By August, the rumors had escaped Hogwarts. Harry discovered this in Diagon Alley. Uncle Vernon had refused to take him, but Mr. Weasley arrived by flew early on Saturday morning with Ron, Fred, and George. The Dursleys objected. Mr. Weasley admired the electric toaster for 20 minutes. Eventually, Uncle Vernon allowed Harry to leave only because Fred began asking whether the television would explode if struck with a Jellylegs jinx. Diagon Alley was crowded. Families moved between shops buying robes, books, and cauldrons for the new term. Owls called from open windows. Brass instruments spun behind glass. The air smelled of parchment, sweets, and potion ingredients. For the first half hour, everything felt almost normal. Then Harry noticed people looking. A witch outside Flourish and Blots pulled her daughter closer when he passed. 2 young wizards stopped talking when they saw his scar. An elderly man whispered something to his wife. She turned immediately toward Harry's eyes. Harry adjusted the replacement glasses. Ron noticed. What? They're staring. They always stare. Not like this. Fred appeared on Harry's other side. This is the suspicious kind, George nodded. The ordinary staring is much more cheerful. Mr. Weasley looked concerned. We should keep moving. They entered Flourish and Blots. The shop was unusually busy because Gilderoy Lockhart was signing copies of his books, despite having no memory of writing them. A large poster showed him smiling beneath the words. The man who forgot his own greatness, a courageous return to public life. Harry stared. Ron shook his head. That's impressive. What is? He's turned, losing his memory into another book tour. Lockhart sat behind a table, signing his name very slowly while an assistant whispered the spelling. Harry tried to avoid him. He nearly succeeded. Then someone shouted, "That's him!" The shop quieted. A boy near the front pointed at Harry. The boy who tamed Slytherin's monster? Every face turned. Harry stopped. The phrase moved through the shop. Tamed the monster. Tamed, not freed, not spoke to, tamed. A reporter pushed through the crowd. She wore bright blue robes and held a lime-green quill. "Harry Potter," she said. "Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet." Harry had never met her. He disliked her immediately. "Is it true that you now command the basilisk of Salazar Slytherin?" "No." The quill began writing by itself. Rita smiled. "Sources claim the creature refused an order from the heir of Slytherin and responded to your voice instead." "That doesn't mean I command it." "Then what does it mean?" Harry glanced at Mr. Weasley. He looked alarmed. "We are not giving interviews," Mr. Weasley said. Rita ignored him. "Did the creature survive?" Harry hesitated. The quill scratched rapidly. Rita's smile widened. "So it did." "I didn't say that. You did not need to." Harry felt the pressure behind his eyes, attention, crowding, threat. The replacement lenses warmed. He looked down. Rita leaned closer. "Some parents believe a living basilisk beneath Hogwarts represents a serious danger." "They're right." The quill paused. Rita blinked. "You agree?" "It is dangerous." "Yet you allowed it to live." "It wasn't mine to kill," the crowd murmured. Rita's expression changed. That answer did not fit the story she expected. "Not yours." It was controlled. "By Tom Riddle." Mr. Weasley went pale. Harry stared at her. "How do you know that name?" Rita's eyes gleamed. "Then you confirm." "No," Mr. Weasley said sharply. "This conversation is over." He took Harry's shoulder. The crowd shifted, blocking the aisle. Not deliberately, everyone wanted to see. A woman near the shelves spoke loudly. "My son was petrified." Harry turned. She stood beside a tall Ravenclaw boy Harry recognized from the hospital wing. The boy looked at Harry with uncertainty. His mother looked furious. "That creature nearly killed him." "I know, and you protected it." "I stopped Riddle. You protected the monster." Harry's pulse quickened. Sarrow's distant presence sharpened. The lenses grew hotter. Ron stepped in front of him. He saved everyone. The woman ignored Ron. "What happens when it commands him?" "It doesn't," Harry said. "How would you know?" "Because that's not what the bond is." The word escaped before Harry could stop it. Silence spread through the shop. Rita's quill flew across the parchment. "Bond," she repeated. Mr. Weasley closed his eyes. Harry felt sick. The woman pulled her son backward. "You're bonded to it." "It isn't." Something crashed upstairs. A cage fell from a display. The metal door sprang open. A young Occamy burst into the air. The creature was silver blue and winged, with a serpentine body that expanded rapidly as it escaped the cramped cage. Customers screamed. The Occamy panicked. Its body grew to fill the available space. Shelves collapsed. Books flew. Lockhart dived beneath his signing table. The Occamy's wings struck the ceiling. Its tail swept through the crowd. A small girl fell. The creature's head snapped toward her. Its beak opened. Harry moved before thinking. He stepped between them. "Stop!" The word came out in Parseltongue, not because an Occamy was truly a snake, not entirely. But it was serpentine enough that the bond reached for something familiar. The sound that left Harry's mouth was deeper than his usual Parseltongue. The glass in his lenses flashed green. The Occamy froze. So did everyone else. Harry felt the creature's panic, not thoughts, not language. Only trapped fear, sharp and wild. The crowd pressing around it, the room too small. No path upward. Harry raised one hand. "I'm not commanding you." The Occamy trembled. Its wings remained spread. Harry spoke slowly. "There is space outside." The creature's head tilted. The girl behind Harry began to cry. The sound made the Occamy twitch. Harry felt Sarrow answer across the distance. A vast instinct moved through the bond. Dominance, strike first. Forced submission. Harry rejected it. He lowered himself slightly. Not a threat, not a master. "Choose the window." The Occamy looked toward the front of the shop. The windows were closed. George understood first. He aimed his wand. "Reducto." The upper window shattered outward. Sunlight poured through the gap. The Akami turned, its body contracted as it launched itself between the shelves. It passed over Harry's head, folded its wings, and flew through the broken window. Outside, it expanded again and vanished above the rooftops. For several seconds, no one moved. Harry lowered his hand. The lenses remained warm. The pressure behind his eyes faded. The little girl's mother rushed forward and pulled her away. Harry expected thanks. Instead, she stared at him with fear. Everyone did. The woman whose son had been petrified looked at Harry as though he had proved her point. Rita Skeeter's quill moved furiously. Harry looked around the shop. "I didn't control it," no one answered. Ron stood beside him. "I know." Harry looked at the broken window. He had saved the girl. He had prevented the Akami from hurting itself or anyone else. He had used the bond in front of witnesses, and the result was not relief, it was confirmation. The boy who tamed the monster. The boy bonded to a basilisk. The boy who spoke and made creatures stop. Mr. Weasley led them out through the back of the shop. They did not finish their shopping. The Daily Prophet arrived the next morning. Harry found it on the kitchen table. Uncle Vernon held it at arm's length as though it smelled bad. A moving photograph covered the front page. Harry stood inside flourish and blots with one hand raised. Behind him, the Akami filled half the shop. The headline read, "The Boy Who Commands Monsters." Potter confirms secret bond beneath Hogwarts. Harry snatched the paper. The article was worse. Rita described him as calmly exerting an unknown influence over the Akami. She quoted his statement that the basilisk was not his to kill, but removed everything about choice. She claimed unnamed sources feared Harry had become a living extension of Slytherin's ancient power. Near the end, one sentence referred to Fawkes. Dumbledore's own pheonix has reportedly displayed unusual attachment to Potter since the chamber incident, raising questions about whether the young wizard's influence extends beyond traditionally dark creatures. Harry read that line twice. The cold pressure returned behind his eyes. Fawkes had chosen to stay. Rita had turned that choice into influence, ownership, control, exactly what Harry had tried to avoid. Uncle Vernon tapped the photograph. "You brought a monster into a bookshop." It was already there. "You commanded it." "No, it says you did." Newspapers lie. Uncle Vernon looked personally offended by the suggestion. Aunt Petunia read over his shoulder. "What secret bond?" Harry folded the paper. "Nothing. Nothing does not make the front page. Usually it does," Harry muttered. Uncle Vernon struck the table. "You will explain." Harry looked at him. The replacement lenses warmed faintly. He turned away. "I can speak to snakes. We know. I can sometimes calm creatures related to them." Aunt Petunia stared. "And the monster under your school?" Harry said nothing. Her face sharpened. "You are connected to it." "Yes." Dudley stopped chewing. "Can it come here?" "No," Harry hoped. Uncle Vernon stood. "You will leave." Harry stared. "What? You will take your unnatural connection and leave this house?" "Where?" "I do not care." Aunt Petunia's face went pale. "Vernon, he has a giant snake connected to his head. It's not in my head." "That is not better." Harry felt SAYO react, distance compressed. For one dizzy second, the presence beneath Hogwarts seemed close enough to touch. Anger traveled through the bond, not Harry's, SAYO's. The basilisk had felt his fear. Harry's pupils narrowed. The lenses flashed. A crack appeared along one edge. Dudley screamed. Harry ripped the glasses off and turned toward the wall. "Don't look at me!" Chairs scraped. Uncle Vernon shouted. Harry shut his eyes. The cold pressure pressed outward. He covered his face with both hands. "Not pray," he whispered. "Not pray. Not pray." The kitchen became silent except for Dudley's frightened breathing. Warmth flickered beneath Harry's ribs. Fawkes, far away, brief, freely given, it moved through the pressure like light under a door. Harry breathed. The instinct receded. When he opened his eyes, he kept his face toward the wall. "I'm going upstairs." No one stopped him. An owl waited outside his bedroom window. A scarlet feather was tied to its leg. Harry opened the message. "Harry, do not leave the protection of the house. I am aware of the article. Professor McGonagall will send another pair of lenses. The event in Diagon Alley was witnessed by many people, and accounts differ. You are not required to answer every accusation immediately. We will speak soon. Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked at the feather. It came from Fawkes. He touched it. Warmth spread through his fingers. For a moment he felt the phoenix clearly, not an order to be calm, not reassurance that everything would be fixed, only presence. Harry sat on the bed. Below, Uncle Vernon began shouting about bars on the windows. The newspaper lay open on the kitchen table. By evening, copies would be everywhere. Families would read the headline and imagine Harry standing beside a basilisk, giving commands. Ministry officials would begin asking whether Hogwarts was safe. Lucius Malfoy would read every word. Fear had found a shape. It did not matter that the shape was wrong. Lucius read the article alone. He studied the photograph. Potter's posture interested him more than the Occamy. The boy did not stand like a master displaying control. He stood between the creature and a child, protective, cautious, one hand raised, not as a threat, but as a barrier. Rita had missed that. Most readers would too. Lucius placed the paper beside the reports from Hogwarts. The private archivist had sent a single answer. No verified record existed of basilisk venom and phoenix tears remaining active simultaneously inside a living wizard. There were legends, contradictory fragments, references to ash serpents, fire-marked speakers, and one obscure phrase written in a damaged manuscript: the fang enters the blood. The flame refuses death. The living bridge inherits neither and carries both. No name, no precedent. That made Potter more dangerous than Lucius had first believed, not because he was stronger, because no one knew the rules. Lucius's fireplace flared. The archivist's face appeared. I found another fragment. Speak. A 17th-century bestiary describes a failed attempt to bind a phoenix and a horned serpent to the same witch. Lucius leaned forward. And the creatures killed one another. Did the witch survive? For 3 days. Lucius's eyes returned to Potter's photograph. This is not the same. No. Why contact me? The text calls the theoretical stable form an ashfang conjunction. Lucius repeated the word. Ashfang. It was considered impossible. The flames faded. Lucius stood alone. Ashfang, a better word than tame, sharper, older, useful. Rumors did not need to be true. They needed to be memorable. Lucius folded the Daily Prophet. He would not spread the name openly, not yet. He would allow it to pass through the right rooms, private clubs, ministry offices, old families who remembered enough obscure magic to be afraid. The boy who tamed the monster sounded like a children's story. Ashfang sounded like a warning. The first letter using the name arrived 5 days later. It had no return address. The parchment smelled faintly of smoke. Ashfang, some creatures should remain beneath the earth. Some boys should remember they are still boys. Harry read it twice. Then he carried it downstairs and burned it in the kitchen sink. Aunt Petunia watched from the doorway. She said nothing. The second letter contained only a drawing of a snake curled around a burning bird. The third asked whether Harry could command dragons. The fourth thanked him for saving the girl in flourish and blots. That one was signed. A woman named Marion Vale. Her daughter, Clara, had been the child on the floor. Harry kept the letter. Most of the others he burned. By the end of August, Ashfang appeared twice in the Daily Prophet. Neither article explained where it came from. One called it a growing nickname among concerned parents. Another described it as an ancient term possibly linked to hybridized creature magic. Hermione wrote that the second claim was nonsense. Ron wrote that the name sounded impressive. Ginny wrote only, "Do you hate it?" Harry stared at the question. He began 3 different answers. Finally, he wrote, "I hate that someone else named what happened before I understood it." Ginny's reply arrived 2 days later. Then do not let them decide what it means. Harry carried the letter in his pocket. On the final night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry dreamed of the chamber. SAYO rested beneath the statue. Its scarred eyes remained closed. The basilisk spoke without moving. "They fear the name." Harry stood before it. "What name? Ash and Fang? That isn't mine. They gave it." They don't know me. Names do not require knowing. Harry looked at the stone floor. I named you. You asked. That was different. Yes, the dream shifted. Forks appeared above the statue, burning red and gold. SAYO lifted its head. The firebird chooses. I know. The distant voices call this power. Harry looked at his hands. What is it? SAYO's answer came slowly. Attention. Harry woke before dawn. For several minutes he lay still. Attention. Dumbledore's power often came from knowing more than anyone else. Lucius Malfoy's came from deciding which version of the truth reached the right people. Rita Skeeter's came from attention shaped into fear. Harry's new reputation had nothing to do with what he could actually do. It came from what people believed might happen when he entered a room. That was power too, and like the gaze, it could hurt someone without Harry ever consciously choosing to use it. The next morning, Mr. Weasley arrived to escort Harry to King's Cross. Uncle Vernon did not say goodbye. Aunt Petunia watched from the hallway. Dudley stayed behind the door. Harry carried his trunk outside. Before he entered the car, he looked back at the house. Aunt Petunia met his eyes. The new glasses did not warm. There was only fear in her face. Ordinary fear. Harry looked away. At King's Cross, the platform was crowded. As Harry passed through the barrier, conversations stopped. Students stared. Parents whispered. One little boy pointed. That's Ashfang. His mother pulled down his hand. Harry kept walking. Ron and Hermione waited beside the train. Ginny stood with them. Ron grinned. Nice glasses. They're the third pair. Try not to break these. Hermione frowned. That is precisely what I told him. Ginny looked at Harry. Can you feel sorrow? The question was quiet. Harry focused. Beneath the station, beneath London, far beyond the city and miles to the north, he felt the faint pull of Hogwarts. Within it, something ancient was awake. Yes, Ginny nodded. She did not step away. Around them, the whispers continued. Monster, basilisk, pheonix, bond, Ashfang. Harry boarded the train. Fawkes was not there. SAYO remained far beneath the school. No creature stood at Harry's side. Still, people made space for him in the corridor. Not respect, not awe, fear. Harry felt the empty distance open around him. For the first time, he understood how a rumor could become a cage, and how easily someone frightened enough might mistake that cage for a throne. Chapter 6. Cold before the term began. The first sign that something was wrong came before the train left London. Harry felt cold, not the ordinary sort. King's Cross was warm beneath its high glass roof. Steam rolled around the Hogwarts Express. Families crowded the platform in summer coats, speaking over one another while owls hooted from cages and trunks scraped against the ground. Yet a thin chill moved across Harry's shoulders. He stopped beside the train. Ron nearly walked into him. What? Harry looked down the platform. Nothing unusual. Parents hugged children. Fred and George were attempting to convince Mrs. Weasley that a small smoking parcel in Fred's pocket was educational. Percy stood beside the prefect's carriage, wearing his new head boy badge with such rigid pride that he appeared to be guarding the train personally. Fawkes was nowhere in sight. That was normal. The pheonix had not accompanied Harry to the station. SAYO remained far beneath Hogwarts, a presence stretched thin by distance. The cold did not come from either of them. Harry adjusted the strap of his bag. Nothing. Hermione looked at him. You stopped. I thought I felt something. What? I don't know. Ron glanced toward the crowd. Not the eye thing? No. The silver layer inside Harry's newest glasses remained clear. No heat, no pressure behind his pupils, only cold. It vanished as quickly as it had come. Harry looked toward the station barrier. For one instant, he thought he saw a tall figure beyond the steam, black robes. A hood, then the steam shifted and the space was empty. Harry! Ginny stood near the carriage door. She had grown slightly over the summer. Her hair was tied back, and the diary Mrs. Weasley had bought her was tucked beneath one arm. Harry forced himself to smile. I'm fine. Ginny's expression suggested she did not believe him, but Mrs. Weasley called her away before she could ask again. Harry loaded his trunk with Ron's help. The staring had begun before they reached the carriage. It was subtler than in Diagon Alley. Students did not point openly. Parents did. Harry heard the new name twice. Ashfang. once spoken with curiosity, once with disgust. A small group of older Slytherins stood near the rear of the train. Draco Malfoy was among them. He wore black robes cut more sharply than his school uniform and carried a polished walking stick clearly chosen to resemble his father's cane. His eyes dropped to Harry's glasses. "Careful, Potter," Draco called. "Wouldn't want you turning the trolley witch to stone." Crabbe and Goyle laughed. Harry kept walking. The cold stirred again, not from Draco. It seemed to pass through the platform like a current underwater. Sarrow's distant presence shifted. Harry felt unease through the bond. The basilisk did not understand the source. That was not comforting. Ron turned around. "Shut up, Malfoy," Draco smiled. "Or what?" "Potter will send his pet." Harry stopped. The word pet pressed against something sore inside him. Sarrow was dangerous, old, sometimes frighteningly indifferent to human life, but not a pet. Harry looked back. The new glasses warmed faintly. Hermione touched his arm. "Don't." Harry breathed once. The warmth faded. Draco noticed. His smile weakened. That was the problem with Harry's reputation. He did not have to do anything. People supplied the danger themselves. Harry turned away. Behind him, Draco laughed again, louder than before. But the sound had changed, forced. The whistle blew. Families moved toward the carriage doors. Mrs. Weasley caught Harry before he climbed aboard and hugged him. "You will write?" "Yes. And no secret chambers." Harry heard Fred snort nearby. Mrs. Weasley tightened her grip. "I mean it. I know. No giant snakes. Right. No experimenting." Harry glanced at Hermione. She looked very interested in Crookshanks's basket. Mrs. Weasley pulled back and examined his face. "You look pale." "I'm fine." "You always say that." "So does Ron." "That is not a defense." Mr. Weasley stepped closer. He looked more serious than usual. "Harry, may I speak to you privately?" Harry followed him several paces away. Mr. Weasley lowered his voice. "There is something you should know." Harry's stomach tightened. "About Sirius Black." Every newspaper in the country had carried the escaped prisoner's face. Hollow cheeks, long tangled hair, eyes too bright and too empty at once. The papers said Black had murdered 13 people with one curse. They said he had been one of Voldemort's most loyal followers. They said he had escaped Azkaban without outside help. Mr. Weasley glanced around. "The Ministry believes Black may be trying to reach you." "Why? They have not said." "Do you believe them?" Mr. Weasley hesitated. "That is not the important part." "It is to me." Mr. Weasley's mouth tightened. "I believe Black is dangerous." Harry waited. Mr. Weasley continued. "There will be additional security at Hogwarts this year." "What kind?" Again, hesitation. "Dementors." The cold returned. This time it did not fade. Harry heard a whisper at the edge of his awareness, not words, a memory of sound. A woman screaming. He gripped the handle of his trunk. Mr. Weasley did not notice. "The guards from Azkaban?" Harry asked. "Yes. They're at Hogwarts, around the grounds. Dumbledore refused to allow them inside the castle." Harry looked toward the red train. "Can they come onto it?" "They should not need to." "Should not." That was not the same as could not. Mr. Weasley placed one hand on Harry's shoulder. "Do not go looking for Black." "I wasn't planning to." "Good. You thought I might." Mr. Weasley's expression became almost apologetic. "You have a habit of going toward danger when other people sensibly move away." Harry could not deny it. The whistle sounded again. "On you go," Mr. Weasley said. Harry climbed aboard. As the train pulled away from London, he watched Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shrink behind the steam. The cold remained with him. They found an empty compartment near the middle of the train. At least, it looked empty until Ron opened the door. A man slept beside the window. He wore worn and patched wizarding robes. His brown hair was streaked with gray, though his face did not seem old enough for it. A battered case rested above his head with the name R.J. Lupin stamped across one corner. Ron lowered his voice. "Who's that?" Hermione looked at the case. "Professor R.J. Lupin." "How do you know he's a professor?" "Because his case says professor." "It says R.J. Lupin." Hermione pointed to a faded label beneath the name. Ron squinted. "Oh." Harry looked at the sleeping man. Lupin seemed exhausted, not ordinary train journey tired, ill. His face was pale, and faint scars crossed one cheek. Still, something about his presence made the compartment feel safer than the corridor full of staring students. Harry stepped inside. "We can sit here." Ron looked uncertain. "What if he wakes up?" "Then he'll know we sat here." They stored their luggage and took the seats opposite Lupin. Ginny joined them briefly before going to sit with girls from her year. Crookshanks immediately tried to attack Scabbers through Ron's pocket, forcing Hermione to place the cat's basket on the luggage rack. The train gained speed. London gave way to green fields. For the first hour, conversation stayed ordinary. Hermione discussed the subjects she had chosen. Ron asked how she planned to attend classes scheduled at the same time. Hermione claimed the timetable was manageable. Harry looked at it and saw 3 separate lessons listed for 9 o'clock on Monday morning. "That isn't manageable," he said. "It is arranged." "How?" "Carefully." Ron pointed at the timetable. "You can't be in 3 places at once." Hermione folded it. "I know." Harry and Ron looked at each other. Hermione opened a book. The discussion ended. The trolley witch arrived near midday. Ron bought enough food for all 3 of them, claiming he was making up for the previous year's journey. Harry bought pumpkin pasties and a large bar of chocolate. The witch looked at him carefully when he paid. Her gaze lingered on his glasses. "Are those special?" Harry paused, foreseeing. Ron coughed into his sleeve. The trolley witch gave Harry an odd look and continued down the corridor. Harry shut the compartment door. Hermione stared at him, foreseeing. "It's true. You made it sound suspicious." "Everything sounds suspicious now." Ron unwrapped a chocolate frog. Could be worse. "How?" Ron thought. "You could have called yourself Ashfang." Harry threw a pasty at him. Ron caught it. "Thanks." Lupin slept through all of it. By early afternoon, rain struck the windows. The sky darkened. The train moved north through increasingly wild country, passing hills and stretches of empty moor. Harry's sense of SAYO grew stronger with every mile. The basilisk was still distant, but no longer faint. A slow awareness waited beneath the castle. Harry could almost imagine SAYO tasting the familiar vibration of the approaching train through the earth. The bond carried something else too, restlessness. SAYO had been confined for months. Harry had promised to return. He intended to keep the promise, though Dumbledore's rule complicated matters. No visit without an adult. Snape qualified. The thought was almost enough to make Harry abandon the idea. Fawkes's presence remained absent. Harry had learned not to reach for it. The warmth came when the pheonix chose to offer it. Trying to summon it felt wrong, like pulling at someone's sleeve after they had already walked away. The train continued. Rain became harder. The glass fogged. At 4 o'clock, the lamps flickered on. Ron glanced upward. "It's early for that." "The storm," Hermione said. Harry looked out of the window. The landscape was nearly black beneath the clouds. The train began slowing. Hermione lowered her book. "We can't be there yet." Ron wiped condensation from the glass. "Maybe something's on the track." The lamps flickered, then went out. The train stopped. Complete darkness filled the compartment. Crookshanks hissed from the luggage rack. Someone screamed farther down the corridor. Harry's borrowed night sight reacted automatically. The darkness sharpened. He saw Ron's pale face, Hermione's hand reaching for her wand. Lupin motionless beside the window. The glasses warmed, suppressing the change before it deepened. Ron whispered, "What's happening?" The train creaked. Cold entered the compartment, not through the windows, not beneath the door. It appeared everywhere at once. Harry's breath turned white. Water on the glass froze into thin, branching patterns. SAYO's presence surged. The basilisk woke fully beneath Hogwarts. Harry felt its alarm. Cold without winter. The words were not truly heard, but they formed at the edge of the bond. Harry reached for his wand. The compartment door slid open. A tall figure stood in the corridor. Its robes were black and rotten, hanging from a body too thin to be alive. One hand gripped the doorframe. The skin was gray, shining, decayed. The hood concealed its face. Everyone became still. The creature drew a slow, rattling breath. The sound scraped across Harry's bones. Cold passed through him. The compartment disappeared. A woman screamed, not in the train, somewhere else. Somewhere long ago, Harry's wand slipped in his fingers. The Dementor moved closer. SAYO reacted violently. The basilisk's instincts flooded the bond. Strike, bite, crush, find the eyes. There were no eyes. Harry tried to focus on the Dementor's face, but the hood held only darkness. The bond searched for heat. There was none. SAYO could understand predators, territory, living threats. The thing in the doorway fit none of those shapes. It was absence. The basilisk's alarm became confusion, then fury. Harry's pupils narrowed, his glasses flashed silver. Nothing happened to the Dementor. It had no living gaze to meet, no body warmth to track, no fear of venom. The creature drew another breath. Hope left the compartment. Harry felt it go, not gradually. One moment he knew he was on a train with Ron and Hermione. The next, none of it mattered. The chamber had not ended. He was still beneath the school. The fang remained inside his arm. Ginny was dead. Riddle had won. The phoenix tears were not coming. A woman screamed again. Not Harry. Harry's heart stopped. The voice belonged to someone he did not remember, yet he knew it. His mother. A man shouted. There was laughter, cold laughter, a flash of green. SAYO thrashed beneath the castle. Harry felt stone breaking around its body. The basilisk tried to answer his terror with rage. The bond forced that rage into Harry. His body tensed. His teeth hurt. For one impossible second he wanted to bite, not cast, not escape, bite. The instinct was useless. The Dementor leaned closer. Harry reached for forks. The action was desperate and thoughtless. Warmth, fire, anything. For the briefest moment he felt the phoenix far away. Then the Dementor's aura smothered the connection. The warmth did not strengthen. It dimmed. Fawkes's courage was not armor Harry could wear. The phoenix was not here. Harry had reached for a freely offered connection as though it were a tool. Nothing answered. The woman screamed. Not Harry, please, not Harry. Harry fell from the seat. The last thing he heard was Ron shouting his name, then the world vanished. Harry woke with the taste of chocolate in his mouth. He opened his eyes. The compartment lamps were on. Rain streaked the windows. The train was moving again. Ron and Hermione leaned over him. Professor Lupin sat nearby, holding a large bar of chocolate in one hand and his wand in the other. Harry. Hermione's voice shook. Harry pushed himself upright. His head felt heavy. What happened? You fainted, Ron said. Harry looked toward the compartment door. It was closed. The Dementor. Gone, Lupin said. His voice was quiet and tired. Harry looked at the wand. You drove it away. Yes. How? A useful spell. Lupin broke another piece from the chocolate bar and handed it to Harry. Eat. Harry took it. I'm not hungry. That is not relevant. The answer sounded enough like Madame Pomfrey that Harry obeyed. Warmth spread through him almost immediately, not phoenix warmth. Ordinary warmth, food, sugar, something simple his body could use. Lupin gave chocolate to Ron and Hermione as well. Ron accepted it happily. Hermione looked toward Harry. Your glasses cracked. Harry touched them. A thin split crossed the right lens. He removed them quickly. Did I? No. Hermione said. Your eyes changed, but nothing happened. Ron sat back. You looked straight at it. Harry's stomach tightened. The gaze didn't work. Lupin looked between them. What gaze? No one answered. His eyes moved toward Harry's glasses, then to Harry's face. The professor did not press. What did you hear? Hermione asked. Harry looked at her. When? Before you fainted. Ron shifted. You were saying something. Harry remembered the screaming. Nothing. Hermione's expression told him she knew he was lying. Lupin looked out of the window. Dementors affect people differently. Harry gripped the chocolate. What are they? Guards of Azkaban. I know that. Lupin turned back. They feed upon peace, hope, and happy memory. Their presence forces the mind toward its worst experiences. Harry looked down. His mother's voice remained inside his head. He had heard her die. Not remembered, he had been a baby, but something in him had kept the sound. The scar, the soul fragment, the Dementor had found it. Ron opened another chocolate frog. I felt horrible, but I didn't faint. Hermione nodded. Neither did I. Harry heard the unasked question. Why had he? Everyone assumed the bond would make him harder to hurt. The Daily Prophet had suggested he carried two of the most powerful magical creatures in the world within his blood. SAYO was ancient and lethal. Fawkes could vanish in flame and return from ash. Harry had survived basilisk venom. People believed that meant he had become durable, protected, something that fear itself might hesitate to approach. Instead, he had collapsed faster than anyone. Worse than that, the bond had made the experience sharper. SAYO's panic and predatory confusion had poured into him. Fawkes's absence had felt like abandonment only because Harry had reached for what had never been his to command. Harry pressed one hand against his chest. The basilisk remained awake. Its agitation rattled through the bond. Lupin noticed the movement. Pain? No. Cold? Not anymore. Lupin studied him. You should continue eating. Harry obeyed. The train lamp steadied, voices returned in the corridor. Students spoke too loudly, disguising fear with excitement. Someone claimed Sirius Black had been on the train. Someone else said the Dementors had searched every compartment. Ron looked toward the sleeping professor's case. You knew what it was before it came in. Lupin nodded. You woke up. I was not as deeply asleep as I appeared. What spell did you use? Hermione asked. Lupin's mouth curved faintly. You will learn about defensive magic soon enough. Will you teach us? If the timetable permits. Ron stared. You are the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, so I have been told. That job's cursed. Hermione kicked Ron's ankle. Lupin looked amused rather than offended, a comforting beginning. The train began climbing into the mountains. Harry kept eating chocolate. Each piece made the memory retreat slightly, but the cold remained deeper inside, not physical, a knowledge. The bond did not protect him from everything. Some magic ignored flesh, venom, and flame. It went directly to the place where memory became fear. SAYO could not bite it. Fawkes could not lend courage on command. Harry would need something else, something learned, something earned. The thought should have comforted him. Instead, he felt exposed. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, the rain had become a storm. Students stepped from the train into darkness and confusion. Lanterns swung in the wind. Mud covered the platform. Harry could feel Hogwarts now, not merely as a location, as layers of familiar magic pressing against the bond. SAYO's presence strengthened until it seemed to wait directly beneath his feet. The basilisk was restless. Harry had been gone for weeks. Now he was home. Fawkes's warmth appeared briefly from the direction of the castle, a greeting, then vanished. Harry did not reach after it. A voice boomed above the storm. Furs years over here." Hagrid stood at the far end of the platform holding a lantern. His beard was soaked. Harry raised one hand. Hagrid saw him and smiled broadly. "Harry, good summer." Harry nearly laughed. "Complicated. Usually is with you." Professor McGonagall waited beside the carriages. Her gaze moved immediately to Harry's cracked glasses. "Potter, they broke. I can see that. There was a Dementor." "I am aware." Her lips tightened. "Professor Lupin informed me." Hermione stepped closer. His eyes changed, but the lenses prevented projection. McGonagall looked at Harry. "You attempted the gaze." "No, it happened automatically." Her expression softened only slightly. "Were you harmed?" Harry hesitated. "I fainted." McGonagall became very still. "You?" Ron frowned. "What does that mean?" McGonagall looked toward the castle. "Nothing." It meant something. Harry could see it in her face. She had expected the bond to resist the Dementor too. Perhaps Dumbledore had. Perhaps Snape. Perhaps everyone who studied the green and gold potion believed that destruction and rebirth together must create some defense against despair. They had been wrong. McGonagall removed her cloak and placed it around Harry's shoulders before he could protest. "You will ride in my carriage." "I'm fine." "Your preferred diagnosis remains unpersuasive." Ron and Hermione climbed in with him. Lupin joined another carriage. As the Thestrals pulled them toward Hogwarts, Harry watched the castle emerge through the rain. Lit windows glowed above black cliffs. Home. The sight usually loosened something inside him. This time the shadow of the Dementor followed. Ron leaned forward. "So the bond did nothing," Harry looked at him, "against the Dementor." "Nothing good," Hermione corrected. Ron frowned. Harry knew what she meant. SAYO panicked. "Basilisks panic?" Ron asked. He couldn't understand it. Hermione's eyes sharpened. "And you felt that confusion?" "Yes." That may have intensified your own response. Harry nodded. What about Fawkes? Ron asked. Harry looked through the rain. I tried to reach him. And the Dementor smothered it. Ron sat back. So scales are useless and fire goes out. The words sounded harsh, but they were accurate. McGonagall spoke from the opposite seat. Not useless. They looked at her. A wand is useless for cutting bread if one does not cast a cutting charm. That does not make the wand useless. Harry pulled the cloak more tightly around his shoulders. What works against Dementors? A Patronus. Can you teach me? McGonagall studied him. Eventually. I need it now. You need rest now. The Dementors are around the school. They are forbidden from entering. They were not supposed to come onto the train. McGonagall's face hardened. No, they were not. The carriage passed through the gates. Harry felt the Dementors before he saw them. Cold shapes waited beyond the road, high on either side. Motionless beneath the rain, the horses pulling the carriage became uneasy. Harry's breath caught. SAYO recoiled inside the bond. The cold pressure behind Harry's eyes began rising. McGonagall lifted her wand. Warm light filled the carriage, not a Patronus. A shielding charm, the cold lessened. Harry stared through the window. One Dementor turned its hood toward the carriage. It had no visible face. Yet Harry felt observed. The bond tried to sharpen his sight. Harry forced it down. No, he whispered. McGonagall heard. Good. The carriage crossed the grounds. The Dementor remained at the gate. The great hall looked warmer than Harry remembered. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables. Golden plates shone. The enchanted ceiling displayed storm clouds without allowing the rain inside. Students filled the benches. The room buzzed with stories about the train. When Harry entered, conversations faltered. His cracked glasses had been replaced temporarily by his ordinary pair. McGonagall had warned him not to look directly at anyone if the bond reacted. That was difficult when everyone stared. He sat between Ron and Hermione. Ginny turned from the seat across from him. I heard. Harry looked at his plate. Everyone heard. Are you all right? I fainted. That isn't what I asked. Harry looked up. Ginny did not flinch from his eyes. I don't know, he said. That answer seemed to satisfy her more than Fine would have. The sorting began. Professor Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table. His eyes moved toward Harry several times. Fawkes was absent. Professor Snape sat beside McGonagall. His expression was unreadable. Lupin occupied the defense against the dark arts seat, wearing the same patched robes from the train. When the feast ended, Dumbledore stood. The great hall quieted. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. His voice carried easily. Harry watched him. Dumbledore spoke about the Forbidden Forest. Hogsmeade permissions. Filch's expanded list of prohibited objects, then his tone changed. Our school is presently hosting certain guests at the request of the Ministry of Magic. Whispers moved through the hall. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. The Dementors of Azkaban have been stationed at every entrance to the grounds. The candles seem to dim. They are not to enter the castle. Harry heard the precision. Not should not usually did not. They were not to, Dumbledore continued. I strongly advise each of you to give them no reason to interact with you. Dementors are not forgiving by nature, nor will they recognize excuses, house rivalries, or youthful curiosity. Fred and George looked innocent. They must not be deceived. Dumbledore's gaze moved across the students, then settled briefly on Harry. Nor should anyone assume that unusual gifts offer protection against every kind of danger. The hall became even quieter. Harry felt people look toward him. Dumbledore did not say his name. He did not need to. The most valuable defense, Dumbledore said, is often not inherited, discovered, or granted. It is learned. Harry looked toward Lupin. The new professor's face remained calm. Dumbledore introduced him. Then Hagrid was announced as the new Care of Magical Creatures teacher, which caused the Gryffindor table to erupt. For several minutes, the Dementors were forgotten. Harry cheered with everyone else. He was genuinely happy for Hagrid. But beneath the noise, the cold remained. Dumbledore summoned Harry after the feast. The headmaster's office had not changed. Silver instruments turned on tables. Portraits slept inside their frames. The Sorting Hat rested on a shelf. Fawkes stood on his perch. The pheonix lifted his head when Harry entered. Warmth stirred in Harry's chest. He stopped himself from moving closer. Dumbledore noticed. "Thank you for coming." Harry sat. Professor McGonagall remained near the fireplace. Snape stood beside a cabinet, holding Harry's cracked glasses with a pair of metal tongs. Harry looked at him. "Are those dangerous now?" "Possibly." "That word is becoming common." "Because certainty has not improved your judgment." Dumbledore raised one hand. "Severus." Snape fell silent. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Professor Lupin described what occurred. Harry nodded. "Do you remember the Dementor entering?" "Yes." "What did you experience?" Harry did not want to answer in front of Snape. Dumbledore saw the hesitation. "You may speak privately if you prefer." Harry thought about Ginny's warning. Every day, tomorrow, he had promised not to hide dangerous truths simply because telling them felt uncomfortable. "I heard my mother." McGonagall's face tightened. Dumbledore became very still. She was screaming. Harry looked down at his hands. "She told someone not to kill me." No one spoke. Harry continued, "I think I heard Voldemort." The name moved through the office. Fawkes gave a low note. Dumbledore sat behind the desk. Dementors force the mind toward its most painful memories. "I don't remember that night, not consciously." "Then where was it?" Dumbledore's eyes moved briefly to Harry's scar. Harry noticed the connection. "It is possible." "You mean the part of Voldemort that touched me?" Dumbledore folded his hands. "We do not yet understand every consequence of that night." That was not an answer. Harry knew enough to recognize it. Snape moved the cracked glasses beneath a magnifying lens. The serpent response was automatic. "Yes." "Describe it." Harry explained Sarrow's confusion, the search for eyes, the inability to sense heat, the urge to attack physically. Snape's mouth tightened. "And the pheonix?" Harry looked at Fawkes. "I tried to reach him." Dumbledore's expression changed. Harry continued before he could lose courage. "I treated the connection like something I could call when I needed it." Fawkes remained still. The Dementor made the warmth disappear. "Did Fawkes refuse you?" Dumbledore asked. Harry considered. "No." "What then?" "I don't think the bond could carry through it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A pheonix embodies many things people associate with hope. That does not make pheonix magic identical to hope itself." "So Fawkes can't protect me?" "Not from every darkness." Harry looked at the bird. The warmth inside him remained, smaller now, not diminished, only understood differently. Snape placed the glasses on the table. "The basilisk bond may worsen future exposure." McGonagall turned. "Why?" "It introduces an additional panic response." Harry frowned. Sarrow wasn't afraid. "All confusion in a predator becomes fear eventually," Snape said, "whether the creature recognizes it or not." Harry remembered the rage flooding the bond, the urge to bite. Snape continued. "The basilisk possesses no natural defense against entities that lack ordinary life signatures." The bond attempted to solve an incomprehensible threat through increased aggression. "And that made Harry's reaction stronger," McGonagall said. "Likely." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Everyone thought it would protect me." Dumbledore did not deny it. "I hoped your connection to Fawkes might offer some resistance." "You were wrong." "Yes." The directness surprised Harry. Dumbledore continued. "As was I when I believed the two magical signatures might compensate for one another in every hostile environment." Harry thought of the green and gold strands circling without merging. "They stay different." "Yes. So they have different weaknesses." "Precisely." Harry leaned back. The truth felt heavy, also clean, no mystery, no hidden greatness waiting to reveal itself. The bond had failed. Worse, it had made things harder. "What do I do?" Harry asked. "Learn the Patronus charm," Dumbledore said. McGonagall frowned. "He is 13. "So was I last week," Harry said. "That is not the concern." Snape looked toward Fawkes. "A Patronus requires sustained control of a positive memory. His bond may interfere." Harry's stomach tightened. "Then we find out." Snape's eyes moved to him. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Professor Lupin is well qualified to teach defensive magic." "Will he?" "I shall ask him." Harry looked through the office window. Lightning flashed above the grounds. The Dementors waited beyond the castle walls. Soon as you have recovered." I've recovered. Snape gave him a flat look. Harry corrected himself. I'm recovering. Dumbledore's smile became more visible. Soon, Harry stood. Before leaving, he stopped beside Fawkes. The pheonix watched him. I'm sorry, Harry said. Dumbledore looked up. Harry continued, speaking to Fawkes. I tried to use you. Fawkes tilted his head, then he stepped from the perch onto Harry's outstretched arm. The warmth moved through Harry. It did not feel like forgiveness. Phoenixes probably did not think in those terms. It felt like a choice renewed. Fawkes pressed his beak against Harry's hair, then returned to the perch. Harry left the office. SAYO was waiting in the chamber. Harry did not visit that night. Dumbledore's rule remained, no visits without an adult. But when Harry lay awake in Gryffindor Tower, the basilisk's unrest traveled through the stone. Cold thing. Harry closed his eyes. He could not truly hold a conversation across the bond, yet strong impressions passed between them. He focused on the image of the Dementor, black robes. No heat, no eyes, no life. SAYO recoiled, not living. Harry agreed. The basilisk sent back a memory, deep tunnels. A cavern where no insects crawled and no roots grew. Something had once occupied it that SAYO refused to approach. The feeling was ancient and instinctive, absence recognizing absence. Harry shivered. It hurt me, he whispered. The dormitory remained quiet. Ron snored behind his curtains. SAYO's answer arrived as pressure and anger. Bite. Harry almost smiled. You can't bite it. Confusion, then frustration. Harry placed one hand over his chest. Neither can I. The bond quieted. For once, there was no useful power hidden inside it, no secret resistance, no borrowed strength. Only shared helplessness. Harry stared into the dark. He had spent the summer fearing the bond might make him less human. The Dementor had taught him something else. Being strange did not make him invulnerable. Being connected did not mean he could not be isolated. Being chosen by powerful creatures did not spare him from learning ordinary magic like everyone else. That thought stayed with him as sleep finally came. Outside the castle, Dementors drifted beneath the rain. Far below it, SAYO coiled in the chamber and listened to a cold it could neither hunt nor understand. And high in Dumbledore's office, Fawkes stood awake upon his perch, bright against the dark. Three beings connected by magic, none capable of saving the others from every kind of pain. The lesson was not comforting, but it was necessary. The bond had given Harry scales, flame, and a reputation larger than either. Against the Dementors, none of them mattered, only learning would. Chapter 7. What scales cannot ward. Professor Lupin did not agree to teach Harry the Patronus charm immediately. He listened. That was worse. Harry had expected refusal, warning, or perhaps a lecture about advanced magic being unsuitable for third years. Instead, Lupin sat behind his desk with his hands folded over a stack of essays and allowed Harry to explain everything. The Dementor on the train, his mother's screams, SAYO's panic, the useless tightening behind his eyes, the way Fawkes's warmth had disappeared when Harry tried to reach for it. Harry left out very little. He had learned what happened when fear made secrets seem reasonable. Lupin's classroom was empty after dinner. Rain tapped gently against the high windows, and the remains of the day's lessons sat inside a glass tank near the far wall. The Grindylow floated between weeds, pressing its face against the glass whenever Harry moved. Lupin looked thinner than he had on the train. Shadows darkened the skin beneath his eyes, but his attention never wandered. When Harry finished, Lupin asked, "What do you believe a Patronus is?" "A spell that drives Dementors away." "That describes what it does." Harry frowned. "A shield." Closer. Lupin stood and moved around the desk. "A Patronus is an expression of sustained positive force, not simple happiness, not excitement. It is the mind taking something life-giving and giving it magical form." Harry thought of Fawkes, like phoenix magic. "No." The answer came gently but firmly. Harry's expression must have shown surprise because Lupin continued. "A phoenix may represent hope to us. That does not mean it produces the same magic as a human being choosing hope under pressure. So Fawkes can't help. He may help you remember what hope feels like." "That isn't the same." No, Harry appreciated the honesty. He looked toward the rain-streaked windows. Can you teach me? Lupin studied him. Professor Dumbledore has already asked me to. Harry sat straighter. When do we start? We have started. Harry waited. Lupin's mouth curved. You expected a wand movement. A bit. You nearly lost consciousness merely discussing the memory. I didn't. Your breathing changed. Harry became aware that one hand had closed around the edge of the desk. He released it. Lupin continued. A Patronus cannot be built on panic. Before you produce one, you need to recognize what the Dementor does to your thoughts. I know what it does. Knowing the definition is not the same as noticing the process. Harry looked down. The process had been fast, cold, then his mother's voice, then nothing else had felt real. SAYO's instincts had flooded him at the same time, pushing rage into the place where fear already lived. How do I stop it? You do not stop the first reaction. Harry's head lifted. You notice it. That sounds useless. It is less dramatic than basilisk magic. Harry narrowed his eyes. Lupin smiled faintly. It is also more reliable. Harry could not argue. Lupin took a piece of chalk and approached the blackboard. He wrote 3 words, cold, memory, conclusion. Harry read them. The Dementor's presence creates a physical sensation, Lupin said. Then it draws painful memory to the surface. Finally, your mind forms a conclusion. What conclusion? That no other memory matters. Harry looked at the final word. On the train, the chamber had seemed endless. Ginny had seemed dead. Fawkes had seemed absent. No future had existed beyond the screaming. The Dementor doesn't only make you remember pain, Harry said. No, it makes you believe pain is all there is. Precisely. Lupin underlined the final word. That is the moment a Patronus resists, not by denying that the memory happened, but by refusing the conclusion. Harry remembered Dumbledore saying the best defense was often learned. There was nothing impressive about the lesson so far, no inherited gift. No creature bending toward his voice, only noticing the exact instant his mind began lying to him. Harry disliked how difficult that sounded. What memory do I use? That is your first task. Harry's mind went blank. Lupin returned to the desk. It should be clear, emotionally strong and centered on something the Dementor cannot easily turn against you. Harry thought of the chamber. No, he thought of defeating Riddle. Too much death surrounded the victory. He thought of Fawkes. The pheonix had chosen to stay. But the Dementor had already twisted Fawkes's absence into failure. He thought of SAYO saying his name. Return, Harry. The memory carried wonder, also fear, also a creature that had nearly killed him. Lupin watched his face. Powerful does not always mean useful. Harry frowned. Did Dumbledore tell you about the bond? Only what was necessary for your safety. How much was necessary? That your instincts may become less human under threat. Harry stiffened. Lupin did not look away. He did not say you were becoming less human. He said the bond might. Those are different statements. Harry looked at the Grindylow tank. The creature tapped its long fingers against the glass. What if my Patronus comes out wrong? In what way? What if SAYO affects it? Lupin considered. I do not know. Harry was beginning to recognize that answer from adults. Lupin added, that uncertainty is not a reason to refuse the attempt. What if it's dangerous? Then we contain the danger and adjust. Harry glanced at him. You sound like Hermione. I shall accept that as a compliment. The classroom door opened. Hermione stepped in carrying 3 books and a roll of parchment. Ron followed with a paper bag. Lupin looked at them. I believe I requested Harry alone. Hermione stopped. You said he would need a clear positive memory. Yes, we brought evidence. Ron held up the bag and food. Lupin looked at Harry. Did you invite them? No. Hermione placed the books on a desk. You did not forbid observers. I intended the phrase alone to convey that. Ron opened the paper bag. We can go. He took out a treacle tart. After this. Harry smiled despite himself. Lupin noticed. That. Harry looked at him. What? That expression. Ron examined Harry's face. He looks normal. Thank you. Lupin leaned against the desk. What were you thinking? That Ron brought food to a private lesson he wasn't invited to. Is it a powerful memory? It just happened. Memories do not need to be old. Hermione sat down. Could friendship work? Certainly, Lupin said, if it is attached to a specific moment rather than an abstract idea. Ron handed Harry a tart. Use the time we rescued you from the Dursleys, Hermione frowned. That involved bars on his window. And a flying car, which was illegal. It was still brilliant. Harry remembered waking to the sound of Ron calling his name from outside the window, Fred and George pulling the bars loose, the car lifting him away from Privet Drive, joy, freedom. But the memory also contained the Whomping Willow, Snape's fury, and the threat of expulsion. I don't know. Hermione opened one of the books. What about finding out you were a wizard? Harry pictured Hagrid breaking down the hut door, the birthday cake, the letter. The first moment, someone told him the Dursleys had lied about everything, strong. But Hagrid had also told him his parents were dead. The Dementor would find that immediately. Lupin watched Harry reject memory after memory. This may take time. We don't have time, Harry said. The Dementors are outside the grounds. They came onto the train. They acted beyond their proper authority. That means they can do it again. Lupin's face became serious. Yes. Then I need the spell. You need the foundation first. Harry hated the calmness of his voice. What if one comes near me tomorrow? Move away. Find a professor. Do not attempt to confront it. And if I can't move? Lupin was silent. Harry knew the truth. Someone else would have to save him. The thought sat badly after a year of being called Ashfang. Everyone feared powers Harry could not fully control, while the danger that truly broke him required an adult nearby. Ron bit into a tart. Maybe that's the memory. Harry looked at him. What? Someone saving you? Hermione shook her head. A Patronus needs confidence. Being helped doesn't mean he wasn't confident. It could make the spell dependent on imagining another person present. Harry thought of Fawkes's warmth fading. He had reached for the pheonix as a defense. He could not build the Patronus on someone else arriving. Lupin seemed to follow the thought. The memory should belong to you, he said. Other people may be part of it, but the strength must come from what you experienced, not what you expect them to do. Harry looked at the treacle tart in his hand. A memory surfaced. Not dramatic, not victory, the great hall at the end of first year. House points rising, Gryffindor winning, Ron shouting, Hermione laughing, Neville standing red-faced while everyone cheered. Harry remembered feeling that he belonged at a table. Not because he had survived something, not because of his scar, not because anyone feared him. He had belonged because they wanted him there. That one, Harry said. Lupin nodded. Hold it. Harry closed his eyes. The great hall became clearer, red and gold banners falling from the ceiling, hundreds of voices, Ron nearly knocking over a goblet, Hermione's hand gripping Harry's sleeve. Neville's stunned face. The feeling in Harry's chest had been warm and wide, not Fawkes, not magic from another creature, his own. Good, Lupin said. Now the incantation. Harry opened his eyes. Lupin drew his wand, Expecto Patronum. A silver shape burst from the tip. It crossed the classroom too quickly for Harry to identify, then vanished into the wall. Ron nearly dropped his food. Hermione leaned forward. What animal was that? Lupin lowered his wand. Not relevant. Ron looked disappointed. Lupin faced Harry. The wand movement is simple. The difficulty lies in holding the memory while the Dementor's presence insists it means nothing. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A thin silver mist emerged. It lasted half a second, then disappeared. Ron grinned. You did it. That wasn't a Patronus. It was more than nothing. Lupin nodded. A promising beginning. Harry tried again. Expecto Patronum. Silver vapor curled from the wand. This time it reached the nearest desk before fading. The warmth of the memory remained after the spell. Harry smiled. Then something moved below the castle, SAYO. The basilisk sensed Harry's magic and turned its attention upward. The silver mist changed. Green entered its center. The vapor twisted into the vague shape of a serpent's head. Lupin raised his wand. The mist vanished. Hermione stood. What happened? Harry lowered his wand. SAYO felt me. Ron looked at the floor. From down there? Yes. Lupin's expression sharpened. Did you call the basilisk? No. Did you think of it? No, Harry hesitated. Not until I felt it. Hermione opened her notebook. The Patronus drew its attention because Harry was producing unfamiliar magic. Lupin looked at the place where the mist had vanished, or the emotional intensity traveled through the bond. Harry felt SAYO's curiosity. The basilisk did not understand the spell. It had noticed warmth and answered. "Try again," Lupin said. Hermione looked surprised. "Immediately? We need to know whether the effect repeats." Harry raised his wand. He held the great whole memory. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist emerged. SAYO's attention pressed against the bond. Harry resisted it. The mist remained silver. Then the basilisk sent a burst of instinctive alarm. Something warm and powerful leaving Harry's body looked, to SAYO, like life escaping through a wound. The bond tightened. Harry's concentration broke. The mist collapsed. Cold exhaustion spread through him. Lupin caught his shoulder. "Enough. I can do it again." "No. I almost had it." "You are shaking." Harry looked at his hand. Lupin was right. The bond demanded energy whenever he resisted its instincts. Patronus magic demanded more. The combination left his muscles weak. Hermione closed her notebook. The bond interprets magical projection as loss. "Not all spells," Harry said. "No, but this one is built from emotional force." Ron looked toward the floor again. "Can you explain to SAYO that you aren't dying?" "Not from here." "Then go to the chamber." Lupin's gaze moved to Harry. "Absolutely not tonight," Harry sighed. "You sound like everyone else." "That should encourage you to consider the possibility that everyone else is correct." Snape accompanied Harry to the chamber 2 nights later. He did so with the expression of a man attending his own execution out of professional obligation. "You will remain behind me," Snape said. As the circular door opened, Harry stared at him. "SAYO responds better to me. I do not care whether the basilisk finds me charming. He might think you're threatening me." Snape stepped into the chamber. "I often am." Harry followed. Hermione and Lupin came behind them. Ron had wanted to join until he learned they intended to practice Patronus magic near a living basilisk. He decided someone needed to remain in Gryffindor Tower in case Neville forgot the password. SAYO emerged from the dark. The basilisk had begun moving more confidently despite its blindness. Its tongue tasted the air, measuring distance and warmth. Its head turned towards Snape. "Old Shadow." Harry frowned. "What?" Snape glanced at him. "What did it say?" "Old Shadow." Snape's face gave nothing away. "Clarify." Harry translated. SAYO's tongue flicked. "He carries command magic in the blood." Snape became very still when Harry repeated it. Lupin watched him. Hermione's quill paused above her parchment. "What does that mean?" Harry asked. Snape looked toward the basilisk. "It means the creature can smell residue from certain magical practices." "What practices?" "Not tonight's concern." Harry suspected that meant dark magic, perhaps the dark mark. Perhaps old curses. SAYO moved closer. Snape raised his wand. Harry stepped between them. "Don't." "I have not cast." "You were going to." "I was preparing." "That looks the same to SAYO." Snape lowered the wand by an inch. The basilisk stopped. Harry faced SAYO. "We are testing magic." "Silver breath." "Yes, it leaves you. It doesn't harm me," you weakened. "Because the bond fought it." SAYO's head lowered. "The bond protects, not always." The basilisk shifted. "It holds self within self." "The Patronus needs something to leave me, then it is loss." "No, it's expression." SAYO did not understand. Harry searched for another explanation. "When you speak, sound leaves you." "Sound is not flesh." "When you give me a memory through the bond, does that weaken you?" The basilisk became still. Harry felt confusion, then recognition. "No, the Patronus is like that." "It is not serpent." "No." Harry looked toward Lupin. "It might never look like one." SAYO's response came as unease. The basilisk had lived for centuries without understanding joy as humans did. It recognized relief, satisfaction, warmth after feeding, and safety after danger. But the idea of constructing protection from a chosen happy memory seemed completely alien. Harry lifted his wand. "Let me show you." Snape's voice came sharply. "Potter, I'm only casting the mist. You are standing within striking distance. SAYO won't attack." The basilisk's head turned toward him. "Perhaps." Harry looked up. "That isn't funny." The red-haired one uses the sound. Harry realized SAYO meant Ron's humor. Snape looked impatient. "Cast or stop wasting time." Harry focused on the great hall banners, cheering, belonging, expecto patronum. Silver mist flowed from the wand. SAYO reacted. Alarm tightened the bond, but Harry pushed calm through it. Not words. A feeling, this is mine, I'm not wounded. I choose this. The mist expanded. It curled around Harry's shoulders in a pale shield. SAYO's alarm eased. The silver remained clear. No green, Hermione wrote quickly. Lupin smiled. Again, Harry's arm trembled. Snape noticed. Rest first. Harry looked at him. Snape's face hardened. Do not make gratitude necessary. Harry lowered his wand. The silver faded. SAYO moved closer. Chosen breath. Harry nodded. Yes. It guards against cold absence. That's the idea. Show absence? No. The basilisk's head lifted. Then no test. We aren't bringing a Dementor into the chamber. Hermione looked horrified by the very suggestion. Snape's expression suggested he had briefly considered it. Lupin stepped forward. There are controlled methods. Harry looked at him. What methods? A boggart. Hermione understood first. If it takes the shape of a Dementor, it produces a weaker version of the same effects. Weaker? Harry asked. Considerably. Where do we find one? Lupin's eyes moved toward the old cabinet against the chamber wall. Harry followed his gaze. The cabinet had not been there before. You brought one, with Dumbledore's permission. Snape looked irritated. Against my recommendation. Your recommendation involved waiting until Potter was older. A position supported by reason. And undermined by the Dementors already surrounding the school. Snape's eyes narrowed. Harry looked between them. Can we do it now? No, both professors said. Harry sighed. Lupin continued. You have produced mist twice. A controlled confrontation comes later. How much later? When the spell responds to you more strongly than the bond responds to fear. Harry looked at SAYO. The basilisk rested its head on the floor. Learn, Harry almost laughed. You agree with them? Cold absence entered your mind. You fell. Snape raised an eyebrow. The basilisk displays unexpected judgment. SAYO's head turned toward him. Old shadow speaks like poison. Harry decided not to translate that. Training settled into a routine. Twice a week, Harry met Lupin after dinner. Sometimes Hermione attended. Sometimes Ron did. Snape appeared often enough that Harry suspected Dumbledore had assigned him to observe the bond, though Snape claimed he merely wanted to ensure Lupin did not encourage carelessness. Harry practiced without the boggart at first. The silver mist became thicker. On good days, it spread across the classroom like fog lit by moonlight. On bad days, SAYO's emotions entered unexpectedly. Hunger distorted the memory. Restlessness made the mist coil. Once, the faint outline of a massive snake appeared around Harry before collapsing. Lupin did not call it failure. Snape did. Hermione called it useful data. Ron called it creepy. Fawkes attended only once. The pheonix appeared in a flash of flame as Harry raised his wand. Warmth filled Harry's chest. The Great Hall memory became brighter. Expecto Patronum, silver erupted. It surged across the classroom and struck the far wall with enough force to rattle the windows. For half a second, something formed inside it. Antlers, a long neck, 4 legs. Then the shape dissolved. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard. Ron stared. That was an animal. Hermione looked at Lupin. What kind? Lupin's face had gone pale. Harry noticed. So did I, he said. Lupin recovered quickly. It was incomplete. But you recognized it. I thought I did. Harry looked toward the fading mist. Fawkes gave a musical cry. His warmth had strengthened the spell. That worried Harry. I used him again. Lupin frowned. No, Fawkes was here. The spell got stronger. The presence of someone you trust may strengthen a memory without becoming the source of the magic. How do I know the difference? Lupin considered. Cast again after he leaves. Fawkes tilted his head, then vanished in flame. The warmth receded. Harry raised his wand. He summoned the Great Hall memory. The cheering seemed less vivid. He held it anyway. Expecto Patronum? Silver mist burst forward, not as strong, still strong enough to form the beginning of antlers. Lupin smiled. There is your answer. Fawkes had helped. He had not carried the spell. The distinction mattered. Harry's Patronus remained incomplete, but it belonged to him. October arrived. The Dementors became part of the landscape. Students saw them from classroom windows, gliding near the gates or along the edge of the forbidden forest. They never entered the castle. Their presence entered everything else. Hogsmeade visits required additional checks. Filch inspected cloaks for hidden contraband with twice his usual enthusiasm. Teachers escorted younger students across the grounds after dark. Harry became more sensitive to the cold before anyone else noticed it. SAYO reacted through the bond whenever a Dementor passed near the outer walls. Fawkes's presence dimmed but did not vanish completely at Hogwarts. The castle's wards and Dumbledore's proximity helped, though Harry no longer mistook warmth for protection. His new glasses survived. The gaze remained suppressed. That should have made him feel safer. Instead, Harry began having nightmares, his mother's voice green light, a door exploding inward. Sometimes SAYO entered the dream trying to bite a shadow that had no body. Sometimes Fawkes burned to ash and failed to rise. Harry always woke cold. He did not tell Lupin everything, only enough. Lupin seemed to know when he held something back, but did not force it. Their Boggart training began in late October. The cabinet waited inside the staff room after hours. Dumbledore had placed additional wards around the room. Snape stood near the door. Hermione observed from behind a mirrored shield. Ron waited beside her with chocolate. Lupin unlocked the cabinet. "Remember," he said, "this is not a true Dementor." Harry tightened his grip on his wand. "It will feel true enough. Partly. What if SAYO reacts? Do not fight the reaction directly. Recognize it, then return to the memory." Harry nodded. Lupin opened the cabinet. The Boggart emerged. Black robes filled the space. Cold swept through the room. Harry's breath caught. The hood turned toward him. His mother screamed, not as loudly as on the train. Still enough. SAYO surged. The basilisk's fury drove into Harry's chest. The cold pressure gathered behind his eyes. The glasses flashed silver. Harry's happy memory vanished. The Boggart glided closer. "Harry," Lupin said, "notice the conclusion." The screaming continued. Harry's mother was dead. He was alone. The chamber was beneath him. The Dementors surrounded the school. Nothing he learned would be enough. Conclusion. Harry saw it. The lie arrived dressed as certainty. He raised his wand. "Expecto Patronum!" A thread of silver appeared. The Boggart paused. SAYO's instincts screamed for attack. Harry held the memory, red and gold banners, Ron laughing, Hermione gripping his sleeve. Neville being chosen and celebrated, belonging, the silver thickened. The Boggart retreated half a step. Then the cold intensified. Harry heard Voldemort laugh. His concentration broke. The mist vanished. The Boggart rushed forward. Lupin stepped between them. Ridiculous. The Dementor became a floating black cloak tangled around a coat stand. Ron laughed. The Boggart stumbled. Lupin forced it back into the cabinet and locked the door. Harry leaned against a table. Snape approached. "You failed to maintain the memory." Harry glared at him. "I noticed. You also attempted to activate the gaze." "I didn't. Your lenses disagree." They stopped it. "That is not control." Lupin gave Snape a warning look. Snape ignored him. "The bond remains your first response." Harry's exhaustion turned to anger. "I know, then change it." "How?" "Repetition." Harry laughed bitterly. "That's your advice?" "It is the advice you dislike because it offers no shortcut." The words struck. Harry looked away. Snape continued. "You expect the bond to contain an answer because it was created through extraordinary magic." "I don't." "You do." Harry's jaw tightened. Snape pointed toward the cabinet. "The Dementor does not care how rare your blood has become. It does not care that a basilisk recognizes your voice or a pheonix chooses your company. It responds to the weakness it finds." Ron stopped smiling. Hermione lowered her quill. Snape's voice softened, which made it harsher. "Train the weakness." He walked away. Harry hated him. Harry also knew he was right. The first Quidditch match arrived under a sky the color of iron. Gryffindor played Hufflepuff. Rain fell from the moment Harry woke. By breakfast, wind hammered the windows hard enough to shake the frames. Students shouted across the great hall to be heard. Oliver Wood stood beside Harry with a parchment diagram already turning soft from the damp air. "The weather helps us." Harry looked toward the ceiling. How? Cedric Diggory is heavier. His broom will pull lower in crosswind. Fred leaned over. Wood's been praying for a storm, George nodded. He sacrificed 3 quaffles and a first year. Wood ignored them. Harry pushed food around his plate. Cold pressed faintly against the edges of the castle, dementors, far enough away that no one else reacted, close enough for SAYO to stir. Hermione sat opposite him. You feel them? Harry nodded. Ron stopped eating. Maybe don't play, Wood stared. He's playing. Hermione looked at Harry. You have not produced a corporeal patronus. I can produce a shield. Against a boggart. The dementors aren't allowed on the pitch. Ron gave Harry a look. They weren't allowed on the train. Wood's face lost some color. What are you talking about? Harry looked toward the staff table. Lupin was absent. He had taken ill the previous evening. Snape would cover defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore sat at the center. Fawkes's perch behind him was empty. Harry felt no warmth. Only sorrow. The basilisk's unease moved through the bond. Harry pushed back from the table. I'll speak to Dumbledore. Wood followed. To tell him you're playing, to ask whether the pitch is protected. Dumbledore answered before Harry finished the question. The Dementors have been instructed to remain beyond the outer boundary. Instructed by whom? Harry asked. The Ministry. That didn't stop them before. Dumbledore's expression tightened. No, Professor McGonagall stepped closer. I will be present, as will several members of staff. Can you keep them away? Yes, she said. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Harry noticed. Headmaster? I believe the combined protections are sufficient. Believe? Wood looked increasingly alarmed. Dumbledore met Harry's gaze. I cannot promise that creatures outside my authority will behave wisely. Harry thought of sorrow, of choice, of command. Dementors obeyed the Ministry because they were fed and permitted to exist near suffering, not because they respected rules. Dumbledore continued. If you decide not to play, no one should think less of you. Wood made a strangled noise. McGonagall looked at him. He fell silent. Harry stared through the nearest window. Rain ran down the glass. His teammates would fly whether he did or not. Cedric Diggory would fly. The Dementors might never approach, not playing because they could felt like surrender. Playing merely to prove he was not afraid felt like something else. Pride. The bond reacted to pride almost like threat. Harry closed his eyes briefly. I'll play. Dumbledore nodded. Then remember what you have learned. Not what the bond gave him, what he had learned. The pitch had become mud. Rain blurred the stands. House banners snapped violently in the wind. The players' robes clung to their bodies before they even mounted their brooms. Madame Hooch shouted instructions that vanished beneath the storm. Cedric Diggory approached Harry before the teams separated. He was tall, calm, and soaked through. Are you all right? Harry frowned. Why? Cedric gestured vaguely toward Harry's face. People said the Dementors affect you badly. Harry looked toward the stands. The Daily Prophet had spread that too. I can still fly. I didn't ask that. Harry studied him. Cedric did not look afraid, not of Harry, not of losing, merely concerned. I'm fine. Cedric gave him a tired smile. Apparently that's what you always say. Harry suspected the phrase had traveled through the entire school. Madame Hooch blew the whistle. They mounted. The match began. Flying usually cleared Harry's mind. The ground fell away. Noise became distance. The broom responded to the smallest shift of his body. Wind tore at his robes, but he understood wind. It had force, direction, and rhythm. Even in the storm, the sky made sense. Harry climbed above the other players. Below, red and yellow figures moved through rain. The quaffle changed hands. Wood shouted. A bludger flew past Harry's left shoulder. He rolled aside. For several minutes, the bond quieted. SAYO did not understand flying. That helped. The basilisk's instincts could not easily intrude on movement so far outside its experience. Harry searched for the snitch. Lightning flashed beyond the forest. A golden spark appeared near the Hufflepuff goalposts. Harry dived. Cedric saw it too. They accelerated. Rain struck Harry's face like thrown gravel. His glasses blurred despite the water-repelling charm Hermione had cast. The snitch darted toward the center of the pitch. Harry and Cedric flew side by side. Harry gained half a broom length. The crowd roared. Then the cold arrived. Every raindrop seemed to freeze in the air. Sound dropped away. Harry's breath stopped. Dozens of black shapes rose beyond the edge of the pitch. Dementors, not one, 100, perhaps more. They glided toward the stadium. The players below began slowing. People screamed in the stands. Harry's broom tilted. SAYO woke inside him with explosive force. The bond had never carried so much panic at once. The basilisk felt Harry high above the ground, surrounded by cold absences, unable to bite, unable to hide beneath stone. Its terror became rage. Harry's fingers locked around the broom handle, his pupils narrowed. The silver lenses flashed. The Dementors kept coming. No eyes, no heat, no living body. The gaze did nothing. Harry heard his mother. Not Harry. The snitch vanished. The pitch vanished. Rain became the chamber's cold water. Cedric shouted Harry's name from somewhere far away. SAYO thrashed. Harry felt the basilisk strike stone beneath the castle. A pillar cracked in the chamber. The force traveled through the bond and seized Harry's body. His back arched. His grip failed. The broom dropped away. Harry began falling. Wind tore past him. His mother screamed. Green light filled the sky. Conclusion: nothing else mattered. Harry saw the word as clearly as Lupin had written it on the board. The Dementors lie. Pain is everything. You are alone. No one is coming. Harry reached for Fawkes. Nothing. For one instant, the old mistake opened inside him. Call the pheonix. Command warmth. Demand rescue. He stopped. Fawkes had not promised to answer. SAYO could not fight this. The bond had no solution. Harry was falling. He had only what he had practiced. His wand remained inside his robes. Harry forced one hand away from his body. The world spun. He caught the wand. A happy memory, the great hall, too far away. His mother screamed. Harry could not find the banners. He could not hear Ron laughing. The Dementors crowded the sky. Another memory came, not victory, not rescue, the chamber. SAYO saying his name for the first time. Return, Harry. No, too much fear. Another. Ginny opening her new diary because the choice belonged to her. Small, quiet, real. Another. Fawkes stepping onto Harry's arm after Harry apologized. A choice renewed. Harry understood. The memories were connected. Not because powerful creatures had chosen him. Because each moment contained freedom. Ginny choosing whether to write. SAYO choosing a name. Fawkes choosing to remain. Ron and Hermione choosing to stay beside Harry even after seeing his eyes change. Harry choosing not to command. He did not need one perfect moment. He needed the truth beneath them. Chosen, not owned, not alone because people were forced to stay, not saved because he demanded it. Harry raised his wand as he fell. Expecto Patronum, silver exploded from the tip. For a heartbeat, it surrounded him. A shield. Bright, strong, the nearest Dementors recoiled. The screaming weakened. Harry saw antlers form above him, a long silver head, a body running through the air. The shape was almost complete. Then SAYO's panic struck again. The basilisk could not understand what Harry had released. The bond tightened around the spell. Green veins entered the silver. The Patronus twisted. One side became scaled. Its legs lost shape. The antlers curved like fangs. Harry's concentration broke. The Patronus shattered. The Dementors surged forward. His mother screamed one final time. Harry lost consciousness. He did not hit the ground. Dumbledore's wand moved. Harry's body stopped inches above the mud. The entire stadium saw it. His broom did not stop. It flew beyond the pitch and disappeared into the branches of the whooping willow. Dumbledore stepped onto the field. The rain bent away from him. His face held no softness. He raised his wand. Silver fire erupted across the stadium. It did not form one small guardian. It became a vast wave of light. The Dementors fled. They turned from the pitch and streamed back toward the boundaries like shadows blown before a storm. Students watched in silence. For one moment, no one spoke of Ashfang. No one wondered whether Harry could command monsters. They saw the actual difference between a gifted 13-year-old and the most accomplished wizard in the school. Dumbledore drove 100 Dementors from the grounds with one spell. Harry lay unconscious in the mud. He woke in the hospital wing again. The ceiling had become painfully familiar. Ron sat beside the bed. Hermione stood near the window. Ginny occupied a chair at Harry's feet, her diary open on her lap but untouched. All three looked angry. Harry closed his eyes. "That bad?" Ron stood. "You fell 50 feet. I cast the Patronus. You fell 50 feet after casting the Patronus. It almost worked." Hermione's face tightened. "That does not make the fall less real." Harry pushed himself upright. Pain moved through his shoulder. Madame Pomfrey had bandaged his left wrist. His ribs ached, though the bond had already begun accelerating the healing. The cost came with it. Harry felt hollow, hungry, weak. "SAYO?" he asked. Hermione glanced toward the floor. Professor Snape went to the chamber. Harry's head snapped up. Alone, Professor McGonagall went too. "Why?" Ginny answered. "Because SAYO damaged the statue." Harry felt the basilisk, deep below, exhausted, ashamed. The emotion surprised Harry. SAYO did not usually understand guilt as humans did. But the bond had shown the basilisk what happened. Harry falling, the Patronus breaking. The Dementors approaching because SAYO's panic disrupted the spell, failed guard. The impression traveled upward. Harry pressed one hand against his chest. "No," Ron frowned. "No what?" Harry looked toward the floor. "SAYO thinks this was his fault." Hermione closed her notebook. "Partly it was." Ginny looked at her. Hermione did not soften the words. The bond interfered. Harry felt protective anger rise. The cold pressure stirred behind his eyes. The damaged magic found the nearest target, Hermione. The new lenses warmed. Harry immediately looked away. "No." Hermione became still. Ron stepped between them. Harry shut his eyes, not pray. The pressure eased. When he opened them, he stared at the blanket. Hermione spoke carefully. "I did not say SAYO chose to hurt you." Harry's jaw tightened. "You said it was his fault." "I said the bond interfered." "You knew what that would sound like." "Yes." Harry looked at her. Hermione's expression was not cruel. It was frightened and determined. "You cannot protect SAYO from facts," she said. Ginny lowered her gaze. Ron remained between them, uncertain whether to move. Harry breathed slowly. The anger receded. Hermione continued. "The basilisk panicked. You felt it. The Patronus changed, then it broke." "I was the one casting." "Yes. So it was my failure?" "No." Hermione stepped closer. "It was a shared failure." Harry stared. "That is what a bond means too." The words landed harder than blame. Connection was not only shared power, it was shared weakness, shared consequence. SAYO could not simply be treated as innocent because he had not intended harm. Harry could not simply take all responsibility because he wanted to protect the basilisk from punishment. The bond belonged to both of them. So did the damage. Ron sat again. "Dumbledore saved you." Harry looked toward the door. "How?" "He froze you, and then drove all the Dementors away." Ginny said, "All of them?" Hermione nodded. Harry thought of his half-formed Patronus, the silver shape twisting under pressure. Dumbledore had cast once and cleared the entire pitch. Harry had never truly believed he was stronger than Dumbledore, not in magic, not in skill. Still, people spoke as though the bond had placed him outside ordinary limits. The match had stripped that illusion away in front of the whole school. Good. The thought surprised him. Painful, humiliating, but good. The door opened. Dumbledore entered. Lupin followed him. The professor looked ill and ashamed. Harry frowned. "You weren't there." Lupin stopped. "I should have been. You were sick." "That does not alter the result." Dumbledore moved toward the bed. "The responsibility belongs to the Dementors." His voice was calm. The anger beneath it remained unmistakable. They violated the boundary. "Why?" Hermione asked. They were drawn by the concentration of excitement and fear. Ron looked disgusted, so they came for the crowd. "Yes." "Will the Ministry remove them?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "I have demanded it." "That means no." "It means the discussion is not finished." Harry looked at Lupin. "My Patronus broke." "I saw. You were there." From the castle. Lupin's face was pale. The shape nearly formed. SAYO changed it. "Yes." Harry waited for disappointment. Lupin sat beside the bed. "What did you use?" "Not one memory." Lupin frowned. Harry explained, Ginny choosing to write, Fawkes choosing to stay, SAYO accepting a name, his friends remaining after learning the truth. Choice, Lupin said. Harry nodded. That held longer than the Great Hall memory. Because it was not dependent on one moment. Is that allowed? Lupin smiled faintly. Magic rarely asks permission from textbooks. Hermione looked mildly offended on behalf of textbooks. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. The Patronus responded to your understanding of loyalty. It still failed. Under extraordinary interference. Harry looked at him. You drove them away. Yes. Could I ever cast one like that? Dumbledore did not pretend, not soon. The answer hurt. It also helped. No vague promise, no suggestion that hidden power would close the gap. Dumbledore had decades of discipline, magical knowledge, and experience. Harry had missed a nearly formed animal and a bond that actively made the spell harder. What do I do next? Harry asked. Lupin answered. Continue. That's all. That is nearly always all. Harry looked at Snape's empty place beside the door. Repetition. Lupin's eyebrows rose. A wise man told you that? Not exactly. The door opened again. Snape entered as though summoned by insult. His robes were damp near the hem. A thin cut crossed one cheek. Harry sat straighter. What happened? The basilisk objected to our presence. Did you attack him? No, Professor McGonagall entered behind Snape. There was a disagreement concerning the stability of the chamber. Harry looked at Snape's cut. SAYO did that, a falling stone. The basilisk's shame sharpened. Harry felt it. Snape approached the bed. The creature damaged 2 pillars and part of the statue during the match. Is the chamber safe? For the moment. Is SAYO hurt? No, Snape's expression cooled. The question you should ask is whether anyone above the chamber was endangered. Harry looked down. Were they? Not today. Dumbledore folded his hands. The chamber will be reinforced. With SAYO inside, Harry asked. For now. The basilisk's confinement pressed through the bond. Harry winced. Dumbledore noticed. You feel his objection. Yes. He cannot be permitted to move freely while Dementors remain near the grounds. He wasn't trying to escape. No, Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. He was trying to reach you. Harry became still. The others looked toward him. Snape continued. The basilisk followed the bond through the tunnels. It reached a passage beneath the Quidditch pitch before the rout collapsed. Ron's face went pale. He was under us. Nearly. Harry imagined SAYO breaking through the earth while students filled the stands. A blind basilisk, panicked, surrounded by hundreds of eyes. It could have become a massacre without intending one. Harry's stomach turned. He thought I was dying. Dumbledore nodded. That does not reduce the danger. No, Harry forced himself to say it. SAYO has to stay in the chamber. The basilisk reacted. Pain, betrayal, confinement. Harry's chest tightened. He held the decision. Until the Dementors are gone, he said. Or until we can stop this happening again. The pressure became anger. Harry did not retreat. I'm sorry. The bond carried no forgiveness, only distance. Dumbledore watched him. That was difficult. It was necessary. Yes. Harry understood then why authority could become tempting. Commands avoided this pain. If SAYO were merely obedient, Harry could order him to remain below and never feel the creature's sense of betrayal. Choice meant disagreement remained real. Trust did not make the other person happy with every decision. Sometimes it meant accepting that they were angry and refusing to control the anger away. Snape placed Harry's cracked lenses on the bedside table. The enchantment survived. Harry looked at the glass. They didn't stop the Dementors. They were not designed to. They stopped the gaze. Barely. Snape pointed toward a dark stain along the silver layer. The bond attempted continuous projection while you were unconscious. Harry stared. If Dumbledore hadn't stopped my fall, you might have exposed anyone who reached you. Ron looked at Harry's eyes. The fear in his face appeared before he could hide it. Harry felt it. The pressure behind his pupils remained quiet. That was worse somehow. Not because Harry had become safer, because Ron had learned to fear the possibility. We need stronger lenses, Hermione said. Snape shook his head. No lens can compensate indefinitely for a response the wearer cannot suppress. Then what? Training. Harry almost laughed. Everything returned to the same answer. Training, no dramatic cure, no hidden creature power. No single conversation with SAYO that would erase instinct. Practice until a different response became stronger. Lupin looked toward Dumbledore. I would like to continue the Patronus lessons. McGonagall stared. After today, because of today. He fell from his broom. He cast while falling. The room became quiet. Lupin continued. The spell formed under the influence of more Dementors than most adult wizards ever face at once. Snape's expression remained skeptical. It also collapsed. Yes, then praise is premature. Recognition is not praise. Harry looked between them. Can I try again when I'm better? Madame Pomfrey shouted from her office. No. Everyone paused. Harry lowered his voice. After she says I'm better, Lupin smiled. Yes. Gryffindor lost the match. Cedric Diggory caught the snitch moments after Harry fell. When Harry returned to the common room 2 days later, he expected disappointment. Instead, the entire house stood. No cheering, no awkward speech. They simply made space near the fire. Oliver Wood approached. His face looked exhausted. I should have pulled you from the match, Harry frowned. You couldn't have known. I knew the Dementors affected you. I chose to play. I'm captain. I'm the one who got on the broom. Wood looked as though he wanted to argue, then he nodded. Cedric asked for a rematch. Harry stared. Why? He didn't realize you'd fallen until after he caught the snitch. That isn't his fault. I told him. What did he say? That you'd say that. Harry almost smiled. The team gathered around. Fred placed a cup of tea in Harry's hand. George handed him a plate of biscuits. Angelina asked whether he remembered falling. Harry said no. That was a lie. He remembered enough. The common room gradually returned to normal. Students talked. Cards appeared. Someone began a game of exploding snap. Harry sat by the fire. Ron dropped into the chair beside him. You know what people are saying? Harry sighed. What? That you fought 100 Dementors in the air. I fell. That's in some versions. Hermione will hate that. She's already correcting people. Across the room, Hermione was explaining to 2 second years that Harry had not transformed into a silver dragon. Ron lowered his voice. The Ashfang thing might calm down. Harry looked at him. Because I lost. Because people saw Dumbledore. Harry understood. The legend had made Harry vast because most people never saw the boundaries. At the match, everyone saw them. Harry could be overwhelmed. Dumbledore could act where Harry failed. That did not make Harry worthless. It made the comparison honest. Ginny sat on the floor near the fire, writing in her diary. She noticed Harry looking. This time she turned the book slightly, not enough for him to read the whole page. Only one line, you survived without becoming what fear wanted. Harry stared at the words. Ginny closed the diary. He looked into the fire. SAYO remained distant beneath the castle. The basilisk was still angry. Harry could feel it in the absence of response. The bond had not broken. Trust had frayed. That hurt more than Harry expected. But he would not go below and apologize by surrendering the necessary boundary. SAYO had nearly reached a crowded stadium. Intent did not erase consequence. Snape had said that. Hermione had said it differently. Harry was beginning to understand. The Patronus lessons resumed the following week. Madame Pomfrey objected. Lupin promised there would be no Boggart. Snape insisted on attending. Harry stood in the empty classroom with his wand raised. No Dementor, no artificial cold, only the memory of falling. The conclusion waited inside it. Nothing else matters. Harry recognized the lie. He thought of choice. Ron staying, Hermione telling the truth even when it hurt, Ginny writing, Fawkes offering warmth but never obedience, SAYO refusing riddle, SAYO also nearly breaking free to reach Harry. Choice was not always gentle. Sometimes it frightened, sometimes it failed. It was still worth more than command. Expecto Patronum, silver light burst from the wand, antlers formed, a head followed. A great silver stag stepped onto the classroom floor. Harry stopped breathing. The Patronus was not mist, not partly scaled. Not green. It stood tall, bright, and fully formed, its hooves leaving no marks on the stone. The stag looked at Harry. Something in Lupin's face broke, not fear, recognition so painful that he had to look away. Snape became perfectly still. Harry noticed both reactions. What? Neither answered. The stag crossed the classroom. It passed through a desk and emerged unchanged. Harry felt no presence from SAYO inside it, no warmth from Fawkes. The Patronus belonged only to him. That did not mean he had made it alone. Memories of other people gave it shape. But the decision to hold those memories against despair was Harry's. The stag lowered its silver head. Harry reached out. His hand passed through light. Warmth moved up his arm. Human magic. Learned, earned, his own. Lupin recovered first. A corporeal Patronus. Harry smiled. Will it work against the real ones? Yes, Snape spoke from beside the wall. If you maintain concentration. Harry looked at him. You could say well done. I could. Snape did not. Harry smiled wider. The stag turned toward the windows. Beyond the castle, the Dementors waited. Harry's smile faded. One Patronus would not make him invulnerable. The match had proved that numbers mattered. Surprise mattered. SAYO's reaction mattered. The spell could still fail. But now he had an answer that did not depend on venom, phoenix fire, or fear of what people imagined he might become. Harry lowered his wand. The stag dissolved into silver sparks. Far beneath the castle, SAYO felt the magic. The basilisk did not panic this time. Its anger remained. So did its attention. A faint impression traveled through the bond. Antlered breath. Harry closed his eyes. Yes, a long pause. Then, chosen, Harry opened his eyes. The bond loosened by a fraction, not repaired, not forgiven, a beginning. Outside, wind moved through the grounds. The air remained cold, but cold was no longer the whole world. Harry had learned the difference. Chapter 8, a name for the rat scabbers, began smelling wrong in November. Harry did not notice it all at once. There was no sudden revelation, no perfect moment when the rat's true nature became obvious. It began as a faint unease whenever Ron carried scabbers near him, not danger, not exactly mismatch. Harry had grown used to the way the bond interpreted living things. Fawkes felt like warmth offered from a distance. SAYO was pressure beneath stone, vast and slow. Ordinary animals were less distinct, but sometimes Harry caught fragments of them through scent, movement, and instinct. Crookshanks felt sharp, alert, predatory but not cruel. The school owls felt restless, hungry, and faintly offended by everyone. Scabbers felt like a room with the furniture arranged incorrectly. Harry tried to ignore it. That proved difficult because Crookshanks refused to. The ginger cat stalked Scabbers with a dedication that had nearly ended Ron and Hermione's friendship. He appeared beneath tables, behind curtains, and once inside Ron's school bag, despite every buckle being fastened. Ron blamed Hermione. Hermione blamed Ron's inability to protect his own pet. Scabbers grew thinner. His fur came out in patches. He trembled whenever Crookshanks entered the room. Everyone assumed the cat frightened him. Harry was not sure. Sometimes Scabbers began shaking before Crookshanks appeared, as though the rats sensed something approaching that the humans could not, or as though he knew the cat was not the real danger. One evening, Harry sat near the Gryffindor common room fire with a Transfiguration essay balanced on his knee. Ron lay on the rug, trying to feed Scabbers a piece of toast. The rat refused it. He's ill, Ron said. Hermione did not look up from her book. He is old. He was fine before your cat started trying to eat him. Crookshanks slept on the arm of Hermione's chair, one yellow eye partly open. Harry watched Scabbers. The rat's heartbeat was too fast. Harry could not hear it with his ears. He felt the rhythm through the same instinct that sometimes let him sense movement in darkness, fast, controlled, not the blind panic of prey. Something was holding itself still. "Let me see him," Harry said. Ron looked suspicious. "Why, I'm not going to hurt him." "That isn't what I meant." Harry lowered his quill. Ron glanced at his glasses. The protective lenses had survived for weeks without cracking. Harry's gaze response had become easier to suppress since the Quidditch match, though not easy. "I just want to check something." Ron hesitated, then held Scabbers out. Harry placed one hand beneath the rat's body. Scabbers went rigid. The reaction passed through Harry instantly, recognition. Not of Harry himself, of something carried in him, the faint venom pattern, the serpent bond. Scabbers understood what a basilisk was. Harry frowned. Most ordinary rats fled from snakes because instinct told them to. This felt more precise. Older, knowing, Scabbers twisted violently and bit Harry's thumb. Harry dropped him. The rat landed on the rug and raced beneath a sofa. Ron jumped up. Scabbers. Harry examined his thumb. A bead of blood formed. The cut began closing almost immediately. Hermione stared. "What happened?" "He bit me." "You frightened him," Ron said, dropping to his knees to search beneath the furniture. Harry looked at Crookshanks. The cat was fully awake now. He stared at the sofa with his tail lashing. "Did I?" Harry asked. Ron reached underneath. "Come on, Scabbers." The rat did not emerge. Hermione closed her book. "What did you feel?" Ron looked over his shoulder. "Can we not discuss Scabbers like he's part of an experiment?" Harry sat back. "I don't know." "That means something," Hermione said. It felt like he recognized the bond. Ron stared. He's a rat. Animals recognize predators. SAYO is miles underground. Maybe that isn't what he recognized. Ron's expression changed. "What are you saying?" Harry did not know. That was the problem. The bond did not grant truth, only instinct. Instinct could misread fear as aggression, attention as threat, and protection as ownership. Harry remembered Hermione's warning, fallible, not evidence. "Nothing," he said. "I'm probably wrong." Crookshanks jumped from the chair. He moved toward the sofa. Ron stood in front of him. "No," the cat hissed. Hermione picked him up. "He hasn't done anything. He's planning something. You cannot punish a cat for thinking." "Good thing you don't apply that rule to people." Hermione's face tightened. Harry heard the argument growing before either of them raised their voice. He stood. "I'll help find Scabbers." They moved the sofa. The space beneath it was empty. A small hole had been chewed through the fabric at the back. Ron stared. "He's inside it." They spent 20 minutes dismantling the cushions before Scabbers finally emerged from a tier near the armrest. Ron caught him. The rat's claws dug into his sleeve. Crookshanks watched from Hermione's arms. Harry saw something pass between the animals, not language, understanding. The cat knew. Scabbers knew that he knew. Harry's skin prickled. Then Crookshanks looked toward Harry, his yellow eyes narrowed. The cat seemed to be waiting for Harry to understand, too. Professor Lupin did not dismiss Harry's concern. That almost made Harry wish he had not mentioned it. They sat in the empty defense against the dark arts classroom after a Patronus lesson. A silver stag had just dissolved near the ceiling. Harry's spell now formed reliably without a Dementor present. Against the boggart, it remained inconsistent. The sight of the black hood still brought his mother's voice too quickly. But he could resist longer, progress measured in seconds. Lupin poured tea into 2 chipped cups. "You believe Ron's rat is unusual." "I think Crookshanks believes it." "That is not the same." "No." Lupin handed Harry a cup. "What does your bond tell you?" "Nothing clear." "Then begin there." Harry frowned. "That it tells me nothing." "That uncertainty is useful." Harry looked into the tea. "It feels like Scabbers knows what SAYO is." "Many animals recognize danger." "Not like that." "How then?" Harry struggled, like he remembers. Lupin became still. Only for an instant, Harry noticed. "You think that's possible?" Lupin lifted his tea. "I think magic allows for many unusual circumstances." "That sounds like Dumbledore." "I hope not too much." Harry studied him. Professor Lupin often carried sadness quietly. It appeared when the Whomping Willow was mentioned, when Harry's Patronus took shape, and when anyone spoke about Sirius Black. Harry had begun to suspect the professor knew more about Harry's parents than he admitted. He also suspected Lupin would not answer directly if asked. "What sort of creature can become a rat?" Harry said. Lupin's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. Harry saw it. "An animagus." The answer came carefully. "A witch or wizard who can transform into an animal." "Could one stay transformed for years?" "In theory." "Would the animal age normally?" "Not necessarily." Harry set down his tea. "Scabbers has been in Ron's family for 12 years. Lupin looked toward the classroom door. "Who owned him before Ron?" "Percy." "And before Percy?" "I don't know." Lupin's face had gone pale. Harry leaned forward. "You know something, possibly." "That isn't an answer." "No." Lupin stood. His movement was too quick. "We should speak to Professor Dumbledore." Harry stared. "You believe me?" "I believe the question deserves examination." Why? Lupin did not answer. Harry's suspicion sharpened. Does this have something to do with Sirius Black? Lupin's expression closed. Do not involve yourself with Black. You do know. What I know is that he is dangerous. That's what everyone says when they don't want to explain. Lupin looked tired. Harry, was he an animagus? Silence. Harry felt the answer before Lupin gave it. Yes. What animal? A large black dog? Harry remembered the shape he had seen near Magnolia Crescent, the grim, the creature watching from the darkness before the night bus arrived. His stomach dropped. You knew, I suspected. And you said nothing? To whom? Dumbledore. Lupin looked away. Harry understood. You never told him. No. Why? Cowardice. The word came without defense. That stopped Harry. Lupin continued. When I was a student, Sirius, your father and 2 other boys discovered a secret I had tried very hard to hide. They became animagi to help me. Help you with what? Lupin looked at the moon chart hanging near the window. Harry's thoughts aligned. The professor's monthly illnesses, the scars, Snape taking over his lessons, the boggart in class becoming the moon. You're a werewolf. Lupin closed his eyes. Yes. Harry sat very still. The bond reacted faintly. SAYO understood predators and transformations poorly. Harry felt curiosity, not fear. You thought I'd be frightened? I thought you might be. I'm bonded to a basilisk. A tired laugh escaped Lupin. Yes, perspective can be useful. Harry returned to the important part. Who were the 4? Lupin's expression became guarded again. Your father, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and myself, though I was not an animagus. Harry's mind caught on the name Peter Pettigrew, the man Sirius supposedly murdered, a small wizard, a friend of James Potter, dead except for one finger. What animal was Pettigrew? Lupin's face emptied. Harry knew before he answered. A rat. The classroom became silent. How small? Lupin lowered himself into the chair. Small enough to press a knot at the base of the whooping willow. Harry stood. Scabbers is missing a toe. Lupin's gaze snapped toward him. One front paw has a gap. Which paw? I don't know. Lupin was already moving. They reached Gryffindor Tower too late. Ron stood in the middle of the common room holding a blood-stained sheet. Hermione stood several feet away, white-faced. Crookshanks crouched beneath a table. What happened? Harry asked. Ron turned. His eyes were furious. Her cat killed Scabbers. Hermione shook her head. We don't know that. There's blood. Ron held up the sheet. The stain was small but bright. Orange hairs clung to the fabric. Crookshanks hissed. Harry looked at Lupin. The professor's face tightened. Where is the rat? Gone, Ron said. When did you last see him? This morning. Lupin crouched beside the bedsheet. He touched the blood with the tip of his wand. A pale light appeared, then faded. Animal blood? He said. Ron glared at Hermione. There. That doesn't prove Crookshanks killed him. His fur is on the sheet. Crookshanks has been near the bed before. Ron turned to Harry. You believe me? Harry looked at the stain, Scabbers' reaction, Crookshanks' stare, Lupin's revelation. I don't think he's dead. Ron stared. What? I think Scabbers might be an animagus. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Ron laughed. It was not amusement. You think my rat is a wizard? Maybe. He's been in my family for years. That's why. Ron looked from Harry to Lupin. The professor's presence made the idea harder to dismiss. Hermione stepped forward. An animagus transformation would explain his unusual lifespan. Ron's face reddened. Not you too. And the missing toe, Harry said. What about it? Peter Pettigrew left one finger behind. Ron's anger faltered. He looked down at the sheet. No, Lupin's voice was quiet. We need to find Scabbers. Ron backed away. No. Ron, he's a rat. Harry saw the fear beneath the anger. If Scabbers was truly Pettigrew, then Ron had slept beside a grown man for years, carried him, fed him, protected him. The truth was not merely strange, it was violating. Harry softened his voice. We could be wrong. Ron looked at him. You don't think you are? No. Crookshanks suddenly bolted. He shot from beneath the table and disappeared through the portrait hole. Hermione ran after him. Harry followed. Ron hesitated, then came to. Lupin remained close behind. Crookshanks moved through the castle with purpose, down staircases, across the entrance hall, out through a side door into the freezing grounds. Snow had begun falling. The cat ran toward the whooping willow. Harry's stomach tightened. Stop, Crookshanks did not. The tree's branches began thrashing as they approached. A large black dog appeared near the roots. Ron shouted. The dog lunged. It seized Ron by the arm. Ron screamed as the animal dragged him across the snow. Harry ran. The willow's branches struck. One caught Hermione across the shoulder and threw her aside. Harry raised his wand. SAYO! The name escaped before thought. The bond surged beneath the castle. The cold pressure entered Harry's eyes. He stopped it. No, SAYO could not help without coming through tunnels beneath a crowded school. Harry cast instead. Expel Iremus. The spell struck a branch and deflected it. Not enough. The black dog pulled Ron beneath the roots. Crookshanks darted after them. Harry reached Hermione. Are you hurt? I'm fine. She was not, but she stood. Lupin pointed his wand toward the tree. The branches stopped. Harry looked at him. How? The knot. Lupin moved toward the tunnel entrance. His face had changed, fear and certainty together. Sirius, he whispered. They followed. The passage was narrow and steep. Harry crawled quickly, ignoring the dirt beneath his nails and the ache in his knees. Ron's cries had stopped. That frightened him more. The tunnel rose. They emerged inside a dusty room. Furniture covered in torn cloth stood against the walls. Windows were boarded shut. Every surface smelled of age, animal fur, and abandonment. The shrieking shack. Footsteps sounded above. Harry climbed the staircase. He found Ron in a bedroom, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. A large black dog stood over him. Crookshanks sat on the bed. Harry raised his wand. The dog transformed, bones shifted, fur withdrew. A thin man rose where the animal had been Sirius Black. He looked worse than the newspaper photograph, starved, wild, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. So, Sirius said, "You came!" Harry aimed at his chest. "You dragged Ron here. I needed the rat." Ron gripped his broken leg. Scabbers is dead. Crookshanks jumped from the bed. The cat clawed at Ron's pocket. Ron shoved him away. Something squealed. Scabbers burst from the robes. Alive, he raced toward the wall. Hermione blocked him. The rat turned. Lupin entered the room. He saw Sirius. Everything in his face broke. For one long second, neither man moved. Then Lupin lowered his wand. He crossed the room and embraced Sirius. Harry stared. Hermione gasped. Ron looked betrayed. "You!" Harry's wand swung toward Lupin. "You helped him." "No." Lupin said. Sirius stepped back. "He knows now." "Knows what?" Harry demanded. "That I did not betray your parents." Harry's grip tightened. "You killed Pettigrew." Sirius looked toward Scabbers. "No." The rat pressed itself against the wall. Sirius's face filled with hatred. "He's there." Harry followed his gaze. Ron shook his head. "That's not Peter Pettigrew." Lupin approached slowly. "How many toes does he have?" Ron looked down. Scabbers' front paw showed 4. The missing digit left a small, pale gap. Ron's face collapsed. "No." Sirius raised his wand. The rat squealed and tried to flee. Hermione cast first, Petrificus Totalis. The spell struck the floor beside Scabbers. The rat changed direction. Harry felt SAYO's instinct surge. Fast prey, block the path. The gaze gathered. Harry rejected it. He pointed his wand. "Stupefy." Red light hit the wall. Scabbers vanished beneath a cabinet. Crookshanks attacked. The cat reached under, claws extended. A rat squealed. Then a man screamed. The cabinet lifted as a body expanded beneath it. A short, balding wizard appeared on the floor. One hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew. Ron made a sound of horror. Pettigrew looked around the room. His watery eyes found Harry. "Harry," he smiled desperately. "You look so like your father." Harry felt sick. Sirius lunged. Lupin stopped him. "Wait." "Why?" "Because Harry deserves the truth." Sirius trembled with fury. Pettigrew crawled toward Ron. "Ron, you won't let them kill me." Ron pulled away. His broken leg shifted. He cried out. Pettigrew stopped. Harry aimed his wand. "Explain." The room filled with voices. Sirius told the story first. He had been the Potter's secret keeper. Everyone believed. But at the last moment, Sirius convinced James and Lily to switch to Pettigrew. Sirius believed Voldemort would come after him. No one would suspect weak, frightened Peter. Pettigrew betrayed them. When Sirius cornered him afterward, Pettigrew shouted that Sirius had betrayed the Potters. cut off his own finger and destroyed the street before transforming into a rat. 12 muggles died. Sirius went to Azkaban without a trial. Pettigrew went to the Weasleys. Harry listened. The bond offered nothing, no certainty, no magical signal announcing truth. Sirius smelled of rage, grief, and prison. Pettigrew smelled of fear. Fear did not prove guilt. Innocent people feared death too. Harry looked at Lupin. You believe him? Yes. Because he's your friend? Because I have evidence. Lupin pointed to Pettigrew. A dead man is standing before us. Pettigrew shook his head violently. Sirius forced me into hiding. As a rat, Hermione asked. I was frightened. For 12 years, he escaped. Last month, Hermione said. Pettigrew's eyes shifted. Harry saw it. The quick search for another lie. SAYO's instincts recognized that movement, not truth. Evasion, still fallible, still not enough alone. Ginny's testimony had mattered because she witnessed the chamber. Snape's potion mattered because it showed physical evidence. Here the evidence stood breathing before them. Harry stepped closer. Why didn't you tell Dumbledore you were alive? Pettigrew opened his mouth. No answer came. Why stay with the Weasleys? I had nowhere else. You had the whole wizarding world. Sirius would find me. He was in Azkaban. Pettigrew looked towards Sirius. He has always frightened me. Sirius's face twisted. You served Voldemort. Pettigrew flinched. Harry noticed, not at the name, at the accusation. You did, Harry said. No, you gave him my parents. I had no choice. The words escaped. The room became silent. Pettigrew realized too late. Sirius moved. Harry blocked him. Don't. Sirius stared. He deserves to die. Maybe. Harry's own voice surprised him. Pettigrew whimpered. Harry continued, but not like this. Lupin looked at Harry. Sirius did not understand. He destroyed your family. I know. You heard what he did. I know. Harry felt the gaze waiting behind his eyes. One look could end the problem, perhaps not kill Pettigrew, perhaps petrify him long enough for the Ministry to arrive. It would be easy, clean, no escape. Harry's hand touched the edge of his glasses, then stopped. He had sworn. The gaze was not a first-choice weapon, not even against someone who deserved hatred. Harry raised his wand instead. We take him to the castle. Sirius laughed bitterly. To the Ministry that put me in Azkaban without a trial, Dumbledore will listen. Dumbledore believed I was guilty. He believed the evidence. And now the evidence is here. Pettigrew began crying. Harry felt no sympathy, only disgust. But disgust was not permission. Lupin conjured ropes. They bound Pettigrew tightly. Sirius watched Harry. You're James's son. Harry disliked the phrase, not because it was false, because Sirius seemed to mean Harry had acted exactly as James would. Harry did not know his father well enough to accept that. I'm Harry, he said. Sirius went still, then nodded. Yes. A faint recognition passed through his expression. Not disappointment, correction. Harry was not a copy of the dead. He was himself. That mattered. They left the shack near midnight. Ron floated on a stretcher. Pettigrew remained bound. Sirius moved beside Harry. Lupin walked on the other side. Hermione carried all their wands except Harry's. Clouds covered the moon. Harry felt cold before the others did. He stopped. Lupin looked upward. The clouds moved. Moonlight spilled across the grounds. Lupin's face changed. Sirius understood first. You didn't take your potion. Lupin bent forward, his body convulsed. Harry backed away, bones cracked, hands lengthened into claws. The werewolf rose. SAYO reacted with immediate recognition. Predator, living heat, teeth. A threat the basilisk understood. The bond surged toward Harry's eyes. This time the gaze might work. Harry could feel it. One direct look. Perhaps Lupin would petrify, perhaps die. Harry turned his face aside. Run, Sirius transformed. The black dog attacked the werewolf. They crashed across the grass. Pettigrew moved. The ropes loosened during the confusion. Harry saw his hand reach for Lupin's dropped wand. Expelliarmus? Harry's spell missed as Pettigrew rolled. The stolen wand came up. A flash of light struck Ron. Hermione screamed. Harry ran toward Pettigrew. The rat-faced man transformed. His body collapsed into fur. Scabbers disappeared into the grass. Crookshanks leapt after him. Too late. SAYO's instinct pressed hard. Use the gaze. Freeze the ground. Stop the prey. Harry ripped off his glasses. He looked toward the grass. Nothing, only darkness and movement. Too many possible targets: Hermione, Ron, Sirius, Lupin. One uncontrolled activation could strike any of them through reflected moonlight. Harry closed his eyes. He put the glasses back on. The choice cost them. Pettigrew escaped. Harry knew it immediately, not because the bond confirmed it, because the grass became still. Sirius and Lupin vanished toward the forest. Ron lay unconscious. Hermione knelt beside him. Harry stood in the moonlight, fists clenched. He had refused the gaze, and a murderer had escaped. The Neverrule no longer felt noble. It felt like failure. The Dementors found Sirius near the lake. Harry and Hermione followed the sound of barking through the trees. They reached the shore and saw Sirius collapsed beside the water. Dozens of Dementors descended. Harry raised his wand. He had faced the boggart. He had formed the stag. But the real cold entered him now. His mother screamed. Sorrow recoiled. Harry held the truth. Pain was not everything. He was not alone. Expecto Patronum, silver mist emerged. The Dementors slowed. Not enough. Harry tried again. The stag's head formed, then dissolved. More Dementors arrived. Hermione fell beside him. Harry's knees struck the ground. Across the lake, someone raised a wand. A great silver stag burst into being. It charged over the water. The Dementors fled. Harry stared through the brightness. A figure stood on the opposite shore. For one wild moment, Harry thought it was his father. Then darkness took him. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore stood near the door. Hermione sat beside Harry, pale and tense. Ron slept in the next bed. Pettigrew escaped, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. The Ministry does not believe Sirius is innocent. Harry sat up. They have Pettigrew's ropes. No Pettigrew. Lupin saw him. Professor Lupin is a werewolf whose transformation endangered students. Harry's anger rose. They'll use that against him. Yes, Snape saw Sirius. Professor Snape saw Sirius Black in the Shrieking Shack. He did not witness Pettigrew's transformation. Harry looked at Hermione. Scabbers. Gone. The entire truth depended on a man who had escaped. Again, Dumbledore's eyes moved toward the window. The Ministry intends to perform the Dementor's kiss on Sirius. Harry felt cold. When? Soon. Stop them. I have no legal authority to do so. You're Dumbledore. The words sounded childish, desperate. Dumbledore did not rebuke him. I cannot compel them to accept truth without evidence. Harry thought of the chamber, of names, of choice, of command. Power did not make every institution obedient. Dumbledore could drive away 100 Dementors. He could not force the Ministry to admit it had imprisoned an innocent man, not openly, not without consequence. Dumbledore looked at Hermione. There are times when more than one innocent life may be saved if one is willing to revisit the hours already spent. Hermione's hand moved toward the chain beneath her robes. Harry frowned. Dumbledore continued. 3 turns should suffice. Then he left. Time turned backward. Harry did not understand the magic fully. One moment, he and Hermione stood in the hospital wing. The next, they were inside a cupboard watching themselves disappear down the corridor. Hermione dragged him away before he could speak. They hid, waited, watched their earlier selves cross the grounds. Harry saw the events from outside, the Whomping Willow, the tunnel, Lupin forgetting his potion, Pettigrew escaping, every mistake already made. They could not stop it without risking everything that followed. That was the cruelty of knowing. Harry saw the exact moment the rat vanished into the grass. He raised his wand. Hermione grabbed his arm. No, we can stop him. We didn't see anyone stop him before. We were looking the other way. If you use the gaze, I won't. Then what? Harry had no answer. Pettigrew disappeared. They let him, not from mercy, because time had already closed around the choice. Later, near the lake, Harry waited for the figure across the water, his father. No one appeared. The Dementors descended. Harry understood. There had never been anyone else. He stepped from the trees. The cold struck. His mother screamed. Sorrow panicked. Harry held the bond steady. Fawkes was absent. No rescue, no inheritance. Only the spell he had learned, the people who had chosen him, the choices he had made. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted, fully formed, brilliant. It charged across the lake. The Dementors fled before it. Harry watched the silver animal turn. It looked at him from the water, not James Potter, not SAYO, not Fawkes. Harry, his own magic wearing a shape inherited from love but chosen in the present. Hermione reached him. "You did it." Harry lowered the wand. "I knew I could." He did not mean confidence. He meant he had already seen himself do it. For once, knowledge created certainty rather than Dumbledore's mystery. They freed Buckbeak. Then Sirius. Sirius climbed onto the hippogriff's back. He looked down at Harry. "Come with me." Harry's chest tightened. For one moment he imagined it, a home away from Privet Drive, someone who knew his parents, someone who wanted him. Then Sirius looked toward the castle. "We can't," Harry said. "Not yet." Sirius's face fell. Harry stepped closer. "You're still my godfather." Sirius stared. "If you want to be," the wording mattered, not a duty inherited from James. A choice made now. Sirius smiled. It changed his entire face. "I do." Buckbeak spread his wings. Before they took off, Sirius looked at Harry's glasses. "Remus told me about the basilisk." Harry stiffened. Sirius continued. He looked terrified when he said it. "That sounds right." Sirius almost laughed, then his expression softened. "I know something about carrying another shape." Harry looked at him. "Being an animagus isn't the same." "No." Sirius's eyes moved toward the forest where Lupin had transformed. "But people deciding what your other shape means before they ask you, that part may be." Harry felt recognition, not fear, not admiration. Someone understood a fraction of the problem. Sirius leaned down. "Do not let them call the creature the whole of you." Harry thought of Ashfang, of rumors, of being treated as either weapon or monster. "I won't." Buckbeak launched into the air. Sirius disappeared into the night. Harry watched until he was gone. The Ministry called it another escape. Snape called it Potter's interference. Fudge called it a disaster. Pettigrew remained officially dead. Sirius remained officially guilty. Lupin resigned before parents could demand his removal. The truth survived only among a small group. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Lupin, Sirius, Dumbledore. Snape knew fragments and rejected some of them. The system did not change. No apology came from the Ministry. No trial was reopened. No public record corrected. Harry had helped save Sirius's life. He had not restored his name. That distinction hurt. On the last morning of term, Lupin packed his office. Harry stood beside the empty Grindylow tank. "You're leaving because Snape told people." "Yes." "Are you angry with Severus?" Harry nodded. Lupin folded a robe, partly. "That sounds too reasonable." Lupin smiled. "I am also angry with myself." "Why?" "I forgot the potion. You were trying to help Sirius, and I endangered you." Harry thought of SAYO breaking pillars to reach him. Intent did not erase consequence. "I understand." Lupin looked at him. "I believe you do." Harry hesitated. "When you saw my Patronus, you recognized it." Lupin stopped packing. "It was your father's form." Harry waited for more. Lupin did not offer it. "My father was a stag animagus." "Yes." "And Sirius was the dog." "Yes." "Pettigrew the rat." "Yes." Harry looked toward the window. The names had meanings now. Prongs, Padfoot, Wormtail. Childhood turned into a secret map. "What were you?" Lupin's expression became sad. "Moony." Harry almost smiled. "They named you after the thing you hated." "They named the thing so it would not be the only name I had." Harry understood immediately. SAYO, not monster, not basilisk, not weapon. A name did not erase danger. It created space for something beyond it. Harry looked at Lupin. "Do you think Pettigrew will return to Voldemort?" Lupin's face darkened. "Yes." "Then refusing to use the gaze was a mistake." Lupin set down the robe. "Do you believe that?" He escaped. "If you had used it, what might have happened?" "I could have stopped him." "You might have struck Hermione. I had the glasses. They were already damaged." Harry looked away. Lupin continued. "A boundary does not become foolish simply because breaking it would have produced a useful result once. But Voldemort might return because I let Pettigrew go." "You did not let him go." "I chose not to use the one thing that could stop him." "You chose not to gamble with the lives beside you." Harry felt anger. "That sounds better when you say it." "It was not clean." Lupin's voice sharpened. "Do not make it clean." Harry looked at him. Your choice had a cost. Pettigrew escaped. That matters. The fact that you protected your friends also matters. Both remain true. Harry thought of Dumbledore, of the Ministry, of every adult who shaped truth into whichever version hurt least. Lupin was refusing to do that. No triumph. No easy moral victory, only consequence. Harry nodded slowly. Lupin returned to packing. Before leaving, he handed Harry a roll of parchment. The Marauder's map. Your father would have wanted you to have it. Harry held the map. Did Pettigrew's name appear? Lupin became still. It should have. Harry remembered Fred and George giving him the map. He had used it to reach Hogsmeade. Had he ever looked closely at Ron's dormitory at night? No, he had seen so many names that one more near Ron might not have stood out, or perhaps the map's creators had not designed it to expose one another easily. Another uncertainty. Another failure hidden in plain sight. Lupin picked up his case. Harry? Yes. Instinct helped you question the rat. Harry waited. It did not prove the truth. I know, remember that. Harry nodded. Lupin left. That evening, Harry went to the chamber with Dumbledore. It was the first time the headmaster accompanied him. SAYO waited beneath the statue. The basilisk's head turned toward Dumbledore. Old firekeeper. Dumbledore looked at Harry. What did he say? Harry translated. A faint smile touched Dumbledore's face. I have been called worse. SAYO tasted the air. He carries the firebird's scent. Fawkes chooses to remain with him, Harry said. Dumbledore heard the precision. His eyes moved toward Harry. SAYO lowered its head. Ratman escaped. Harry became still. You felt it, small prey, old fear. He wasn't prey, he fled. That doesn't make him prey. SAYO's tongue flicked. You could stop him with the gaze. Harry's stomach tightened. Dumbledore remained silent. I could have hurt my friends. One threat, many near. That's why. The threat returns. Harry looked at the stone floor. Yes. SAYO moved closer. Then choice has teeth. Harry raised his head. What does that mean? You choose mercy. The hunted one lives. It may hunt again. It wasn't mercy. You did not strike. I refused one weapon. SAYO considered. Different words. Harry almost argued, then stopped. Perhaps the basilisk was right in part. To Pettigrew, the distinction did not matter. Harry's restraint became escape. The meaning belonged partly to consequence. Dumbledore finally spoke. Would you make the same choice again? Harry looked at him. I don't know. Dumbledore nodded, not disappointed, not reassured. That may be the most honest answer. SAYO's head turned between them. The basilisk could smell uncertainty. Harry suspected Dumbledore could too. They stood beneath the statue. A boy connected to a monster, a headmaster connected to a pheonix. A basilisk learning that freedom included choices with terrible costs. No one issued a command. No one offered certainty. Above them, the wizarding world continued believing Peter Pettigrew was dead and Sirius Black was guilty. Truth had reached the people in the chamber. It had not reached the law. Harry had believed that discovering the truth would solve everything. Instead, truth became another burden that had to be carried by people willing to believe it. He looked at SAYO. The basilisk had once been known only as Slytherin's monster. Sirius was known only as a murderer. Lupin would soon be known only as a werewolf. Harry was becoming known only as Ashfang. Names could reveal, names could also imprison. The difference depended on who was allowed to choose them. Harry rested one hand against SAYO's scales. The basilisk did not move away. You called me Harry before. Yes, keep doing that. SAYO's answer traveled through the stone. Harry, not speaker, not heir, not master. Harry, for the moment it was enough. Chapter 9, a third kind of power. By the second week of July, 6 people knew the basilisk beneath Hogwarts had a name. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Snape, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall knew there was a living basilisk in the chamber. She knew Harry was connected to it and that the creature had resisted Tom Riddle's command. But Harry had never spoken SAYO's name in front of her. Professor Lupin had heard pieces before leaving Hogwarts, though not enough to understand the whole pattern. Sirius knew a basilisk had survived and that Harry carried some form of bond with it. He had accepted the news with less alarm than anyone else, but he had never met SAYO. The Ministry knew only rumors. The Daily Prophet knew less and printed more. Most of the school believed Harry controlled a monster. Some believed the monster controlled him. A smaller number believed Dumbledore had arranged the entire thing as part of a secret plan. Harry disliked that version most. It made every mistake feel deliberate. The truth was much less impressive. No one had planned anything. A basilisk had been commanded, a pheonix had chosen, a boy had nearly died between them. And now, every adult involved was trying to decide what the accident meant before it became another disaster. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office with his hands folded tightly in his lap. Ginny sat to his left. Ron and Hermione occupied 2 chairs near the wall. Professor McGonagall stood beside the fireplace, rigid and watchful. Snape remained in the darkest corner of the room with his arms crossed. Fawkes perched behind Dumbledore. The phoenix's feathers cast warm light across the shelves. No one had spoken for nearly a minute. On the desk lay 3 objects. The first was a glass vial containing a dried trace of Harry's blood. The second was a broken fragment from the cauldron used in Snape's final potions lesson. Green and gold residue still clung to the blackened edge. The third was Ginny's diary, not Tom Riddle's diary. The plain brown book Mrs. Weasley had given her after the chamber. Ginny's hand rested on its cover. Harry could feel how nervous she was without the bond telling him anything. Her breathing was shallow. Her shoulders were too still. She had agreed to come. That was different from wanting to be here. Dumbledore looked at each person in turn. "Thank you." Snape's expression suggested gratitude was unnecessary. Ron glanced toward the door. Hermione sat with a notebook already open. McGonagall looked at the book beneath Ginny's hand. "Why is Miss Weasley's diary necessary?" Ginny answered before Dumbledore could. "Because I wrote down what I remembered." Her voice was quiet. It did not shake. Harry looked at her. She kept her gaze on McGonagall. "I started after leaving the hospital wing." McGonagall's expression softened. "You are not required to share anything private." "I know." Ginny's fingers tightened slightly on the cover. "That's why it matters that I decided to." Fawkes gave a low trill. The sound was soft enough that no one commented. Harry felt the warmth beneath his ribs brighten. Dumbledore's eyes moved toward the phoenix. Another tiny pause. Harry had become good at noticing them. The moments when Dumbledore's certainty failed to move smoothly from thought to action, they did not make him look weak. They made him look human. That was almost more unsettling. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. "We are gathered because the events of the last year can no longer remain divided among separate conversations." Snape's lip curled. They should never have been divided. Harry looked at him. Snape did not return the glance. Dumbledore continued. "Professor Snape has identified aspects of the bond through potion reaction and old magical theory. Miss Granger has documented its observable rules. Mr. Weasley and Miss Weasley have both witnessed effects that occurred beyond my sight." Ron shifted in his chair. "And Harry," Dumbledore said, "stands at the center of a connection no one in this room fully understands." Harry looked toward Fawkes. The phoenix remained on Dumbledore's perch. For now, McGonagall's gaze settled on Harry. "What has changed?" Harry knew she did not mean the last year in general. She meant why now. Why gather everyone after term ended? Why reopen what had already caused enough fear? Dumbledore looked at Snape. The potions master stepped forward. He placed one pale finger beside the vial of blood. "Potter's magical signatures have stabilized," Harry frowned. "That sounds good." "It is neither good nor bad." Snape's eyes moved to him. "It is significant." Hermione leaned forward. "In what way?" "During the school year, the basilisk and phoenix responses strengthened and weakened depending upon proximity, fear, injury, and conscious attention." Hermione nodded. "We observed that." Snape's finger moved toward the residue on the cauldron fragment. "The pattern has altered." Harry felt cold. "How?" "The signatures no longer behave merely as foreign magical influences." McGonagall's posture sharpened. "Explain." Snape looked irritated, as if the entire room should already understand. "They have become integrated into Potter's own magical response." Harry stared at the vial. "You said I wasn't poisoned. You are not. And I'm not becoming a basilisk." "No." Then what does integrated mean? Snape's expression became severe. It means your magic has stopped treating the bonds as injuries to be healed. The room went silent. Harry looked at Fawkes, then toward the floor. SAYO was far below within the chamber, awake, listening only through the faint emotional pressure the bond allowed. Hermione spoke carefully. So the magic considers them part of Harry's stable state. Yes. Can they still be severed? Snape's gaze moved toward Dumbledore. Not without consequences we cannot predict. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Could they have been severed safely before? No. Then nothing has changed. Much has changed, Snape said. Previously, intervention risked damaging Potter and the creatures. Now intervention would certainly damage Potter because the magical structure no longer distinguishes cleanly between bond and self. Ron looked at Harry. You mean it's permanent? Snape did not answer. Harry did. Yes. The word felt strange. He had known, not intellectually. The marks had faded. His recovery had stabilized. The second awareness had become ordinary enough that some mornings Harry noticed SAYO only after noticing his own breathing. But hearing it aloud closed a door. The bond was not something that had happened to him and might one day be removed. It was part of the shape his life had taken. Dumbledore watched him. How does that make you feel? Snape looked disgusted by the question. Harry considered lying, relieved. McGonagall stared. Relieved? I was waiting for someone to decide it had to be removed. No one spoke. Harry continued. If it can't be removed without hurting everyone, then we stop pretending that's the answer. McGonagall's expression hardened. That does not remove the danger. No. Harry looked at the cauldron fragment. But danger isn't the same as a mistake that can be undone. Ginny's fingers moved against her diary. Harry glanced at her. She understood. The chamber could not be unwritten. The diary had happened. Riddle had used her. No spell would return them to the people they had been before. The question was what they did with what remained. Dumbledore turned toward Ginny. Would you like to read your account? Ginny's face paled. Harry shifted. You don't have to. I know. She looked at him. That's why I'm doing it. Ginny opened the diary. Several pages near the beginning were blank. Harry knew she had left them that way deliberately. The first words appeared nearly a quarter of the way through the book. Ginny took a breath. I wrote this 3 days after leaving the hospital wing. Her voice became quieter as she read. I remember Tom telling me no one else would understand. I remember thinking that if I told anyone, they would take the diary, and I would lose the only person who listened. I remember waking up with feathers in my bed and blood on my sleeves. I remember being afraid of Harry because Tom was interested in him. Harry looked down. Ginny continued. I remember the chamber in pieces. I remember Tom becoming clearer. I remember Harry asking the basilisk whether it wanted to kill him. McGonagall's eyes moved toward Harry. Ginny did not look up. The basilisk stopped. Snape's expression remained still. Dumbledore's hands tightened together by a fraction. Ginny read on. Tom became angry because it stopped. He did not sound surprised that Harry could speak. He sounded frightened that the basilisk had listened. Harry's head lifted. Ginny had not told him that part. Not exactly. She had said Riddle was angry, not frightened. Dumbledore noticed the distinction too. What makes you describe him as frightened? He asked. Ginny closed one finger between the pages to hold her place. Because I knew his voice. Her face tightened. He spoke inside my head for months. He sounded pleased when people were afraid. He sounded cold when he was angry. In the chamber, when the basilisk answered Harry, he sounded like he was losing something. Ginny looked toward Dumbledore. Control? The word settled over the office. Fawkes shifted on his perch. Harry felt SAYO respond from below, a slow pressure, memory, the ancient command tightening. Riddle's voice. The first moment another speaker asked a question instead of giving an order. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. So the creature's disobedience began before the venom and tears mixed. Yes, Dumbledore said. Snape's gaze sharpened. The connection did not cause the break. No, Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry's choice created the condition in which the break became possible. Harry disliked the phrasing. It was only a question. Questions can be more disruptive than spells, Dumbledore said. Ginny returned to the diary. The basilisk still struck him. I remember that. It obeyed Tom even when it didn't want to. Her voice faltered. Harry saw her fingers tremble. Mrs. Weasley should have been there. Or perhaps not. Ginny had asked that her parents not be invited. She said she could not speak honestly with her mother crying beside her. Harry understood. Ginny continued. After it bit Harry, it pushed the broken fang toward him. McGonagall looked sharply at Dumbledore. You had not told me that? Dumbledore's face remained calm. I knew it was possible. You knew Miss Weasley witnessed it? No, McGonagall looked at Ginny. You are certain? Ginny's fear became anger. Yes. The single word struck hard. McGonagall's face changed immediately. I apologize. Ginny breathed once, then nodded. She looked back at the page. It gave Harry the fang. Tom told it to stop. It did not. Snape stepped closer to the desk. The act was voluntary. Harry glanced at him. Snape ignored him. The basilisk supplied the means to destroy the diary against the heir's direct order. Yes, Ginny said. Hermione's quill moved quickly. Ron looked toward the floor as if imagining SAYO beneath them. Ginny continued reading. After Tom disappeared, the basilisk did not attack me. Harry told it he would return. It asked him to. She stopped. Her face had gone pale. Harry expected her to close the book. Instead, she turned the page. This part is from later. She read. I was afraid Harry had controlled it. Then I realized that was the story people wanted because it was easier. If Harry controlled the basilisk, then he was dangerous in a familiar way. If the basilisk chose, then it was a person in some way, and that meant the school had kept a person enslaved beneath it for 1,000 years. No one moved. Harry stared at Ginny. She had never said this aloud. McGonagall looked stricken. Snape's face remained unreadable, but one hand tightened inside his sleeve. Ginny read the final line. I do not know whether SAYO is good. I know Tom never allowed either of us to choose, and Harry did. She closed the diary. The sound was small. It seemed louder than the sorting hats shout in the great hall. Dumbledore looked at her for a long time. Thank you. Ginny nodded. She did not look relieved. Truth did not always relieve. Sometimes it merely moved pain from private memory into a room where others could no longer pretend not to see it. McGonagall sat down. It was the first time Harry had seen her do so in Dumbledore's office without being invited. A person, she said quietly. Snape spoke from beside the desk. A dangerous classification. Ginny looked at him. Why? Because the term may encourage people to ignore the creature's nature. It has a name, so do murderers. Harry's anger rose. Snape turned toward him before the Bond could react. Control yourself. I am. The temperature in the vial disagrees. Harry looked. A thin layer of frost had formed on the glass. SAYO had felt his anger. Harry breathed slowly. The frost began melting. Snape continued. Recognizing choice does not require pretending innocence. The basilisk killed Myrtle Warren. Under command, Harry said, and the dead remain dead. Myrtle's face appeared in Harry's mind. She had not forgiven SAYO. She had not been asked to. Snape was right. Names did not erase victims. Ginny looked toward Harry. He nodded slightly. Snape's gaze moved to her. Your testimony establishes that the basilisk acted voluntarily against Riddle. Ginny stared. That sounds like you believe me. I believe evidence. That isn't the same. No, Snape's voice became quieter, but it is not nothing. That was as close to reassurance as he was likely to offer. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Professor Snape, would you explain what you recognized in Harry's potion? Snape's eyes narrowed. You already know. The others do not. Snape looked at Harry. This is unnecessary. Harry understood. Snape did not want to describe where his knowledge came from. Old Slytherin magic. Domination rituals. The kind of theory respectable professors did not study without reason. Dumbledore waited. Snape's expression became colder. When I was younger, I encountered texts concerning magical control over serpents. Ron shifted. Hermione stopped writing. Snape continued. Most were crude. Dark arts, McGonagall asked. Yes, the word came without excuse. Some involved blood, some invoked ancestry. Others used pain, deprivation, or magically enforced dependency. Harry felt Sarrow's distant presence tighten. Snape noticed the vial cooling again. He looked directly at Harry. "Stay calm." Harry nodded. Snape continued. "The purpose was obedience. Did they work?" Ginny asked. "Often enough to remain attractive to fools." "What happened to the serpents?" Snape looked toward Fawkes. "They obeyed until the bond failed." "And then?" Ron asked. "They killed the wizard if able." The room became colder. Harry thought of Sarrow turning on Riddle's memory, not attacking him, but refusing, supplying the fang. A command-based bond eventually turned against the person holding the chain. Dumbledore's fingers moved once over the desk. "What distinguished Harry's reaction?" he asked. Snape looked at the dried residue. "No domination markers." Hermione leaned forward. "What would those look like?" "Magical asymmetry. The wizard's signature expands, the creature's contracts." Harry remembered the two strands circling separately, neither consuming the other. Snape continued. "In Potter's blood, both creature signatures remained intact." "So the bonds are equal?" Ron asked. No, Snape looked irritated. A basilisk, a pheonix, and a teenage wizard are not equal in nature, age, or magical capacity. "What are they then?" Hermione asked. "Independent." Harry stared at him. Snape's face tightened as though he disliked the word. "The signatures respond to one another without collapse." Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. "Connection without possession." "Yes." Snape's agreement sounded reluctant. Harry understood why Dumbledore had called the meeting. Ginny's memory proved Sarrow had chosen before the bond formed. Snape's evidence proved the resulting magic did not behave like ownership. Together, they changed the question. It was no longer whether Harry controlled two powerful creatures. He did not. It was whether the wizarding world could accept loyalty that did not flow downward from a master. McGonagall looked toward the pheonix. "Fawkes has always been independent." "Indeed," Dumbledore said. "Then why does his attention to Harry trouble us?" The question was direct. Harry felt the office tighten around it. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Fawkes opened his wings. The pheonix left the perch. He flew once around the office. Golden light passed across the portraits and shelves. Then he descended. Harry expected Fawkes to land on his chair. He did not. The pheonix landed on the desk between Harry and Dumbledore. One claw rested near the green and gold residue, the other near Ginny's diary. Fawkes looked at Dumbledore, then at Harry. Warmth entered the bond, not overwhelming, not exclusive. Harry also felt something else. Fawkes's connection to Dumbledore, he had never perceived it so clearly before. It was not a chain, not even a line. It was familiarity built over years beyond Harry's understanding, trust, shared danger, grief, music, silences, 1,000 choices to remain. Harry could not see memories, he did not hear thoughts, but he felt the weight of duration. Fawkes had not abandoned Dumbledore by choosing Harry too. The pheonix's loyalty had divided in direction, not in strength. Dumbledore's eyes met Fawkes's. The headmaster looked older, not physically. Something in his expression loosened. "You have never belonged to me," he said. Fawkes gave a soft cry. Dumbledore smiled. It carried sadness. "I know." Harry looked down. The moment felt too private to witness, but Fawkes had placed himself where everyone could see. That was part of the choice. McGonagall watched Dumbledore carefully. "Albus," he looked at Harry. "I have advised ministers, challenged tyrants, and taught generations of students." Harry waited. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. "Experience creates patterns. One learns how fear behaves, how ambition disguises itself, how power tempts, how certain choices lead with depressing reliability toward certain consequences." Snape's expression did not change, but Harry felt the words pass near him. Dumbledore continued. "I have relied upon those patterns." "You mean predictions?" Hermione said. "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes remained on Harry. "Often, my greatest advantage has not been knowing more spells. It has been recognizing what people were likely to do before they did it." Harry thought of the Philosopher's Stone, the Mirror of Erised, Dumbledore arranging protections, allowing Harry enough information to reach the final chamber, but not enough to understand the whole plan. Dumbledore had always known more, or believed he did. Harry asked, "And now?" Dumbledore looked toward Fawkes. "Now I have encountered a pattern without precedent." Snape spoke quietly. "Lack of precedent does not make Potter unknowable. No, Dumbledore looked at him. But it makes certainty dishonest. The words silenced the room. Harry felt Ron glance toward him. Ginny's hand returned to her diary. Dumbledore leaned forward. I believed the basilisk would remain loyal to Slytherin's blood until death. SAYO wasn't loyal, Harry said. No. Dumbledore accepted the correction. I believed its obedience absolute. It nearly was. Yes. I didn't overpower it. I know. Harry frowned. Then what exactly can't you predict? Dumbledore studied him. What you will choose when the old categories offer no good answer. Harry did not understand. Dumbledore continued. When faced with a basilisk, most would see three possibilities. Kill it, control it, flee from it. I spoke to it. Yes. When Fawkes remained near you, I expected the connection either to weaken his bond with me or to prove temporary. It didn't. No. When the gaze appeared, I expected fear of harm to push you toward severing the bond or fear of weakness to push you toward using it. Harry thought of Pettigrew. I almost used it, but did not, and he escaped. Dumbledore's expression became grave. Yes, that wasn't a victory. No. Again, the direct answer. Harry's frustration rose. Then why are you saying this like I did something special? I am saying that you chose a cost I could not calculate in advance. Harry became still. Dumbledore continued. You preserved a moral boundary and lost a tactical advantage. Many would call that foolish. Others would call it noble. Both descriptions are incomplete. Lupin had said the same in different words. Do not make it clean. Dumbledore looked at Ginny's diary. You named a creature without absolving it. His gaze moved to Fawkes. You accepted loyalty without claiming ownership. Then to Harry's glasses. You feared a power and still refused to destroy everything connected to it merely to make yourself safer. Harry's throat tightened. I made mistakes. Of course. Dumbledore almost smiled. That is not what troubles me. What does? Dumbledore was silent. Then he said, I can no longer assume that I know what you will become. No one moved. Harry had imagined this conversation differently. He had expected Dumbledore to admit the bond was powerful or dangerous or beyond school rules. Instead, the headmaster was speaking about Harry as though the uncertainty itself had changed the balance between them. Not because Harry could defeat him. He could not. Everyone in the school had seen Dumbledore drive the Dementors away. Harry had no spell that could answer that mastery. But Dumbledore's true authority had always been larger than dueling. He understood the board, the pieces, the likely moves. Now Harry was connected to choices that did not follow the usual lines. What does that mean? Ron asked. Dumbledore looked toward him. It means I must be more careful. With Harry, Hermione asked, with my own certainty. Snape shifted. An admirable sentiment delivered late. McGonagall gave him a warning look. Dumbledore did not appear offended. Yes. Snape's face tightened. Harry felt something unspoken pass between them, years-old decisions. Perhaps Dumbledore had once believed he could predict Snape too. Perhaps he had been right often enough to make the times he was wrong unforgivable. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You still know more than me, considerably. Ron coughed. Harry ignored him. You're still stronger. In most practical applications of magic, yes. Then nothing has changed. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Knowledge and power do not cease to matter merely because they are incomplete. He leaned closer. But incomplete knowledge must not disguise itself as the right to decide another person's life. The office fell silent. Harry thought of Privet Drive, Dumbledore leaving him there, the adults arranging protections around him without explanation. Ginny's diary, Sarrow's chains, Fawkes's freedom. Does that include me? Harry asked. Dumbledore did not look away. Yes. Harry's pulse quickened. Will you tell me why I have to go back to the Dursleys? McGonagall stiffened. Snape's eyes narrowed. Ron and Hermione looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the old calm had returned, but it no longer looked effortless. There are protections connected to your mother's sacrifice. What protections? They are anchored in blood and home. That house isn't home. Dumbledore flinched. It was small. Harry saw it. I know, Dumbledore said. Do you? Yes. Then why? Because while you can still call that place your residence, your mother's protection remains active there. Harry had not expected an answer, not a full one, not now. What does it protect me from? Voldemort and those acting directly through his power. The name moved through the office. Harry thought of Pettigrew escaping, Sirius flying into exile, the war waiting beyond the school year. You should have told me. Yes. The word came without defense. Harry stared. Dumbledore continued. I believed knowledge of the protection would place a burden on you before you were old enough to carry it. You decided that? Yes. Without asking? Yes. Harry felt SAYO beneath the castle. The basilisk understood commands. It did not understand this kind of authority, the authority of someone who loved and still controlled through withheld knowledge. Perhaps that was more complicated. Perhaps it was harder to resist because the intention could be good. Snape watched Dumbledore. His expression had become unreadable in a different way. Ginny's hand tightened over the diary. Dumbledore looked at Harry. I cannot undo the years already spent. No, I can answer more honestly now. Everything? No. Harry's anger sharpened. Dumbledore raised one hand. Not because I claim the right to hide whatever I choose, but because some knowledge concerns other lives and promises, not mine alone to break. Harry considered. That was not the answer he wanted. It was not nonsense either. Will you tell me when that is the reason? Yes. And when you're keeping something because you think I'm too young? Dumbledore's eyes held his. I will tell you that too. Harry sat back. It was not equality. Dumbledore was still headmaster, still far older, still responsible for the school, but the shape of the authority had changed. Not vanished. Named. Ginny looked toward Harry. He understood her expression. She had told Riddle's secrets because he listened. Dumbledore had withheld secrets because he believed he knew best. Both were forms of information shaping power, though not morally equal. The solution was not that Harry should know everything. It was that secrecy should stop pretending to be kindness by default. Fawkes stepped closer to Harry. The pheonix nudged his hand, then turned and crossed the desk toward Dumbledore. He pressed his head against the headmaster's wrist. The warmth inside Harry did not weaken. Dumbledore's face softened. There it was, visible. The truth made physical. Fawkes could choose Harry without leaving Dumbledore, could choose Dumbledore without rejecting Harry. Loyalty was not always a throne with one seat. Ron smiled faintly. Hermione looked as though an important theory had just been proved. McGonagall released a breath. Snape looked away. Dumbledore stroked the feathers along Fawkes's neck. I believe we have avoided the central question long enough. Harry frowned. Which question? What is to be done about SAYO? The basilisk's presence sharpened beneath the floor. Harry sat straighter. McGonagall spoke first. The chamber cannot remain structurally unstable. It has been reinforced, Snape said, for now. The tunnels beneath the castle are extensive, Hermione added. Containment through one entrance is not real containment. Ron looked at her. That isn't helping. It is still true. Dumbledore turned toward Harry. What does SAYO want? Harry focused. The bond did not provide words across that distance, only impressions, darkness, movement, open tunnels. Hunger, a deep dislike of confinement, and something else. Name, not merely being called SAYO by Harry in private. Recognition. Harry opened his eyes. He wants not to be treated like a hidden weapon. McGonagall frowned. That is not a practical request. It is to him. Does he wish to leave the chamber? Yes. Ron went pale immediately. Harry focused again, not into the school. That is a surprisingly important detail, Ron said. Hermione looked toward Dumbledore. The tunnels reach beneath the forest and possibly beyond the lake. Snape's gaze sharpened. You told her that, Harry nodded. Snape looked displeased. You continue to distribute dangerous information with admirable efficiency. She needed it. Everyone always needs information until someone uses it badly. Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster almost smiled. Snape noticed. His expression worsened. Dumbledore folded his hands. We cannot simply release a basilisk into the countryside. No, Harry said. We cannot keep a sentient creature sealed beneath the school indefinitely merely because that is easier. McGonagall looked at him. Sentient remains an unproven classification. Ginny opened her diary. Everyone looked at her. She did not read. She simply rested one hand on the page he chose. McGonagall's expression changed. Not full agreement, enough. Snape looked toward the floor. A choice proves will, not wisdom. Harry nodded. SAYO isn't wise about people. The basilisk's distant attention pressed irritably through the bond. Harry ignored it. He still sees threat, hunger, and territory first. Then freedom may result in deaths, McGonagall said. Yes, Harry forced the answer. That's why we need rules. Ron looked at him. You made rules before. They weren't enough. Hermione's quill moved. No travel through inhabited sections of the castle. Already established, Snape said. No hunting within Hogwarts boundaries, Harry continued. How do you define the boundaries underground? Hermione asked. We mapped the tunnels. With what time? McGonagall asked. Over the summer. Snape's eyes narrowed. You intend to remain at Hogwarts? Harry looked at Dumbledore. I have to return to Privet Drive. Yes, Dumbledore said. The answer came with more reluctance than before. Harry continued. Not for the whole summer, Dumbledore considered. The protections require that you return and continue to regard the house as your residence. How long? I cannot provide an exact number of days. Why not? Because the magic is not measured by a calendar alone. Harry disliked that, but Dumbledore had said when the answer was genuinely uncertain, Harry believed him. For part of the summer, then. We may arrange a return visit. McGonagall looked alarmed. To map basilisk tunnels. With supervision, Dumbledore said. Snape's expression darkened. No. Everyone looked at him. Snape pointed toward Harry. He is 13. Nearly 14, Ron said. Snape ignored him. The basilisk is unstable around threats Potter experiences at a distance. The chamber incident during the Quidditch match demonstrated that. I can block more of the bond now. Harry said, Your confidence remains a poor substitute for testing. Then test it. Snape stared. Harry continued, You said training, repetition, no shortcuts. Something moved in Snape's face, recognition, perhaps annoyance at hearing his own advice returned. Controlled tunnel mapping? Hermione said. With markers, mirrored equipment, and retreat routes. Ron looked at her. You've already planned this. Only generally. That means yes. McGonagall rubbed her temple. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. The pheonix had returned to the center of the desk, between them. Always between, Harry realized, not as division, as connection. Dumbledore turned towards Snape. You are the most qualified person present to monitor the serpent magic. Snape's face became murderous. Albus. Professor McGonagall can reinforce the mapped sections. McGonagall did not object. Miss Granger may document. Hermione sat straighter. Mr. Weasley may identify when a theoretically sound plan has become practically insane. Ron frowned. That feels insulting. It is an important role. Ron considered. Fair, Ginny spoke. And me, Dumbledore looked at her. You have no obligation to return to the chamber. That isn't what I asked. Harry turned toward her. Ginny's face was pale but determined. I opened it. Tom made you, Harry said. My mouth spoke the words. That wasn't your choice. No, Ginny looked at him. Going back would be? The bond warmed faintly, not Fawkes, Harry himself. Dumbledore studied Ginny. Your parents would need to consent. Ginny's expression tightened. That means Mum will say no. It means they are responsible for your safety. She didn't ask me before buying the first diary. The room became still. Ginny looked down. That wasn't fair. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. No, Ginny took a breath. I want to see the place when Tom isn't there. Harry understood. The chamber existed in her memory as violation. Returning might not heal that. It might make things worse. But forbidding her without asking would repeat the shape of the harm. Dumbledore nodded slowly. We will discuss it with your parents. Ginny did not smile, but some tension left her shoulders. Snape looked toward the vial. None of this addresses public knowledge. The room tightened again. The rumors had grown throughout the year. Ashfang, Monster Master, Slytherin's heir. The Daily Prophet had already built a version of Harry without needing evidence. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Do you want the truth made public? Harry immediately thought no. Then he remembered Sirius. Truth known privately had not restored his name. He remembered Myrtle. Truth without victims included became another kind of lie. He remembered SAYO wanting recognition, and Ginny's testimony. Public truth would expose her too. Harry looked at Ginny. It isn't only my decision. She nodded. Dumbledore's eyes softened. No, Hermione spoke. A complete public statement would create more danger. Snape gave her a thin look. An uncommon moment of restraint. She ignored him. If people know SAYO is alive, they may try to find the chamber. Some already will, Ron said. If they know Harry cannot command him, they may see the creature as vulnerable. Or Harry as less dangerous, McGonagall said. Snape looked toward her, which may make him more vulnerable. Harry hated that every truth could become a weapon depending on who heard it. Dumbledore sat quietly. Harry looked at him. What would you do? The old answer would have come quickly, perhaps not aloud, but Dumbledore would have known, now he considered. I would correct what is necessary and conceal what would recklessly endanger others. Harry frowned. That sounds like what you always do. Yes. Dumbledore accepted the criticism. The difference must be in deciding together whose danger is being weighed. Harry looked at Ginny, then Snape, then Fawkes, finally toward the floor. SAYO should have a say. McGonagall stared. How, I ask him, you cannot bring a basilisk into this office? Ron said. No, Harry stood. I go to the chamber. Snape shook his head, not alone. I know, Dumbledore rose. I will accompany you. Fawkes opened his wings. Harry felt the phoenix's intention before he moved, coming to. Snape stepped away from the wall. As will I. Ron looked horrified. Why does that sound worse than the basilisk? Hermione closed her notebook. We should all go. McGonagall looked at the group, then at Ginny. The youngest Weasley had gone pale. Harry noticed. You don't have to. Ginny placed the diary inside her robes. I know, she stood. That's why I'm coming. The chamber opened for Harry's voice. Stone snakes slid apart. The group entered slowly. Dumbledore walked beside Harry rather than ahead. That detail mattered. Snape moved behind them with his wand drawn. McGonagall stayed near Ginny. Ron and Hermione carried mirrored shields. Fawkes flew overhead, his light spreading between the pillars. SAYO emerged from the darkness. The basilisk seemed even larger with so many people present. His scales scraped against stone. His scarred eyes remained closed. Ron inhaled sharply. McGonagall raised her wand. Harry felt SAYO's reaction. Threat, many bodies, known sense, fear. He stepped forward. SAYO, the basilisk stopped. Harry, Ginny flinched at the hiss. Harry translated. He said my name. Dumbledore looked toward the creature, not at him, toward him. That distinction mattered too. SAYO's tongue tasted the air. Firekeeper, old shadow, stone woman. Red-haired vessel, quick scholar, loud red-haired one. Ron looked offended after Harry translated. Loud, Hermione almost smiled. Ginny did not. She stood very still, SAYO's head lowered toward her. McGonagall moved between them. The basilisk stopped. Harry felt the old memory enter the bond, Ginny's hands opening the chamber, riddles sent in her blood, commands spoken through her mouth. Ginny trembled. She remembers you, Harry said. SAYO corrected through the bond. I remember the shadow wearing her. Harry translated carefully. Ginny's eyes filled with tears. She did not step back. I remember you too. Harry repeated the words in Parseltongue. SAYO became still. Ginny continued. You killed Myrtle. McGonagall looked at her. Harry swallowed and translated. The basilisk's head lowered. The air commanded. Ginny's voice sharpened. That doesn't make her less dead. Harry translated. SAYO's body shifted. The sound of scales against stone filled the chamber. No, Harry stared. The answer was simple, not excuse, not understanding, acknowledgement. Ginny's tears fell. She wiped them away angrily. I don't forgive you, Harry translated. SAYO remained still. She may choose. Ginny looked at Harry. What did he say? Harry's throat tightened. He said you may choose. Ginny closed her eyes. Dumbledore looked away. Fawkes descended and landed near her, not touching, offering presents. Ginny opened her eyes again. That's enough. Harry did not know whether she meant SAYO's answer or the conversation. Either way, no one pressed. Harry moved closer to the basilisk. We need to decide what people outside should know. Outside, the wizarding world. SAYO's tongue flicked, many voices. Fear name, Ashfang. The basilisk's body tightened. Not your name. No, not mine. No. Harry looked at the others, then back toward SAYO. Do you want them to know you're alive? The basilisk considered for a long time. Knowing brings hunters. Yes. Hidden brings commands. Harry frowned. What does that mean? Hidden weapon waits for hand. Harry understood. As long as SAYO remained only a secret creature beneath Hogwarts, someone might eventually try to claim him again. Another heir, another dark wizard, another person convinced that a basilisk existed to be used. Public knowledge created hunters. Secrecy created owners. There was no safe answer. "What do you choose?" Harry asked. SAYO's head lifted, name known. "Paths hidden," Harry translated. Hermione nodded first. "Reveal that SAYO exists as an independent being. Conceal the chamber's access and tunnel network." Snape looked toward the basilisk. Independent is a dangerous word. "Accurate," Dumbledore said, partly. "Accuracy is often partial." Snape gave him an irritated glance. McGonagall looked at Ginny, and the chamber events. Ginny opened her diary. Her hands still trembled. "I'll give a statement." Harry turned. "You don't have to. I know." She met his eyes. The same answer again. That was the foundation of everything now. "I know. I choose." Ron stepped closer to his sister. "You don't have to use your name," Ginny considered. "No," she closed the diary. "If people are going to believe it, they need to know I was there." Harry thought of the cost. Students whispering, strangers writing letters, people blaming her. Ginny saw his expression. "They already know I was taken. Not everything." "No," her face hardened. "But I'm tired of everyone telling my story around me." Dumbledore bowed his head. "Then your words will remain yours." Snape looked toward Harry. "And yours?" Harry felt the weight of the rumor. Ashfang, the boy who commanded monsters, the boy stronger than rules. He wanted to reject it completely. But public truth could not explain every private distinction. Some people would still fear, some would still twist it. "I'll say I don't control SAYO." "Many will not believe you," Snape said. "I know. That does not trouble you." "It does." Harry looked toward the basilisk. "But it's true anyway." Fawkes screamed. The sound rose through the chamber, bright and fierce. SAYO lifted his head. The pheonix flew from Ginny's side and circled the basilisk once. Snape raised his wand. Dumbledore did not. SAYO remained still. Fawkes descended. Not onto Dumbledore's shoulder, not Harry's. He landed on the stone between Harry and SAYO. The basilisk lowered his head. Pheonix and basilisk faced one another, fire and venom, ancient opposites, the creatures that should have destroyed each other. Fawkes gave a quiet note. SAYO answered with a low hiss. Harry felt no words, only recognition, not friendship, not forgiveness. Both remembered the chamber fight. Fawkes had taken SAYO's sight. SAYO had nearly killed Harry. No easy peace existed between them, but neither attacked. They chose not to. Dumbledore watched. His face held the same uncertainty Harry had seen in the hospital wing. This time he did not hide it. "I could not have predicted this," he said. Snape's gaze moved toward him. "No," Dumbledore looked at Harry, "and I find that I am glad." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because a world in which every choice can be predicted is merely another kind of prison." SAYO's head lifted. Perhaps he understood the tone, if not the words. Harry looked around the chamber, Ginny with her diary, Ron holding a mirror despite his fear, Hermione documenting rules no book had given her, McGonagall lowering her wand by degrees, Snape present because suspicion had become responsibility, Dumbledore admitting the limits of his sight. Fawkes choosing the center. No one person controlled the room. That made it dangerous, slow, complicated. It also made it honest. Harry rested one hand against SAYO's scales. The basilisk allowed it. "Your name will be known." SAYO's presence tightened through the bond. Fear, not of death. Of definition. Harry understood. A name could free. A name could become another cage. "We'll tell them what it means," Harry said. Words change. "Yes." Voices lie. "Yes." "Then why?" Ron asked after Harry translated. SAYO's answer came through the stone. "Hidden things are easily owned." Harry repeated it. No one spoke for a long time. Dumbledore finally nodded. "Then we begin with the truth." The statement was not released to the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore refused to let Rita Skeeter shape the first public account. Instead, copies were sent to the Hogwarts governors, the ministry's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, the families of those petrified and Myrtle Warren's surviving relatives. Ginny wrote her own testimony. No one altered it without permission. Snape provided a technical summary confirming that the magical pattern showed no domination markers. Hermione wrote a plain-language explanation of what the bond did not allow. No telepathy, no perfect sensing of danger, no guaranteed obedience, no immunity to injury or death. Harry added only 4 sentences. The basilisk beneath Hogwarts is alive. His name is SAYO. I do not command him, and he does not belong to me. We are responsible for what we choose next. Dumbledore read the lines. He changed nothing. The school's official notice followed. It acknowledged that the Chamber's creature had acted under inherited magical compulsion and later broken a direct command. It confirmed that access to the chamber remained sealed and monitored. It did not reveal the entrance. It did not describe the tunnels. It did not use the name Ashfang. The Daily Prophet used it anyway. The first headline read, Dumbledore admits Basilisk lives. The second read, Potter denies commanding monster. The third was worse. Ashfang and the Serpent, who truly controls Hogwarts. Harry burned that one. Letters arrived. Some were hateful, some terrified, some grateful. The mother of the Ravenclaw boy who had confronted Harry in Flourish and Blots wrote that no explanation changed what her son had suffered. Harry kept the letter. She was right. Explanation did not erase harm. Myrtle refused to read the statement. I already know it has a name, she said from the bathroom sink. That doesn't bring me back. Harry did not argue. He asked whether she wanted her own statement included. Myrtle stared. No one ever asks me. I'm asking, she cried for 20 minutes, then dictated 6 pages. Most were about Olive Hornby. The final paragraph was about SAYO. I do not forgive the basilisk. I also do not forgive the boy who opened the chamber 50 years ago, the school that never found the truth, and everyone who preferred a monster because monsters are easier to blame than people. Dumbledore included every word. The ministry objected. Dumbledore included it anyway. For several days, the wizarding world argued. Was a basilisk a being, a beast? A weapon? Could a creature bred for lethal magic possess legal standing? Did magical compulsion reduce responsibility? Could Harry be trusted? Could Dumbledore? No answer satisfied everyone. Harry discovered that public truth did not end rumors. It gave them better material. But one thing changed. People began using SAYO's name, not all. Many still said monster. Some used the name mockingly, some fearfully. Yet the word existed outside Harry's private circle now. SAYO, a buried path, water beneath stone. A creature no longer defined only by the founder who imprisoned him. On the final evening before Harry returned to Privet Drive, he stood in Dumbledore's office. His trunk waited downstairs. Fawkes rested on the windowsill. The sunset painted the room orange. Dumbledore handed Harry a folded parchment. What is it? A schedule. Harry unfolded it. 2 weeks at Privet Drive, then a supervised return to Hogwarts for tunnel mapping and further bond training. Harry looked up. You agreed. I did. Why 2 weeks? It is the shortest period I believe sufficient to renew the blood protection without recklessness. You believe? Dumbledore smiled faintly. Yes. Harry folded the parchment. The answer did not feel evasive now, only uncertain. That was different. Dumbledore moved toward the window. Harry, yes. The statement will make some people less afraid, and others more. Yes. Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore's face became grave. He has asked the ministry to classify SAYO as a controlled, dangerous creature. Harry's jaw tightened. Controlled by whom? That is the important question. Harry felt anger rise. The gaze remained quiet. Training, repetition, a different first response. What happens next? The ministry will send representatives. To the chamber. Not without Hogwarts' permission. Will you give it? No. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore's answer had been immediate, certain. Why not? Because inspection without SAYO's consent would repeat the very logic we have rejected. Harry stared. The headmaster turned. That does not mean no inspection will occur, you'll ask. Yes. Harry felt something loosen inside him. Dumbledore still had authority. He still made decisions. But now he named the boundary before using it. It was not perfect. It was change. Fawkes flew from the windowsill. He landed first on Dumbledore's shoulder. The headmaster smiled and stroked his breast feathers. Then Fawkes crossed the room and landed on Harry's arm. The warmth remained connected to both. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Does it still bother you?" The question surprised them both. Dumbledore considered. Yes, Harry had not expected honesty. "Why?" "Because I love him," Fawkes chirped. Dumbledore smiled sadly. And love, despite every noble thing written about it, does not automatically prevent possessiveness. Harry thought of Mrs. Weasley worrying over Ginny, Sirius asking Harry to come with him, SAYO breaking tunnels to reach Harry at the Quidditch match. Care could become control quickly when fear entered it. Dumbledore continued. The difference lies in what one does after recognizing the feeling. Harry looked at Fawkes. Let him choose. Yes, Fawkes pressed his beak against Harry's hair, then returned to Dumbledore. The movement did not feel like rejection, only choice. Harry placed the schedule in his pocket. At the door, Dumbledore spoke again. "I meant what I said." Harry looked back. "I cannot fully chart your next move." Harry frowned. "Is that good?" "For you," Dumbledore considered. "Sometimes." "For you," a hint of amusement appeared in the blue eyes. "Probably not." Harry smiled. Then Dumbledore's expression became serious. "Unpredictability is not virtue by itself." "I know. Voldemort is unpredictable to many people because they do not understand him. That does not make him free." Harry's smile vanished. "What makes this different? You continue to accept limits even when breaking them would benefit you." "Not always." "No," Dumbledore looked toward Fawkes, "but often enough to create a pattern I do not yet understand." Harry thought of Pettigrew, the cost of restraint, the temptation of the gaze, the anger still waiting behind his eyes. Maybe there isn't a pattern. Perhaps. Dumbledore's calm held no hidden correction, only possibility. Harry opened the door. Below the castle, SAYO moved through the reinforced chamber. Beyond Britain, Pettigrew remained free. Somewhere in hidden places, Voldemort's surviving followers read the newspapers and began connecting old words to new rumors. Ash, Fang, Phoenix, Basilisk. Harry did not know what they would conclude, neither did Dumbledore. For the first time, that uncertainty belonged openly to both of them. Harry descended the spiral staircase. Behind him, Fawkes began to sing. The music followed Harry down through the tower. Far beneath the school, SAYO lifted his head. The basilisk heard only a faint echo through stone, but Harry felt both responses, fire above, scales below, neither obeying, neither owned. And between them, Harry carried something the wizarding world had spent centuries trying to reduce into simpler forms. Not light, not dark, not mastery. A third kind of power, the power to be chosen, and the responsibility not to turn that choice into a chain. Chapter 10. What the wizarding world has no name for the ministry representatives arrived at Hogwarts beneath a sky full of summer rain. Harry watched their carriage cross the grounds from a high window in the entrance hall. 3 people stepped out. The first was a narrow witch wearing dark green robes and a silver badge from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Her gray hair was pulled into a bun so tight that it seemed to draw the rest of her face backward. The second was a heavy-set wizard in dragonhide boots carrying a long iron case. The third was Lucius Malfoy. Harry's hand tightened around the window ledge. "What is he doing here?" Professor McGonagall stood beside him. Her mouth became a thin line. Mr. Malfoy petitioned to attend as a representative of concerned Hogwarts families. He gave Ginny the diary. "We have no admissible proof. We have Dobby." House self-testimony is rarely accepted against the elf's family without additional evidence. Harry looked toward the carriage. Lucius raised his face toward the castle. Even at that distance, Harry felt as though the man had known exactly which window to find. Their eyes met. The protective lenses warmed faintly. Harry looked away. "Convenient," he said. McGonagall's expression softened by a fraction. "Justice and law are not always the same thing." Harry thought of Sirius. No, rain struck the windows. Below the castle, SAYO moved. The basilisk had felt Harry's anger. His awareness rose through the bond like pressure beneath Harry's ribs. Threat. Harry closed his eyes. "Yes." McGonagall looked at him. "He senses Malfoy. He senses me. That distinction must remain clear." "I know." Harry breathed slowly. Lucius was not prey, not even if he deserved punishment, not even if he had endangered Ginny to damage Arthur Weasley. The cold behind Harry's eyes eased. McGonagall watched until the lenses stopped warming. Better. Harry looked at her. You sound surprised. I am capable of recognizing progress, Potter. Snape isn't. Professor Snape recognizes it. He merely believes praise causes weakness. That explains a lot. McGonagall's mouth twitched. Footsteps echoed from the marble staircase. Ron and Hermione hurried down. Ginny followed more slowly. She wore her school robes despite the summer holiday, as if the uniform offered armor. Her diary was tucked beneath one arm. Ron saw the figures outside. Malfoy. Apparently he represents concerned families, Harry said. He represents himself. Hermione adjusted the straps of a bag filled with notebooks, measuring tools and enchanted mirrors. That does not mean his concerns are entirely false. Ron stared at her. You're defending Malfoy? No. I'm saying a living basilisk beneath a school is a legitimate concern. Harry nodded. Ron looked between them. Could we try hating him without being reasonable for 5 minutes? Ginny spoke quietly. I can. They looked at her. Her face had gone pale. Harry understood. Lucius had placed the diary in her cauldron. Ginny remembered the book, Tom's voice, the gaps in time, the chamber. Lucius might never have spoken directly to Riddle's memory, but he had knowingly placed dark magic in the hands of an 11-year-old. Harry stepped toward her. You don't have to meet him. Ginny's grip tightened around the diary. I know. The familiar phrase, the foundation they had built everything upon. She looked down the entrance hall. That's why I'm going too. Ron moved to her side. So am I. Hermione joined them. Harry looked at the three of them. No one had been ordered. That mattered more each time. Dumbledore entered through a side passage. Fawkes flew above him and settled on the banister. The headmaster wore plain purple robes rather than his more elaborate formal ones. His expression was calm, but Harry recognized the tension beneath it. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry looked toward the grounds. No. An honest beginning. The oak doors opened. Cold, wet air moved through the entrance hall. The visitors entered, the gray-haired witch stepped forward. Headmaster Dumbledore, Madam Selwyn. Her gaze moved immediately to Harry, then to Fawkes. I am Senior Classification Officer Cordelia Selwyn. This is Retrieval Specialist Bram Gorse. The heavy wizard lifted one hand. The iron case remained in the other, and Mr. Malfoy requires no introduction. Lucius smiled. Harry Potter. Harry said nothing. Lucius's eyes moved to Ginny. Miss Weasley, I am pleased to see you recovered. Ron made an angry sound. Ginny answered before anyone could stop her. No, you aren't. The entrance hall became silent. Lucius's smile remained, but less comfortably. I understand your experience was traumatic. You put the diary in my things. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Officer Selwyn turned toward Lucius. He looked mildly surprised. A serious accusation. You know it's true. Ginny's voice shook now. She did not stop. You wanted my father disgraced. You didn't care what happened to me. Lucius rested both hands on his cane. If you possess evidence, I encourage you to provide it to the proper authorities. Ginny's eyes filled with anger. Harry felt sorrow respond beneath the castle. The lenses warmed. Not because Lucius threatened Harry directly, because Ginny was afraid. The bond had learned to treat the fear of people Harry cared about as his own. That made it stronger, more dangerous. Harry looked at the floor. Not pray, not pray. Dumbledore stepped between Lucius and the children. We are not here to revisit the diary investigation. Lucius's gaze remained on Ginny. Of course not. Harry heard the victory in his voice. The law protected him. That did not make him innocent. Officer Selwyn opened a leather folder. Our purpose is to assess the creature identified in the submitted documentation as SAYO. She said the name like an entry on a form. It sounded wrong in her mouth, not mocking, not respectful, administrative. Harry disliked it less than monster. Before entering the containment area, Selwyn continued, we require confirmation that the creature is physically restrained. He isn't, Harry said. Gorse lifted the iron case. Then he will be. Saro's alarm struck the bond. Harry's vision sharpened. The glasses flashed silver. Every wand in the entrance hall rose. McGonagall's, Selwyn's, Gorse's. Lucius's wand appeared from his cane. Dumbledore did not draw his. Fawkes opened his wings. Harry froze. The scene had formed in less than a second. Adults aiming wands because his eyes changed. Saro feeling their threat and answering with more fear. The bond tightening. The gaze gathering, a circle feeding itself. Harry shut his eyes. Lower your wands. No one moved. His voice came out deeper than usual, carrying a faint hiss beneath the words. The pressure surged. Harry gripped the window ledge. Please. Ginny stepped in front of him. Harry heard Ron swear. Ginny, move. No, you can't look at me. I'm not. Her back faced him. She looked toward the adults. He's stopping it. Selwyn's voice sharpened. Miss Weasley, step aside. No, Lucius smiled faintly. There is your independent creature magic, headmaster. Harry felt the temptation then. Clean, immediate. One look at Lucius. The reflective marble floor could carry the gaze, perhaps not enough to kill, enough to petrify, enough to silence him, enough to prove every headline right. Harry's hand rose toward his glasses. He stopped it. Pettigrew had escaped because Harry refused the gaze. Lucius stood protected by law because Harry refused the gaze. Every practical instinct said power existed to solve problems. Saro's presence pressed upward, strike threat. Harry answered silently, no. He brings chain, no. He harmed red-haired one, I know, then strike. Harry's fingers trembled. Ginny spoke without turning. Harry, he held onto her voice, not a command, a reminder. He had promised the gaze would never become his first answer. The promise meant nothing if it survived only easy situations. Harry breathed. The cold pressure began to recede. His pupils widened. The lenses cooled. I'm all right, he said. Ginny remained where she was. Are you? Harry considered. Yes. This time it was true. Dumbledore looked around the entrance hall. Lower your wands. McGonagall obeyed first. Then Selwyn. Gorse hesitated. Dumbledore's gaze settled on him. The iron case lowered. Lucius withdrew his wand last. Ginny stepped aside. Harry opened his eyes. Lucius watched him. Disappointment flickered across his face. He had wanted Harry to fail. Perhaps he had expected it. Harry almost smiled, not because he had won, because Lucius had predicted him incorrectly. Dumbledore noticed. Something quiet passed through his expression. Recognition. Officer Selwyn cleared her throat. The incident demonstrates precisely why restraint is necessary. No, Hermione said. Selwyn turned. Hermione held up her notebook. It demonstrates that threatening Harry increases the basilisk response. A distinction without practical value. It has enormous practical value. Hermione stepped forward. The effect is reactive. Escalation worsens it. Restraint imposed through force could trigger exactly what you claim to prevent. Gorse tapped the iron case. This equipment has contained manticores. Saro is larger than a manticore. It is designed for expansion. Harry looked at the case. What's inside? Binding chains? Saro felt the word. A violent pulse shook the bond. Somewhere below, stone cracked. Dust drifted from the entrance hall ceiling. Everyone looked upward. Gorse gripped the case. Harry turned toward Dumbledore. He heard that. He felt your reaction, Hermione corrected. Harry nodded. You're right. He faced Gorse. You cannot bring the chains into the chamber. Gorse laughed once. That is not your decision. It is mine, Dumbledore said. The retrieval specialist turned. Dumbledore's calm remained absolute. No binding equipment enters the chamber unless Saro consents. Selwyn stared. Headmaster, the creature cannot provide legally recognized consent. Ginny's voice was quiet. That's convenient. Selwyn looked toward her. Ginny continued. You decide he cannot consent, then you never have to ask. Lucius tapped one finger against his cane. A basilisk is not a citizen. Neither is Fawkes, Harry said. All eyes moved toward the pheonix. Fawkes gave a low note. Dumbledore looked at Selwyn. Would you bind him without cause? Phoenixes are classified differently. Why? Because phoenixes possess documented sapience, complex loyalty behavior, and records written by people who survived meeting them, Hermione said. Selwyn's mouth tightened. Dumbledore's eyes moved toward the stone floor. Basilisks leave fewer scholars alive. No one argued. Harry thought of Myrtle. That was not amusing. The absence of knowledge came partly from death, partly from fear, partly from no one asking questions before reaching for a weapon. Selwyn closed the folder. Then we begin the inspection without restraint. Specialist Gorse will retain his equipment at the entrance. Harry felt SAYO's pressure, not agreement, less panic. Tell him to leave the case here, Harry said. Gorse looked offended. I will not abandon Ministry property. You'll be near it. Dumbledore nodded. The case remains in the entrance hall. Lucius looked toward the doors leading deeper into the castle. And if the creature attacks, Dumbledore met his eyes, then I will act. No one doubted him. Harry certainly did not. That was the difference the Quidditch match had made visible. Dumbledore could stop SAYO if necessary. Perhaps not without harm, perhaps not easily. But Harry did not need to pretend otherwise to preserve the basilisk's dignity. Respect did not require lying about strength. Gorse set down the case. Its iron corners struck the marble with a heavy clang. SAYO recoiled below. Harry placed one hand over his chest. "We're coming," he whispered. Lucius heard. His smile returned. Harry ignored him. The route to the chamber had changed. Dumbledore refused to make Ministry officials slide through the sink pipe, partly for security and partly because Gorse would never fit. Instead, Professor McGonagall opened a temporary passage through a sealed maintenance corridor connected to the old tunnel system. The group moved in single file. Dumbledore led. Harry walked beside Ginny. Ron and Hermione followed. Selwyn and Gorse came behind them. McGonagall walked near the rear. Lucius remained exactly in the middle, where everyone could watch him and he could pretend not to notice. Snape waited at the circular door. His eyes moved over the group. They stopped on Lucius, unexpected. Lucius smiled. Severus. Harry looked between them. The old familiarity was obvious. Not friendship now, history. Lucius's gaze dropped to Snape's left sleeve. The movement was slight. Snape noticed. His face became colder. The Ministry insisted upon observers, Dumbledore said. Mr. Malfoy is not the Ministry. No, Selwyn said. He is a registered representative of the family's petition. Snape looked toward Harry. You permitted this? I wasn't asked. Dumbledore accepted the criticism. The final attendance list arrived this morning. Harry looked at him. You could have refused. Yes. Why didn't you? Dumbledore glanced at Lucius. Because exclusion would allow him to claim we hid evidence. Lucius inclined his head. A sound assessment. Harry hated that Dumbledore was right. Some choices allowed unpleasant people into the room because secrecy would give them more power outside it. The circular door waited ahead. Its carved snakes reflected wandlight. Selwyn stopped. This is the original entrance. One of them, Hermione said. Snape looked at her. She corrected herself. One known entrance. He looked no happier. Harry stepped forward. SAYO felt him. The basilisk's presence rose. Fear, curiosity, anger at the metal scent still lingering on Gorse. Harry touched the carved stone. Open. The serpents moved. Officer Selwyn's quill began writing by itself. The door opened onto darkness. Fawkes flew ahead. Golden light spread through the chamber. The visitors stopped. No report could communicate its size. The pillars rose like stone forests. Salazar Slytherin's statue stared over all of them. Water moved through the channels with a slow whisper. Lucius looked around with naked fascination. Harry saw the calculation begin. Ancient construction, hidden passages. A creature bred by one of Hogwarts's founders, power waiting in the dark. He hated that expression more than fear. SAYO moved, scales scraped across stone. Selwyn raised her wand halfway. Dumbledore looked at her. She lowered it. The basilisk emerged. Gorse took one step backward. His confidence changed immediately. SAYO's head was larger than the iron case he had carried. His body continued between the pillars, far beyond the reach of Fawkes's light. His scarred eyes remained closed. Dark lines marked the old wounds. The chamber filled with his breathing. Lucius's face lost color only for a moment, then control returned. SAYO tasted the air. His tongue turned toward each visitor. Paperwoman, Harry translated. Selwyn's quill stopped. What? He knows you're carrying parchment. SAYO continued. Chainman. Gorse's hand moved toward his empty side, as though reaching for the case left far above. Harry translated. The specialist looked unsettled. SAYO's head turned toward Lucius. The bond tightened violently. Harry saw something that was not his own memory: leather. Ink, old dark magic. Riddle's diary passing through Lucius's hands, not visual truth. Scent. The basilisk recognized the magic around him. Shadow carrier. Harry became still. Lucius watched him. What did it say? Harry did not answer immediately. Ginny looked at him. Harry, he translated. Shadow carrier. Lucius's expression remained composed. A poetic creature. Snape's eyes narrowed. What does he smell? Harry asked SAYO. The basilisk's tongue moved. Old air's object. Dead pages. Blood command. Ginny inhaled. Harry's pulse quickened. He smells the diary's magic on you. Lucius laughed softly. After more than a year, Snape stepped closer. Certain dark artifacts leave durable residue. Lucius turned toward him. You would know. The words struck the room. Snape's face emptied. Harry felt SAYO's threat response, not from himself this time, from Snape. The potions master's magic sharpened like a blade. Dumbledore spoke. Enough. Lucius looked away first. Officer Selwyn's quill raced across the parchment. Can the creature identify Mr. Malfoy as the diary's previous owner? No, Harry said. Ginny turned toward him. Harry forced himself to continue. SAYO can smell similar magic. That isn't proof Lucius owned it. The name felt disrespectful without the title. Harry did not care. Lucius looked almost surprised. Harry could have twisted SAYO's instinct into certainty. He could have called it evidence. He could have helped destroy Lucius's reputation. The temptation was different from the gaze, quieter, perhaps more dangerous, using uncertainty as truth because the target deserved it. Harry refused. Ginny's face tightened. But after a moment, she nodded. Truth had to remain truth even when a lie would help. Selwyn looked toward SAYO. Does the creature understand English? No, Harry said. Some tone, some repeated words. You will translate exactly. Yes. Lucius smiled. How reassuring. Hermione opened a second notebook. I am also recording, Snape added, as am I. Lucius's smile faded slightly. Selwyn stepped forward. SAYO's head rose. Harry lifted one hand. Stop. Selwyn obeyed. Ask before approaching. I am conducting an inspection. You're entering his space. This chamber belongs to Hogwarts. SAYO felt the sentence through Harry's irritation. The basilisk shifted. Stonefounder made. Stonefounder left. He did not return. Harry translated. Dumbledore looked up at Slytherin's statue. The legal ownership of the chamber is unclear. McGonagall stared at him. Albus. It is. Selwyn looked frustrated. Very well. Ask whether I may approach. Harry faced SAYO. She wants to come closer to examine your scars and scales. Why? To decide how dangerous you are. SAYO's body tightened. She stands in my den. That already tells her something. All living things dangerous when entered upon. Harry almost smiled. Selwyn waited. What did he say? Harry translated. Gorse muttered. Threat. No, Hermione said. General principle, a convenient interpretation. It's accurate. Harry spoke to SAYO again. Will you allow her closer? The basilisk tasted the air. No wand raised. Harry repeated the condition. Selwyn hesitated, then placed her wand inside her sleeve. SAYO lowered his head 3 steps. Selwyn moved exactly 3 paces. The basilisk's enormous snout rested at her eye level. Even blind, SAYO seemed to look at her. Selwyn's face became very pale. She lifted no instrument. For the first time since arriving, she appeared to understand that classification forms were not the center of the encounter. You are SAYO, she said. Harry translated. The basilisk tasted her scent. She uses name. Yes, not monster, no. SAYO remained still. Selwyn slowly opened her folder. I need to document physical condition. Harry translated. Words take scales. She wants to describe you. Why? Harry struggled. So people who aren't here can decide what should happen. The basilisk recoiled. A low hiss rolled through the chamber. The stone vibrated. Selwyn stepped back. Gorse reached for a wand he had no longer concealed. Dumbledore's hand moved. Harry raised his voice. SAYO. The basilisk stopped. Distant voices command. They might try. Then why allow words? Harry had no easy answer, because law acted on records, because secrecy created owners, because public truth created hunters. They had already discussed it. Understanding the choice did not make its consequences less frightening. You chose name known, paths hidden. SAYO lowered his head slightly. Yes, this is part of name known. The basilisk's anger remained, but he did not retreat. Selwyn collected herself. No measurements requiring contact, Harry asked. SAYO agreed. The inspection continued, slowly, painfully. Selwyn recorded SAYO's approximate size, though much of his body remained coiled beyond view. She noted the damaged eyes, the age of his scales, the presence of old magical markings near his jaw and neck, runes so faint that even Snape had not noticed them before. Hermione moved closer to study them through a mirror. Their compulsion channels. Snape's gaze sharpened. Do not guess. I'm not. The pattern repeats toward the skull. Harry looked. Thin, dark lines ran beneath several scales, not scars. Magic burned into the body. SAYO felt his attention. First speaker marked. Salazar did that. Stone Founder spoke. Pain followed. Voice stayed. Harry's stomach turned. He translated. The chamber became silent. Dumbledore approached. He asked permission before moving closer. SAYO allowed it. The headmaster examined the markings without touching them. An obedience, geez, he said. Snape's face tightened, embedded during immaturity. He was young, Hermione whispered. Harry remembered the first speaker's name for SAYO, little death, not affection. A description of what the creature was intended to become. Dumbledore's eyes darkened. The G's was designed to recognize descendants through magical blood. That is why Riddle's voice compelled him, Snape said. Yes. Ginny moved closer. Ron reached for her arm. She shook him off gently. Not rejecting him, choosing her own distance, she stopped beside Harry. Can it be removed? Dumbledore looked toward the markings. Perhaps. SAYO reacted immediately. Fear struck Harry, not of the G's, of intervention. Pain remembered. Harry staggered. Ginny caught his arm. Harry? The last time someone changed it, it hurt. Dumbledore stepped back. We will do nothing without permission. Lucius spoke from behind them. Extraordinary. They turned. He looked toward the runes with open interest. You intend to preserve a founder's magical construct, yet object to classifying the creature as controlled. Harry felt disgust. The construct is inside him. Precisely. The basilisk is inseparable from Slytherin's design. No, Ginny said. Lucius looked at her. The design forced him and created him. That doesn't mean it owns what he becomes. Lucius's eyes moved to Harry, an appealing philosophy for children who dislike inheritance. Harry thought of the blood protection, the Potter name, Slytherin's heir, old families treating ancestry as destiny. Sometimes inheritance is only something someone else decided before you were born. Lucius smiled thinly. And sometimes it is power one would be foolish to discard. SAYO tasted the air. He wants chain. Harry translated. Lucius laughed. It interprets disagreement as threat. How independent? Harry's anger rose again. The lenses remained cool. He had trained this response. He did not need the gaze. Ask him yourself. Lucius looked at him. You know I cannot. That's the point. Lucius's smile vanished. You only know what the creature says because you control the translation. That is a legitimate concern, Selwyn said. Harry turned toward her. She looked apologetic but firm. We cannot build legal classification upon one person's interpretation. Hermione raised her notebook. We can compare Harry's translations against repeated responses and observable behavior. Still mediated. Snape stepped forward. Parseltongue cannot be learned through conventional study. Lucius looked toward him, convenient again. Dumbledore considered. We require independent confirmation. Harry felt a cold unease. From who? No one answered. There were few known Parselmouths. The most obvious one was Voldemort. That was impossible. Then Ginny spoke. Me, Harry turned. What? She looked frightened by her own thought. Tom used my mouth. The chamber became still. Ginny touched her throat. I don't remember all the words, but sometimes I dream in hissing. Ron went pale. You never said. I thought it was only nightmares. Snape's gaze sharpened. Can you reproduce any sound? Ginny swallowed. I don't know. Harry felt sick. Riddle had left something behind in her too, not a bond, not a soul fragment, he hoped, memory, conditioning. Language heard through possession. Ginny looked toward SAYO. Say something simple. Harry hesitated. She met his eyes. I choose, he nodded. Harry faced SAYO. Say, the red-haired girl is not the shadow. The basilisk lifted his head, then spoke. Red-haired one is not shadow. To everyone except Harry, the words were a long, layered hiss. Ginny closed her eyes, her lips moved. The red-haired one is not the shadow. Ron stared. Hermione's quill stopped. Lucius's face changed. Selwyn looked between Harry and Ginny. You understood? Not every word. Ginny's voice shook. But that. SAYO moved closer. McGonagall raised her wand slightly. Ginny did not retreat. The basilisk lowered his scarred head. She hears broken echo. Ginny frowned. Broken echo. Harry translated. The meaning matched, not perfectly, enough independent confirmation, not of every statement. But proof Harry did not invent the language or SAYO's answers. Selwyn looked at her records. This changes the assessment. Lucius's expression cooled. An 11-year-old possessed by dark magic is hardly a reliable linguistic authority. Ginny turned toward him. I'm 12. Ron almost laughed despite everything. Ginny continued. And you're only saying that because I understood something you wanted to call a lie. Lucius's hand tightened around his cane. Harry felt SAYO's anger. His own remained steady. Officer Selwyn looked at the runes again. A creature capable of conditional consent, self-identification, and differentiated recognition may qualify for provisional being status under exceptional review. Gorse stared. It's a basilisk. Yes, it kills by looking. So do certain curses when cast by recognized beings. Gorse's mouth closed. Selwyn looked toward SAYO. This does not mean unrestricted freedom. Harry translated the general meaning. SAYO responded, no cage. Selwyn heard only the hiss. Ginny whispered, no cage. Harry looked at her. She had caught it again. Selwyn did too. No cage, she repeated. SAYO's head remained lowered. Officer Selwyn closed the folder. Then we must discuss territory. Hermione immediately unrolled her tunnel map. Snape looked at her. You brought it into the chamber in front of Lucius Malfoy. Hermione froze. Lucius's eyes dropped to the parchment. Harry moved first. He took the map and folded it. Not here, Lucius smiled. Too late. SAYO reacted to Harry's fear. The bond surged. Lucius had seen only part of the map, perhaps enough to identify a route. Perhaps not. Harry's hand rose toward his glasses. The old solution returned. Look. Petrify him. Search his memory later. Stop the information from leaving. It would solve the immediate problem. A clean temptation. The final one. Harry's fingers touched the frame. Lucius saw. His smile became cautious. Everyone in the chamber watched Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Snape, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Fawkes, SAYO. All the story's roads narrowed into one choice. Harry could use the gaze. Lucius posed a real threat. He had already used one dark artifact against a child. If he knew even part of the tunnel network, he might send someone, attempt control, reach SAYO. Harry had promised never to use the gaze as a first-choice weapon. But was this the first choice? He had no time. Lucius could leave. Memory charms might be resisted or legally prohibited. Confiscating the information would not remove what he saw. The gaze would. Perhaps. SAYO's instinct pressed. Strike Chainbearer. Harry looked directly at Lucius through the protective lenses. The silver layer warmed. Lucius's face tightened. Harry could break the restraint. One deliberate push. The lens might crack. The reflected gaze could catch him. Harry saw fear in Lucius's eyes. Not much. Enough. Power waited. Harry lowered his hand. No. Lucius's smile returned slowly. Harry turned toward Dumbledore. He saw the map. Dumbledore nodded. I know. What can we do? Change the routes. Hermione inhaled. Collapse the map junctions and construct false branches. Snape looked toward her. That will require months. Then we start now. McGonagall nodded. The castle can alter sections of its own foundations if guided. Lucius's smile faded. Harry understood. The information had become useless the moment they accepted the cost of changing it. Not easy, not free. But possible without violating Harry's boundary. Lucius said, You would reshape Hogwarts because I glanced at a child's drawing. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes. No hesitation, no uncertainty. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Harry almost laughed. The refusal to use the gaze had not left them helpless. It had forced them to find a harder solution. That was different. Sarrow's frustration traveled through the bond. Threat leaves. Yes, it returns. Maybe. You let prey flee again. Harry's jaw tightened. He isn't prey. Different words. Yes. Harry placed one hand against Sarrow's scales. But my words. The basilisk remained tense, then slowly settled, not agreement, acceptance that Harry's choice was his own. Officer Selwyn watched them. What did you tell him? That I won't use the gaze. She looked startled. You can, possibly. On command. Harry thought of the near miss. The Quidditch pitch, Pettigrew, Lucius. No, that answer was more honest than yes. Selwyn looked toward Dumbledore. This was omitted from the initial statement. The existence of the effect was included, Hermione said. Its exact mechanism was withheld for safety. Lucius laughed softly. There is Dumbledore's new honesty. Harry expected the headmaster to respond. He did not. Instead, Dumbledore looked at Harry. Should the full risk be included in the revised classification? Harry hated the question. Public knowledge of the gaze would terrify people. It might invite attempts to exploit it. It might also protect anyone who encountered Harry during an uncontrolled response. The decision did not belong to Dumbledore alone. That was why he asked. Harry considered. Yes, but not how to trigger it. Selwyn nodded. A suppressed ocular projection with potential petrifying properties. Potential, Harry said, unverified. We are not verifying it on anyone. Agreed, she wrote. Lucius watched. Perhaps he understood that the meeting had slipped beyond him. He had arrived expecting a monster that could be claimed or condemned. Instead, the ministry was recording conditions, consent, territory, risks. A name, the old categories were changing around a creature that should never have fit them. Selwyn approached Sarrow again. She remained beyond the three-step boundary. Sarrow. Harry translated the address. The basilisk lifted his head. The ministry will provisionally classify you as an independent, sentient magical creature under restricted territorial protection. Harry translated slowly. Several concepts had no direct Parseltongue equivalent. Independent became without master. Sentient became thinking and choosing. Restricted territory became paths agreed, paths forbidden. Protection became no hunting by law. Sarrow listened. Law is distant command. Sometimes. Who commands law? Harry looked at Selwyn. That is complicated. The basilisk's tongue flicked. Human answer. Ron snorted. Harry translated. Even McGonagall almost smiled. Selwyn did not. What does he choose? She asked. Harry faced Sarrow. Do you accept protected paths beneath Hogwarts and the forest? No hunting humans or recognized thinking creatures. No entering the inhabited castle and supervised contact until trust grows? Sarrow remained silent. The chamber waited. At last. If humans do not enter den with chain. Harry translated. Selwyn looked toward Gorse. He frowned. Then nodded reluctantly. No binding equipment without immediate cause and headmaster approval. Harry translated. Sarrow's head moved slightly. Firekeeper asks. Dumbledore asks. Yes. Harry looked at the headmaster. Sarrow had granted Dumbledore a role. Not owner, not commander, someone whose judgment he would hear. Dumbledore bowed his head toward the basilisk. I accept that responsibility. Harry translated. Sarrow tasted the air. Stone woman guards upper paths. McGonagall looked at Harry. He wants you responsible for keeping people out of the tunnels. Her eyebrows rose. Does he? Yes, she looked toward Sarrow. I can do that. Harry translated. Old Shadow reads command marks. Snape became still. He wants you to study the G's. Snape looked at the faint runes. Removal may be dangerous. Sarrow's answer came immediately. Study. Do not cut. Harry translated. Snape nodded once, agreed. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. Sarrow's tongue turned toward her. Quick scholar maps. Hermione smiled. Gladly. Ron looked offended. What about me? Sarrow's head turned. Loud red-haired one brings food. The chamber echoed with laughter. Even Harry, even Ginny. Ron folded his arms. I suppose every expedition needs supplies. Sarrow turned toward Ginny. The laughter faded. The basilisk lowered his head until it rested against the stone. Red-haired one chooses distance. Ginny listened to the hiss. Her face tightened as she caught parts. Harry translated. He says you decide how close you come. Ginny's eyes filled. She nodded. Good. Harry translated the single word. SAYO remained lowered. Finally, the basilisk turned toward Harry. What is Harry? Harry frowned. What do you mean? Firebird has firekeeper. Stone woman guards stone. Old shadow reads marks. What is Harry? Lucius's attention sharpened. So did everyone else's. Harry understood the question, not his species. Not his title, his place in the agreement. Owner was forbidden. Master was wrong. Handler sounded like the ministry. Speaker was true but incomplete. Ashfang was someone else's name for him. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He did not supply an answer. For once, no one did. Harry thought of the year. The chamber, the fang, the tears, the hospital wing, SAYO's name, the gaze, the rumors, the dementors, the patroness, Pettigrew escaping, Ginny's testimony, Fawkes moving between two loyalties without diminishing either. Harry placed his palm against SAYO's scale. Friend. The word felt too simple. SAYO could hurt him. Harry had restricted him. They disagreed about prey, mercy, and danger. Trust remained fragile. Perhaps friend was not a promise of safety. Perhaps it was simply a relationship neither command nor blood had created. Harry translated. Parseltongue had no exact word. He used the closest meaning. One chosen to return. SAYO became still. Then answered, Harry returns. The bond changed, not stronger, clearer. The old pressure of command magic buried inside SAYO did not disappear. The venom pattern in Harry remained. Fawkes's warmth still came and went according to the pheonix's will, but something settled into place, a relationship named by both sides. Officer Selwyn closed her folder. Then the provisional agreement is recorded. Lucius looked disgusted. You are granting standing to a weapon? SAYO's body tightened. Harry turned. No, Lucius raised an eyebrow. You heard the officer. I heard you. Harry stepped toward him. The lenses remained cool. SAYO was made into a weapon. That isn't the same as being one. Lucius looked toward the basilisk. An uplifting distinction until someone dies. Myrtle died. Harry did not soften it. SAYO did that under command. The command matters. Her death matters too. Lucius's gaze sharpened. You think complexity makes you wise? No. Harry looked at Ginny, then at Snape, then Dumbledore. I think simple answers are usually the ones someone powerful wants everyone else to accept. Lucius's face became cold. For an instant, Harry saw the man beneath the polished manners, pride, fear, a hunger to control what he could not classify. Then the expression vanished. This arrangement will fail, maybe. Harry's answer surprised him. Lucius smiled. You admit it? Yes. SAYO felt Harry's certainty, not certainty of success, certainty of responsibility. If it fails, we deal with what happens. We don't put chains on him now because you can imagine the worst. Lucius looked toward Dumbledore. You allow children to dictate policy. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled without humor. I allow those most affected to speak. A dangerous habit. Yes. Lucius had no answer to that. He turned and walked toward the exit. Selwyn called after him. The inspection is not concluded. Mine is. His footsteps faded between the pillars. Gorse watched him go, then looked at SAYO. I still don't like it. Harry translated the tone, if not every word. SAYO responded, Chainman may choose distance. Gorse stared at the basilisk. What did he say? Harry told him. The retrieval specialist considered. Then stepped back one pace. SAYO relaxed. It was a small thing, almost nothing. A man moving because a creature asked rather than because it threatened. Harry noticed Dumbledore noticing, another new pattern. The ministry report took 6 weeks. In that time, Hogwarts changed beneath the ground. Professor McGonagall led the reconstruction. Old tunnels collapsed. False routes were formed. Magical doors appeared where no doors had been before. Hermione created a system of markers visible only through mirrored glass and Parseltongue activation. Ron carried food. He complained continually. SAYO began waiting for him. Ginny returned to the chamber 3 times. On the first visit, she remained near the entrance. On the second, she walked to the central pillars. On the third, she stood within 3 paces of SAYO's lowered head. She did not touch him. SAYO did not ask. Myrtle refused to enter. Harry respected that. Snape studied the G's markings. He discovered 7 separate channels of obedience, each tied to inherited magic. Removing them all at once would likely kill SAYO, so he began with one, not removing, weakening. The first channel controlled the compulsion to answer when called by Slytherin's blood. Snape designed a counter-potion using shed basilisk scale, pheonix ash freely given by Fawkes, and 1 drop of Harry's blood. He objected to the final ingredient. Harry insisted. The potion took 9 days to brew. When SAYO drank it, the chamber shook. Harry collapsed. Fawkes burned to ash at the same moment. For 1 terrifying hour, all 3 connections vanished. Then Fawkes rose as a chick from the embers. SAYO woke. Harry opened his eyes. The first chain was gone, not the others. 1 progress measured honestly. The cost left Harry feverish for 3 days. Snape said the next channel would not be attempted for at least 6 months. Harry agreed. Training had taught him patience badly. He was still learning. The Ministry's final document arrived near the end of August. SAYO received provisional protected status. The classification was ugly. Independent, sentient, lethal serpentine being restricted. Ron said it sounded like a sentence written by someone afraid of nouns. Hermione said it was unprecedented. McGonagall said unprecedented did not mean sensible. Dumbledore framed a copy in his office. Harry stared when he saw it. Why? History often begins in language too clumsy for what it attempts to describe. Fawkes, now growing rapidly from his latest burning day, perched on the frame and chewed 1 corner. Dumbledore allowed it. The report established rules. No unauthorized access. No hunting within protected boundaries. No attempt to breed, bind, harvest from, or commercially exploit SAYO. That clause was added after Lucius Malfoy submitted a request concerning venom research. The request was denied. SAYO was required to remain within mapped underground territory, except during emergency evacuation or by mutual agreement with Hogwarts authorities. Harry remained the recognized translator, but not legal owner, handler, or master. That sentence mattered most. The Daily Prophet hated it. The headline read, "Ministry creates new status for Potter's monster." Harry no longer burned every paper. He read enough to know what story people were telling. Then he decided whether it required an answer. Most did not. The name Ashfang remained. It appeared in letters, on school walls, in whispers. Harry stopped trying to destroy it. A name given by fear did not have to become his identity. He could let it exist without obeying it. SAYO's name spread too. Some used it. Others refused. Myrtle began correcting students who called him Slytherin's monster, not because she forgave him. Because, as she explained loudly to a group of second years, if you're going to be terrified, at least be accurate. The second years fled. Myrtle looked pleased. The final temptation came in September, not with Voldemort, not with Lucius, not with a dark wizard, with a frightened boy. A first-year Hufflepuff named Owen Pike entered the wrong corridor after dinner. He had heard rumors about a secret entrance beneath the castle and wanted to prove to his friends that he was not afraid of Harry Potter's basilisk. The corridor had been sealed. It should have remained sealed. But Hogwarts doors sometimes responded poorly to certainty. Owen found a maintenance stair. He descended. By the time the alarms activated, he had passed 2 barriers and entered a newly mapped tunnel. Harry felt SAYO's reaction from the Great Hall, stranger, small, fear, close. Harry stood so quickly that the bench overturned. Dumbledore looked at him from the staff table. SAYO found someone. McGonagall was already moving. Harry ran, Ron and Hermione followed. Ginny remained behind to inform the prefects and stop more students entering. The tunnel was narrow and wet. Harry heard the boy before he saw him, crying. Then SAYO hissed. The sound filled the passage. Harry rounded a corner. Owen stood against the wall. SAYO's head blocked the tunnel before him. The basilisk's eyes remained closed. The boy held a wand. Its tip shook. Don't come closer. SAYO tasted the air. Small invader raises tool. Harry stepped between them. Owen. The boy turned. His face changed from terror to something worse. Recognition. Ashfang. Harry ignored the name. Lower your wand. It's going to eat me. No, you control it. No, then make it leave. Harry felt SAYO's irritation. The tunnel amplified everything. Fear, anger, the closeness of stone. Owen's wand moved, a spell burst from it. Flipendo, the charm struck SAYO's snout. It could not harm a basilisk of his size, but it hurt enough to trigger instinct. SAYO lunged. Harry threw himself forward. Stop! The basilisk halted inches away, not because Harry commanded, because SAYO chose to recognize his voice. Owen screamed. His wand rose again. Harry felt the gaze gather. One look could petrify the boy before he cast. Immediate, clean, safe for SAYO. Safe for everyone, assuming the effect remained non-lethal. Harry's glasses heated. McGonagall and Dumbledore were still too far behind. Owen began the first syllable of another spell. Harry looked directly at him. The boy froze in fear. The gaze pressed against the lenses. Harry could release it. Instead, he stepped sideways. He placed his own body between the wand and SAYO. Don't. Owen's arm trembled. He'll kill you. No. How do you know? Harry did not with certainty. SAYO was frightened and angry. The boy had struck him. The tunnel offered little room to retreat. Trust was not proof against failure. Harry lowered his wand. Owen stared. Why are you doing that? So you can choose. The words came naturally. Lower your wand and walk toward me. Owen looked at SAYO. The basilisk's fangs showed beneath his closed mouth. I can't. Yes, you can. He'll move. Maybe, the boy sobbed. Harry held out one hand. If I force you, you'll only know you were trapped. Owen's wand lowered by an inch. SAYO remained still. Harry sent calm through the bond, not command. A request. Let him leave. SAYO's anger pressed back. He struck. I know. Invader. I know. Threat. He scared. Fear bites. Yes. Harry remembered SAYO's old logic. Hunters and prey, threat and hunger. He did not deny it. He still gets to leave. The basilisk's head shifted. Owen flinched. Harry kept his hand extended. Come here. One step. Owen moved. SAYO did not. Another. The boy's wand remained lowered. A third. He reached Harry. Harry pulled him behind his back. Only then did SAYO withdraw. His enormous head moved into the side tunnel. Space opened. McGonagall arrived first. She seized Owen by the shoulders and dragged him farther away. Dumbledore followed. His wand remained ready but lowered. The boy began speaking at once. I didn't mean, I only wanted, I thought. McGonagall's face could have frozen fire. You will explain later. Owen looked at Harry. Why didn't you turn me to stone? The adults became silent. Harry touched the hot frames of his glasses. You knew. People say your eyes change, Harry considered, because you were frightened. That's why. No, Harry shook his head. That's why I didn't. Owen did not understand. Perhaps he would later, perhaps not. SAYO remained in the side tunnel. Harry felt the basilisk's anger, also restraint, shared. Neither of them had used the strongest weapon available. Dumbledore looked toward the tunnel. May I approach? Harry translated. SAYO allowed it. The headmaster moved into the darkness. He spoke quietly to the basilisk while Harry translated. Owen watched from beside McGonagall. He saw Dumbledore ask. He saw SAYO refuse to come closer. He saw Dumbledore accept the refusal. Perhaps that mattered more than any lecture. The incident did not remain secret. Nothing at Hogwarts did. By breakfast, half the school believed Harry had stood inside SAYO's mouth. By lunch, the basilisk had supposedly swallowed Owen and spat him out after Harry negotiated. By dinner, the story involved 2 ministry auras and a dragon. Owen corrected people, not all of them. Enough. He didn't command it, Harry heard the boy tell his friends. Then why did it stop? Owen looked toward Harry at the Gryffindor table, because it listened. The distinction spread slowly, imperfectly, but it spread. Far from Hogwarts, another listener received the story. The room was beneath a ruined house on the edge of Albania. No windows, no fire. Only a narrow table, a smoking lamp, and a man kneeling before an empty chair. The man had once called himself a loyal servant. Now he was thin, frightened and desperate to become useful again. He placed several newspaper clippings on the table. The oldest bore Harry's photograph beneath the name Ashfang. The newest described the ministry's classification of SAYO and the incident with the Hufflepuff boy. A voice entered the room. It did not come from the chair. It seemed to move through the darkness itself. "Read it." The kneeling man obeyed. His voice trembled as he described the chamber, the surviving basilisk, the pheonix connection, the boy's refusal to claim ownership, the new legal status. The hidden tunnels. The name SAYO. When he finished, silence returned. The man swallowed. "My lord." Something shifted beyond the lamp, too weak to possess a true body, too hateful to be mistaken for anything else. Voldemort listened. He remembered the basilisk, not SAYO. The creature had never possessed a name worth knowing. It was Slytherin's instrument, the chamber's weapon, a certainty inherited through blood. Tom Riddle had opened the statue's mouth and commanded. The basilisk had obeyed, until Harry Potter spoke. Voldemort had believed the diary destroyed through luck, pheonix interference, and the crude courage of a child. Now the reports suggested something else. The basilisk had given Potter the fang. The creature had broken command before its master could fully return. That mattered, not emotionally. Voldemort had no interest in the creature's imagined suffering. It mattered because an inherited weapon had become unreliable. Because Harry Potter had done without domination what generations of Slytherin blood had achieved through compulsion. The kneeling man waited. "Do you believe the boy controls it?" Voldemort asked. "No, my lord." The darkness tightened. The man corrected himself immediately. "The newspapers say he does not." "I did not ask what the newspapers say." The man began sweating. "I believe he influences it." Influence is a word used by those too weak to admit they are obeyed. The lamp flame bent. Voldemort considered the pheonix. Fawkes belonged to Dumbledore in no legal or magical sense, yet he had remained beside the old man for decades. Now the pheonix also answered Potter's danger, shared loyalty. Freely given, Voldemort found the concept offensive. Loyalty divided should weaken. A servant with two masters was unreliable. Yet the reports insisted the phoenix's bond with Dumbledore remained intact. That meant Potter had not stolen allegiance. He had expanded it, a variable without subtraction. "Unacceptable, interesting, my lord," the kneeling man whispered. "Some call the boy stronger than Dumbledore." The darkness seemed to smile. "Fools." The man bowed lower. "Dumbledore drove 100 Dementors from the school," Voldemort said. "The boy fell from a broom." "Yes, my lord." "He is not stronger." "No," the lamp flame shrank. "But Dumbledore understands power through patterns." The man did not respond. He knew better than to pretend comprehension. Voldemort continued. "The old man predicts sacrifice, fear, ambition, love." The final word carried contempt. "Potter has become something Dumbledore did not design." The darkness moved nearer to the table. A pale shape almost formed beyond the smoke, then failed. That makes him dangerous. The kneeling man looked toward the articles. Should the basilisk be destroyed? No. The answer came immediately. The man froze. Voldemort remembered the chamber, the creature's size, its venom, its inherited obedience. The G's might be damaged, not gone. Slytherin's blood still existed, his blood, his soul. Perhaps the basilisk could be reclaimed, perhaps not. Either result could be useful. Find the rat. Voldemort said. The kneeling man's head lifted. "Pettigrew, he will come." "How can you be certain?" The darkness turned toward him. The man's face went white. Voldemort's voice became soft. "Because unlike Potter's creatures, Peter Pettigrew does not choose loyalty." The lamp went out. Darkness swallowed the room. "He chooses fear." At Hogwarts, Harry woke from a dream with his scar burning. He sat upright. The dormitory was dark. Ron slept in the next bed. Rain tapped against the tower window. Harry pressed one hand to his forehead. The pain faded quickly. But something remained, a tension, not SAYO, not Fawkes, farther away. Colder, a presence turning toward him after a long absence. Harry climbed from bed. He crossed to the window. The ground stretched dark beneath the rain. Fawkes appeared on the outer ledge in a flash of flame. Harry opened the window. The pheonix stepped inside. Warmth moved beneath Harry's ribs. Below the castle, SAYO woke. The basilisk lifted his head in the chamber, both connections sharpened, not because Harry called. Because both creatures sensed the same change in him, fear, recognition. Harry looked toward the horizon. He knows. Fawkes gave a low cry. SAYO's answer traveled through stone, shadow. Harry's scar burned again, not enough to drop him, enough to confirm Voldemort was still weak, still hidden, still far beyond Harry's ability to confront directly. The bond had not closed that gap. A basilisk could not kill what it could not reach. A pheonix could not make Harry immortal. The Patronus could not stop the killing curse. Nothing about the past year made Voldemort smaller. If anything, Harry now understood more clearly how wide the distance remained. Voldemort had spent his life turning everything into an instrument, followers, creatures, fear, even pieces of his own soul. Harry had begun learning the opposite, that power given freely could not be commanded, that restraint carried consequences, that a name could reveal a person without absolving their harm, that loyalty chosen twice did not have to become loyalty divided. Harry touched the window glass. His reflection looked back. Messy hair, round glasses, green eyes. For one moment the pupils narrowed. Harry breathed. They became round again. Control through repetition, not perfect. Fawkes climbed onto the bedpost. The warmth remained. SAYO moved through his agreed paths beneath the castle. Not caged, not free of every restriction, responsible. Harry felt the rough edge of the new bond between them, friend, one chosen to return. The wizarding world had tried to name Harry, the boy who lived, the heir of Slytherin, Ashfang. Monster master, weapon, threat, none were wholly false, none were enough. Dumbledore could not fully predict him. That did not make Harry wiser than Dumbledore. Voldemort had begun to notice him. That did not make Harry ready. SAYO trusted him. That did not make the basilisk harmless. Fawkes chose him. That did not make the pheonix his. Harry stood between categories old enough to be mistaken for natural law, light and dark, master and servant, monster and person, danger and innocence. The truth refused to settle cleanly into any of them. Perhaps that was what frightened people. Not Harry's power, the possibility that their boxes had always been too small. Lightning flashed over the grounds. For an instant, Harry saw Hogwarts clearly, towers, forest, lake below it all, hidden paths moving beneath stone. Fawkes began to sing. SAYO listened from the dark. Harry's scar ached toward a distant enemy. The coming war had not changed its shape. Voldemort remained beyond him. Dumbledore remained above him in skill and knowledge. The Ministry remained uncertain. Lucius remained free. Pettigrew remained lost. Nothing had been solved completely. But one thing had changed. When the old powers looked at Harry Potter now, they no longer saw a piece whose next move belonged to them. They saw a variable, a boy who could be frightened and still refuse the easiest weapon, a speaker who asked, a friend who returned, a connection that did not require a chain. Harry closed the window. Behind him, Fawkes's song filled the dormitory without waking anyone. Below, SAYO settled beneath the school. Far away, Voldemort began making plans. And the wizarding world, unable to decide what Harry had become, continued searching for a name. It would not find one. Not yet.